Huh? Thanks. What is going on, everyone? Welcome back to the Final Central and our ProHubs watch party. This week is an exciting week. Glad to have all you here. If you're not aware, this week is the kickoff and I guess the day of NA playoffs. EU played earlier. We're going to take a look at the bracket and then go over what is going to be new for today's stream. So in case you're not familiar, last week we held our first watch party and it was the end of play days, which was kind of the play-ins for playoffs, which are going on today. Play days were in cash out, so four teams per lobby competing against each other. Think round 1, round 2 within ranked and world tour. Anyways, the difference now is that teams will be 1v1. So this is our bracket that we're looking at today. We've got Bricked and fourth party Cashbox. More importantly, we got Brutal Logic going to be playing that we'll be rooting for in that lobby. We have Team Dib playing against the Blowers. We have Holthouse Finest against Ape Squad, AHS versus Dark Horse, Scallywags, TBD for the lower round, Make-A-Wish Foundation, 200 MS, and Oni Legends. So teams who lose in the quarterfinals for the winners bracket are going to drop to the lowest bracket. Those teams will play. For quarterfinals, we are looking at a best of 3, semifinals a best of 3, upper finals a best of 3, and then the lower in semifinals will be best of 3, and then finally our grand final, which will be a best of 5. So lots and lots of finals to check out today. Going to be a lot of awesome games. So glad you guys can jump on for the times that you can. Obviously, this is probably going to be a bit of a long stream. I'm hoping Cody comes and joins in at some point, but he's got some stuff going on today. Weekends are difficult for him, so I will be hanging out with you guys. We'll be playing some games throughout as well, you know, some Wordle, things like that, like we did last time. May even give away some multi-bucks here and there, so, you know, make sure you check it out. Without further ado, it does look like we're waiting for them to get started, so if you guys are new here, check out Around the Arena if you're curious about ProHubs. Around the Arena is our channel's weekly The Finals podcast. Our most recent episode, which was uploaded, was with Waltz, who's one of the casters. He probably will be casting these matches tonight. And he talks about all things esports within the finals and what it takes for the finals to become the next big esport, as well as like current metas, things like that. So definitely give that a check out. Some other announcements, obviously join the Discord. I'll be setting up a Nightbot command here with an invite link shortly, so you can check that out as well. But if you're in there, make sure you join up. We got some cool events coming up, one of which is probably a community tournament. So if you want to be a part of that, you get a chance of potentially winning some multi-bucks, make sure you're in there with us. That's really all that's going on. We did record a new Around the Arena yesterday. We're in the process of editing it. It should be live Monday, so make sure you check that out. Also in the works is finally a medium guide. I know you guys have watched our light guide that Cody put up. Just letting you know that medium is on the way. Clips have been gathered, I believe, for the most part for myself, and I'll be working on editing, compiling that. Should be out next week for you, so be ready to give that a check out. Yeah, but thank you guys again for hanging out. It's be a really chill stream. I'm also playoff hockey is going on right now, so I'm keeping tabs on the score for that as well, and that's really it. So I'll be right back, chat. I have food delivered. I gotta go find it. So, give me 1 second. All right, I am back. What's going on? I see some people joining in here. How's it going, everybody? Welcome. Looks like we're getting a bit of delayed start. I have the feeling the EU matches ran a little bit late today, so might be a little bit late getting started here. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Thanks for hanging out with us. While we wait for them to cook off, I'm gonna eat some dinner real quick. So I'll spare you guys the look of that.
Ladies and gentlemen, come one, come all to Season 0 North American playoff bracket. It is going to be intense. It's going to be where it matters as we change from the chaos of 4 teams and bring it down to 2. We're joined with Merch from the casting desk, but Merch, we're not alone. Shall we introduce the rest of the team?
Yes, let's get them up in here, hyperactive. We are also going to be joined by Artie and Professor Parks. What's going on, guys?
How's it going on, boys?
It is going to be one hell of a show. These guys have been battling throughout the qualifiers. They've gone through into the main, it was a kind of main competition for the 4-team battles. Artie, I'm going to start with you from all the things that you've seen. I know you've been very European orientated yourself, but from what you can see on your screen, from all the stats that are showing, it should be an interesting battle in these playoffs, right?
It's going to be a crazy day for the playoffs, just given the fact that there is still a good chance that everybody here can make it all the way up, right? When it comes down to who will be the top 6 to represent NA going into the grand finals, I think that even the teams towards the bottom could make this work. I mean, I am being a little bit facetious there because, well, it is only going to be the top 6, but there are a lot of teams on the cusp. I say dark horse, 4th party, that really could make this work out for them today. And it's going to be a bloodbath out there in the arena.
Yeah, and Prof, you know, me and you working together as well. We've definitely had our fair share of comments. You saw some of these guys start playing, and from your eyes, which team is the biggest dark horse of the group?
I think I originally had thought that Scallywags was going to be the biggest dark horse, but they didn't end up making it. They're in the lower rounds now. I think who I'm actually keeping an eye on is Halto's Finest. I think that they really proved themselves as a dominant team in the past couple play rounds. and they play Ape Squad, I think that is the match that we're going to be focusing on. That's the match to be watching. I know that Bricked is doing their thing against Fourth Party Cashbox, and Dig against the Blowers. Those are also very good matches, along with AHS and Dark Horse as well. But I think truly our eyes are going to be focused on Ape Squad and Halto's Finest to really put on a show.
It will be a show, and Merch, what can we say about the people at the top? We said about how great Bricked is, how great After Hours are, and the big question
Yo,
is,
Detective
you know, you
Harris, I
have
appreciate
Bricked,
that,
who
brother.
are
I'll be
clearly
back
ahead by
with
nearly
camera on just a second. I'm
400
eating some
points.
dinner.
Is
But
that
I did
gonna
want
be
to chime in and
enough,
say,
you know, for
Bricked is my
placement
vote.
for
I think those
grands,
guys
essentially,
are
when we
going to
go
sweep this
into
tourney,
next
but
week.
Yeah,
it's gonna be interesting because this is a different format than
Oh,
obviously
sorry,
what
go
we've
ahead,
seen
Brick.
so far. So
That's all right. No,
yeah,
I
this
think
is
it's gonna be
great.
pretty
If you guys are
hard
new
for
for
Brick to
ProHubs,
not
you're
make
joining at
it
a great
all the
time
way
for
through. I
playoffs
think they're
today.
gonna have to try
We'll
to
take a
not
look at the
make it,
bracket here in a
if
second
that-
as well if they
makes
don't
any
show it on
sense.
screen. But
Everything
yeah,
else,
thank you guys
as
for hanging
far
out.
as second place all the way down to, let's say, 10th, it's pretty achievable. And even if Oni has a perfect day, I still think if the cards and the storm is perfectly weathered, they can make it through. If everything has to align just right, though. But there's a lot that can go down, a lot to be shaken up, and I'm so excited to see who makes it out into our championship.
Artie, you were about to make a point on that?
I was gonna jump in and say it is mathematically impossible for Brick to actually get out here. Brick does not need to show up today if they don't want to. I think like just the amount of points. So even if perfect bracket run for anybody here would not be enough to to jump Brick out. But yeah, I think that Merch is exactly right. So if I'm just doing the math in my head right now, which is usually incorrect, I think even at the very bottom, perfect bracket run would be enough points to put you over the cusp, depending.
Yeah,
on how the other
Busy goes
teams
crazy
are
with the
are
minigun.
also
He actually
at
did
one
not
point.
run it last
Yeah.
week, but
I
I
was
think
in,
they were kind of
I was
trolling.
in
I wouldn't be
Busy
surprised if
OW
Bricked
stream
also
there when he
kind
was
of
playing
just
some
is
finals
casually
with,
playing today
the
because,
Brick Squad,
like
and
Artie just
I
said, they
was
basically can do
giving
whatever
him
they
all
want, and
all
they still qualify
gratitude
for
that he
the
deserved, and saying,
EU
he's
versus
killing
NA
it right now.
championship.
He's currently the third most kills.
But he was
in the
running
entire
Sledge and
tournament.
also the
And
SA a
honestly,
lot
he
on
was
stream
passing
last
all
week.
all the love over to
But
STN
I
and
did not
Stu.
catch
He
any of his
was saying
streams
that
this
those
week,
are
so
really
I don't know if he's
the
back on the
guys to be
minigun.
keeping an
It's
eye
gonna be
on as
interesting
much
to see if he
as
pulls it
there'd be a
out, seeing
big
as how
meat
this is a
shield. It's those
1v1
guys that
format.
really put on the show.
Um,
Watching
Which I'm
Stu
very
and some of
excited
his
for. I have the
gameplay
feeling the meta
is
is going to be a bit
incredible.
different
His
than what we've
movement
seen
is
so
all
far.
over the
Players
place,
might be playing a little
and
more
as movement
methodical
shooters go,
rather
we're
than
in the
just
right game to be doing
your
it.
standard chaos with
It
cash
is
out. It's also going to be
definitely a
easier to watch and
perfect
follow
game
as well.
for
So
it. Of course, the first game we'll have is Hotel's Finest versus Ape Squad. Stats are on screen, boys, and Artie. It all points towards Hotel's Finest, but I think the common talk is about the rise of Ape Squad here.
Ape Squad has kind of been up and coming from what I've seen, tuning into the NA matches when they're on and kind of just comparing them to everything that's been going on. We had a similar sort of from the depths all the way up to a fighting chance story in EU, but now I think the Ape Squad is kind of the NA survivor story, right? Of teams that really want to be able to make it. They're on the cusp. They're just at that borderline. I think the Ape Squad has the opportunity to do it, especially with how the meta has changed given the new season or the last couple of updates, the buffs and nerfs every couple of weeks that put some teams in a bad spot. Ape Squad has always been, hey, this is working out really well for our team. Hey, these adaptations are working really well for our team. And I think that Ape Squad actually has a good chance of surprising us here in the first match.
March, you've been a little quiet in the corner. Do you think this is Hotel's Finest game to take home, or do you think this is Apes? I'm gonna go around predictions now between everybody.
I think the pressure is more on HF here. To be honest with you, they definitely market themselves as a 3v3 team. So finishing third overall in the regular season was nice, but they expected to finish first, and they want to take first here today. That's for sure. So I think the pressure is definitely on HF, but both of these teams are extremely capable. It's going to be tough to say if I had to pick between the two. There's just so many killers in this lobby from top down. But I think with the substitute of Grad in for commit today, that might be just enough to give HF the edge here.
Professor?
Yeah, piggybacking off of what Merch said, HF doesn't really have much pressure on them. They kind of know that they have themselves solidified with the points wise, but I think Ape Squad knows they need to not be monkeying around here, for better words. They got to get this cash and get things going. So I think that they're going to show up and show out here today.
And RD.
I mean, I already kind of said it earlier, just talking about the potential for an upset here, but I think it's going to come down to, the 3v3 situation, how everyone is feeling about 3v3s, and I mean, when it jumps into these map picks, though, I mean, look at this, right? Sis Horizon, Fortune Stadium, Las Vegas. I can't lie to you, this is like Holto's finest bread and butter, these three.
I tell you what, especially seeing these maps, and for those who are a bit curious, like, hang on a minute, we keep seeing Sis Horizon. Yeah, you are right in saying 21.7% of picks have gone to Sis Horizon, and I think these are the top three, if I am not mistaken. Sis Horizon, Las Vegas, Fortune Stadium, and not exactly in those orders. Prof, I have to ask. Las Vegas is kind of a surprising top dog to come through, isn't it?
Yeah, I personally am not the biggest fan of Las Vegas. I seem to have my worst games on that map. Apparently, these guys don't follow that same suit because it is the third most played map that we have in the list here. Of course, Sis Horizon being the top one, but Las Vegas actually the second most played map here, which is wild to me.
And Merch, you see this. You've been here from day one. You know that these strengths and weaknesses. You already called it to be Hotel's finest.
Hello,
strengths. Do you
sorry,
agree or do you disagree?
I do agree.
Map pool
I
looks
think
interesting.
Brandon
I'm
loves
surprised by the
running
pick
around
rate
on all
of
these
Sis
maps
Horizon.
with the
Not that I think it's a
equalizer
bad
in
map. I
hand
think it
as we are
actually plays
hopping
really well.
right into game one.
There's a high
Board
percentage
looks a
out of the
bit
maps in this game.
inaccurate.
So
Somebody
looks like we're starting
has-
off a Fortune Stadium,
somebody
which
has-
I thought we were
okay,
going to start
yep.
with the Sis Horizon though. So that's
So
pretty
Lamp's got the
interesting.
blueberry in hand. We're
Um,
just jumping right into this one, but I do think this is going to
Also,
benefit Brendy.
the
He loves
frame
running
rate
around
is
with the
weird,
D
and it's not me
materializer, as I was
saying.
saying. HF
I'm not
currently
sure what that
taking a
is,
height
but-
advantage over on Ape Squad, who has to be on the offensive here. Looks like they're going to be making a move, but HF
I don't know.
going to retreat. They got that money. They got.
I
that
also love
traffic,
Vegas.
and they're
I
out of
played
there.
today. I played a World Tour.
Absolutely, indeed. And of course, thank you to our
I think I'm
analysts who will
starting
be
to really like
back during these breaks, but
Vegas
we're already in
Sandstorm,
this game.
specifically
We're
in the final
already on
round. Or the
Fortune
1v1
Stadium,
format.
It's been slow
So,
and careful.
I think it actually plays pretty
between
fun.
these two teams.
I know
We've
some people
already
hate
seen
it,
Hotel's
but
finest
the
very
more I play it,
quickly
the more I
wanting
enjoy
to
it. Yeah.
Steal away the vault, put it into the cash out, start applying to the pressure onto this.
Jeff has wasted absolutely no time. They're now set up parallel with their cash box.
Fortune and
We
Vegas are
see
my
Ape
faves
Squad
right now.
going
Maybe
for a
because I win
drop
more on
play,
them. I
more
mean, that's
likely than
definitely
not.
fair.
We're gonna see a
winning
D-Mac
makes
and Winch come into
liking
play
maps
just
a
to
little
throw off
easier,
the
but no,
centering
I think they're
passing
great.
yes, we see
My
Lamp
the one thing about
reposition on
Fortune for me
C4
is that
not gonna be
it's
an
built like
effective
paper
one.
mache.
We're
I mean,
gonna
a
see
lot of these
engagement
newer
right
maps
here as
fall
we see
apart
some
really
shots
quickly,
coming through
and
on
so
Lamp
Fortune
as
can
he
be a
rips
little
out that
annoying.
mesh shield. HF and the rest
Or in
are
cash
gonna have
out,
to regroup
not really in
here.
the finals,
Lamp has some
or
enemies to his
whatever
left
you
and a
call
huge
this.
RPG
I
cover,
don't
but
really
he's
know what
gonna
the
get taken
official
out by
name for it is in a
Now,
1v1, but you get
instant
the point.
defib from Brendy on Lamp, so we're going to be back at a 3v3 in just a moment.
It's definitely interesting to see how fast
as
Hotels went ahead
CLC
and banked.
is gonna fall. Bemo's going to find Grad, and just like that, we are going to have a fast wipe on HF.
And then they got
Brendy's
wiped
gonna
with
fall to
half
Bemo
of the
as well.
timer done. That's kind of
That was
not
quick.
great.
Brilliant push in, just going from underneath and pushing themselves up. They didn't
I'm
actually
saying,
need
yeah,
to
defense
attack
on the Dune cash
the
out's fire.
which is
I
honestly
totally
quite
agree.
surprising because we see a lot of teams attack the cash out, drop it down, move it around, and then next thing you know, you have that reaction that comes in from the opponent. But no, they sniffed out Hotel's
They are
finest
not. Hotel's not going to have a
perfectly,
lot of time
and
to
then
push this, which
forced
is
them in.
going to be
They had
interesting.
no fear of pushing these guys.
Yeah, that was an unorthodox way of starting that fight. As you said, normally it does start with a forced steal on it, but if we're going to see Grad get a pick on Bemo, there's not much time left for HF to make this move. We're going to see the stall come into play, but it's going to be a 2-floor drop. Not even necessary. Lamp is going to find one. We just don't have enough time regardless of what happens in this fight. HF is going to get the wipe there. Lamp with a nice 2-piece, but it's just a hair too little too late.
And Hotel's finest will claim the first cash out. For those who are new, who are wondering, well, how did they get 25k and what does it go up to? Well, it's imagine 25 is 1. Every cash out is a point. It's first to get 2 cash outs wins. So Hotel's finest will have that 1-0
What's up,
lead
Kai? How's it
in this
going?
game. They are 1 away from winning.
You're
Ape
good.
Squad
First
also
map just started.
need to get
It's a
to.
best
So
of
it's very
3.
easy to swing
Maps are
things back, but at
for
the
this
moment,
group
Vault
is
look,
Sis Horizon,
opening under Hotel's
Vegas,
finest name.
Fortune
They're
Stadium.
right on top of it,
Fortune Stadium, I guess,
but
was map 1.
it's all about this
I
engagement.
thought Sis
Who's
Horizon was
gonna
going to be
the
map
first
1,
pick
but yeah.
and who's going to be first to fall?
So here we go.
Yeah, Ape Squad is in a pretty powerful position here. We see HF trying to move the money with the gateway. Almost a really good goo just to get that money going even further and safer. However, they missed it with the jump
HF
pad,
dumped
so
the box,
Ape Squad's
which
in
is
a
pretty interesting.
Powerful position here still. They have the height advantage. It looks like we have a winch hammer in play, so that is something that HF is going to want to distance themselves from as we see them ascending on the other side of this Halto building. This is their building. They are right at home. They want to dominate.
Yeah, this map is hard because it's very easy to have a high ground position while you're even behind and basically just stall until a team makes a mistake and then you can get the bank for free.
He's
So
going to get the third, so that is huge. And now they are going to go.
they're just
get
getting
that
ran
res
over
and go
though,
plug
Ape
this
Squad.
as well. That was a nice push.
I mean,
was a
obviously
lovely
Lamp is
push,
playing.
and
Lamp, I
a
think, is
few
number 1
missed
still
swings
in
that
ranked. So
was a disadvantage to
this is
Ape
obviously
Squad.
a tough fight for them
Critically
anyways.
Gotta be
but-
hitting those, gotta be winching and catching the player to take advantage. So you're gonna be kicking yourself from those misses, but Hotel's finest will kick it off. They are staring down the barrel of claiming their
Turn on
second
these
and
aimbot timers a little
final
too
vault
fast.
in map 1. It's very early. It's very early, this vault. This cash out. It could swing very quickly as already 8 per here.
Yeah, as we see a counter pad, they're already on the highest height on this map, and they have a jump pad to get even higher, just in case Ape Squad.
The first
does
pick is
attempt
crucial,
to take the
especially if
height
you can
on
follow
them.
up
Ape
with
Squad instead is gonna be looking to
like not
attack
even just the
from
first pick, but if you get the
underneath it.
first
We have one
wipe and
drop
you can
into
follow
play,
up
but the
quickly
stick
with
is
a bank, I
Brady's
mean,
gonna get some damage in,
look,
but
I mean,
not
it's
enough to
already
get the stop. Grad,
quarter of the way
however, does
done,
find
and
a
that
kill on
was
BMO, so
with
we're
kind of a
seeing
slower bank than
3v2
intended. So
in the favor of HF right now.
Yeah.
We're just gonna go for a flip here. I like it. That's something that we don't really see a lot. You go for the white first. Unfortunately, the stall does come into play, but Brendy's gonna find one on Hashi there and go right back at it as Ape Squad
Cerberus is
wiped
dominant
yet again.
right now in this
It
format,
almost
which is
felt
definitely
like Hotel's
interesting.
finest allowed the steal to come in. They would have played retake and push back into this site, and especially with 20 seconds added to their clock. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real hot much. This looks done and dusted. It's done and dusted.
I do
onto
as
the
well.
side of Hotel's finest.
I'm an
There'll be
auto
one
person,
last attempt
especially
from
on
Ape
medium.
Squad.
I
It will
serve
be a
on medium
rush.
is
It will
just
be
I don't
chaos
enjoy
at the
playing
finish
it.
again.
Medium's not fast enough for me
Yeah,
to
in
like
theory,
feel like
they
I'm
can
having
do it
fun
here,
playing it.
but let's
Really,
see what
you do have
actually ends
DMAT,
up
you got
happening. We have a
Zip
red barrel in
and
hand, just trying to cause
launch
some
pad, I
sort of
guess.
disruption. Every
That
stall
gives
that
you
they
some
can
movement,
throw,
but
HF being they have a
I
red
leave the
gun, it's
shotguns to the
making it as
lights.
difficult
The
as
mediums have
possible
that
for Ape
mid-range
Squad.
fighting, and then
Surfshots
heavies
coming
can
in.
be melee and
Brad's gonna find another
shotguns
pick. Brad has
and
been finding
stuff that's in your
all of the
face.
picks. He's gonna get the 2-piece as well. One lone soldier left for Ape Squad, and he is.
That being
going
said,
for
I do
all.
think medium is
That
at
a
least in a really
very
good spot
fast
right now.
1-0.
There's a good
match
mix of
count
what you
for
can
HF
run that's
over Ape
viable.
Squad
It's going to be
here.
interesting to see in this format
Feels
if we see
convincing.
something more viable,
Felt
but
very convincing.
last
we
week,
were sat here
there's a good
bigging
mix
up
of
Ape
everything,
Squad, going,
which
yeah,
was
there's
really
that
nice.
potential of a comeback. There's that mindset they could really create an upset towards Hotel's
Yeah,
finest.
well,
but
that was a pretty
it's
dominant
clear
map
as
one.
daylight, and we also called this out. This is a map
I don't know
lineup
if
that's
we
Hotel's
really
finest
expected it to
are
be any
healing.
different, but
And just to make matters worse, this I just realized we're actually doing Pig's picks. So Ape Squad's pick first, and then we're actually going over to Sis Horizon.
All right, so we're going to Sis
So
Horizon
we've got a
next.
change in
Oh.
pattern, but that's bad to know that the pick that you chose, you lose off the bat. That is not a great start for them.
Not at all. And we are going to jump over to our analysts here in a second, I believe. But just a quick look at the stats here. A goose egg out of Hashi. That is not what you want to see out of your medium. That is your support role. However, you're going to need
not even a
little bit more
goose egg.
combat
Sub
support over
1000
there if you're gonna
damage
wanna
is
see some
not
impacts.
great out of
Maybe,
your medium.
Hopefully, he can turn it
just
around
saying.
in the next
I think it's okay
Yeah, you would have
in this format if you were to have 0 kills, if
step
you
it
had
up,
decent
go a
damage and
different
decent
angle and,
assists.
come right
But
back at it, and
a negative KDA,
it
so going
doesn't
0 and
feel
2 while you have
great,
4
as
deaths
mentioned, to kick it
is
off and take
no
that L,
bueno.
and yeah, we will
They
be
gotta
going
get-
over to
he's
Sis
gotta get that
Horizon, so we
figured
do
out.
apologize for the order being slightly wrong, but I ask you, Merch, for this question is from Ape Squad's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, on
where
medium,
do
you're
you
supposed to be
see
poking.
them
I mean,
making their
realistically,
improvement?
unless you're running
Because they
syrup, I
still have
guess,
an
but
opportunity if they
your
drop,
goal
but of
is
course
to
they
be
want to stay in. Where can they
consistently
improve
putting in some
on Sis
sustained
Horizon?
damage,
They are
and
gonna
then following
need
up
to,
with
I
like your
think,
light or
slow
your
it down
heavy.
here. Those fights were all extremely fast.
Exactly.
I don't
Yeah.
really recall seeing many
So
resets
correct.
at all. Maybe a quick defib.
Sorry,
coming
it's
in
2
from
a.m.
Brendy on
The EU
HF
matches
side
were
of
earlier,
things, but,
like 4 hours ago, I
Hashi
think,
was
or
having
they
a
wrapped
hard
up
time
about 4
staying
hours
alive
ago.
over
So
there. So you're gonna need your medium to stay alive and get those resets going. I think you stretch out these fights a little bit longer. Grad was getting first blood almost every single time. That was not good if you are the Ape Squad.
Yeah, graduating a known light that can fry in the match. I don't know how many times I have said his name during postseason, and it is phenomenal the way the man moves. But off to the races, the fine gentlemen go for yet another time. This time on a darkened Cis Horizon.
yeah,
A lot of players usually complain about the darkness of this map.
yeah, correct.
Do you see a problem when you play on dark Cis
Not
Horizon?
great, but
Yeah, I have a
know,
problem
that's
with
okay.
dark on almost any map. I'm 30 years old. I'm getting old, man. My vision's going, so I definitely have a hard time and can understand. I do think the lighting
I
and
agree.
everything is beautiful
Harris.
though on the gun skins, but we're getting
Blue
right back
grenade
into
is
it again.
very
As
unrated
Brendy
or
gets the first
underrated
blood, but
on
Grad's
medium,
gonna get one
especially right now.
after, and Brendy's gonna follow that up. So Ape
Bro, I
Squad
need to
not
learn how to
really
do that
listening
stair attack.
to
It's
my
crazy
less than
how fast
pro
you can climb.
advice on what they should be doing, but they are gonna get wiped there again to start things off.
Yeah, don't call yourself less than pro. You're absolute pro here. I've seen you absolutely dominating on power shift. Not necessarily cash out, just power shift. But that's chaos in itself. Not the great start. Hotel's
30-year-old
has this
brother,
confidence
28.
to push
Close enough, though.
into Ape Squad. They have that confidence.
I
to
am Unk status, but I
literally
can
get in
still
their face and
dunk
say,
on people in our
all
Discord.
right, we'll play
so.
this CQB, we'll play this close, and have the mechanical skill to win those one-on-one fights, and then
Absolutely.
when they have that battle won, it then
I like
ends
that
up to
throwables
double
are
up,
becoming more and
double
more
or
viable.
nothing,
I
and then you now have two
think they're a
players against
fun
one,
thing
and they
about
just
this
keep
game.
adding on until
Increasing
eventually the
like
last player
even
and
the
all
damage
of
that
them
like
are
if you
hunting.
pick up a chair and throw it at somebody.
Yeah,
I think
they
it's
are
pretty cool.
flowing and vibing out.
I would
right now.
honestly
They're
like
even
KDB
messing
played
around
in
with
2
the
more.
cash box there just a second before plugging it. We do see Grad kind of soloed out here currently, but that is what he's been doing and it's been working.
Yeah, I mean,
Unfortunately, it's
any
not gonna
trap
work
on
that
power
time.
shift is
Ape Squad sniffed
pretty
that
dominant.
one out, so I feel like they are
it's kind of
adapting, they
like
are
a
learning.
no-brainer in
That
a
is
way.
huge
Goo grenades
pick
aren't very
if you
strong
are
in power
Ape
shift as
Squad.
well,
This is
but
gonna
in
make things a
like
little bit
cash out
more
modes and
difficult
things
for
where you're
Holtos
playing,
Fine as
3v3
Russell
and you
going
need to
for a
get
drop
away.
here before the steal comes in.
Goo
That was
grenades
actually
are not
very
bad.
smart. Countering the C4 from Lamp. Brendy's gonna find the res on Grad. However, that hammer is gonna take Lamp out. Now you are heavyless if you're HF. The steal coming in, not much.
Yeah,
you
that's a
can
good
do about
point,
that at the
Harris.
moment. Even if you do
I
get the
don't
stop,
know
which
if
Grad does,
you
he's most likely
throw
gonna
dome
fall after
shield
that,
at
but
least
he's
though from a
playing his life
distance
perfectly.
if glitch
Brendy
trap
might
helps
find
with
one
that.
here as well, trying to
I
run
don't
away
think it
from that
turns
hammer.
off
He's gonna
the
get
shield, but I haven't
comboed,
tried.
Brendy
That's actually
punches
something
him
I'm
back,
working on
gives him
with
the
the medium video I'm
Bismarck
working on
and that's gonna be
currently.
a
That should be out
wipe
next week.
on behalf
So
of Ape
there's a
Squad. I
few
mean,
edge case
Holtos
like
Minus
Mythbuster
had
things
no
I'm looking at.
business winning that fight after Grad got first blooded. That is insane stuff as we have a replay coming in here. Brendy giving him the 1-2 combo.
It is so, once you get the hook,
This is
it is
extremely
near
just
impossible
dominant
to
HF.
get out of it.
There's
But I tell you what, the
they're
Fury and,
quite literally
as
getting
the
slammed,
Canadians
Ape
like to
Squad
say,
right now.
elbows up, it comes out flying. It really does, but it definitely applies more pressure onto Ape
Ah, the
Squad
Ruby
because once
XP54
again,
looks so
they're
nice.
gonna have to go into this fight. They'll have one last opportunity to push in, and
Oh
they're
my
going aggressive.
God.
They're trying to find anything, any angle to push through, but this is ticked too far, and it's now just an ego chow.
Yeah, this is going to be for a moral victory, hopefully, if you're the Ape Squad. You get one, but you get traded immediately in a 2v2, and Brendy's just getting those instant reses. Hashi finally doing it himself, though, something
Lamps
we
back
need to
up.
see more of
What
out
is
of
it,
Ape Squad.
3v2?
One-on-one BMO and Grad. Grad is just winning those all day, every day. HF is
Yeah, that's
looking
over.
scary right now. We don't have a wipe
Another
yet, but
wipe.
right on cue, we do see that wipe. HF was talking that talk about being a 3v3 team, and they are looking to prove that correct right now. As we have 2 members of Ape Squad now.
Yeah.
Without a kill.
I mean,
That is
BMO had the
almost
right
2 maps
idea
in a
there.
row
I mean,
going on
Hashi, bro.
So we are gonna need you to turn it up. I know you're capable of it. I
Dude,
see
Hashi's
you.
just
You got this,
at
man.
a blender
How you feeling about this one, Hyper?
again.
I'm feeling.
What I think
seeing those
Ozpoost would
donuts
taste
in
like,
the scoreline.
um,
It doesn't feel great, but at the same time,
It's definitely a lemon
situation that does
flavor.
Come around and it's not uncommon, but Let's
trying to think
drop
what I
in,
would
they
mix
say,
with it,
let's
though.
go aggressive, try
Not
and
lemon
get
lime.
things done, and they're going to my favorite site over by the
I would say like
bridge,
lemon, but
and
not like
where
lemonade.
you
Like
could
almost
drop
even
down
on the
to cause a bit
sour
more
lemonade
chaos,
side.
but
I feel like
graduating is
that's
taken out. That's a
what
key
Osboost
member
would be like.
you want to remove,
This is an
but
energy
this
drink,
pressure
so
is looking great,
that's my guess.
looking a lot better
Something
than
like
we've
sour
seen
lemon.
before. Brendy left alive to try and stay alive. The Cerberus is frying.
Pineapple Dorito is a
Dude,
fire
but
call,
just
actually.
when
Yeah,
you
that actually.
think the clutch can
I'd
come
argue
in,
that's even closer than what I'm
taking
trying
out
to
this
describe.
game.
Yeah, Brandy almost with the sick 1v3, and he almost got the
Yeah,
tick too. On the
pineapple
burn,
Dorito.
So that was very close.
Fire.
But nice to see it out of Ape Squad. Hashi and Bimo both finding their ones. It's not the biggest thing. I want to point this out for a medium to not be killing it in the kill department. However, you just need a little bit of output there at Ape Squad as a whole. We have Bimo in a beautiful position here. He's going to find HF off spawn, but Grad gets the really nice gateway in, and HF's going to be in a pretty powerful height advantage in just a moment. We see Bimo retreating, just trying to play his life. A random enemy falls to his right. I don't know if he caught that, but he's going to now be looping around. All
I think
you have
like
to do
G
here
Fuel
if
has
you're
a
Ape Squad
like
is
starfruit
fight. You have
flavor
HF
too, and
trying
that
to
could
play
be
the roof. Bimo's
kinda
just looking
similar
for any pick he
in a
can.
way.
Huge red barrel comes in. I think he caught 2 members
Yeah,
of HF with
lemon
that
probably
just
isn't the
making
right one.
But
That's
that is
something
some nice damage we're seeing out of Bimo.
citrusy.
I don't know much else of
For
what's
sure.
going on here. We do have an engagement going on the roof as Brendy's going to take out the heavy for Ape Squad. Bimo's going to get his pick on Grad.
I wish they would
Huge
release
piece
like
of
in the merch store,
right now,
just
HF
like a
is in more
version of an
powerful
Osboost
position.
can.
Bimo taking the
They
height
could have
and
as like a
getting some
collector
good
item.
DPS in.
I don't think it
Staying alive,
exists. The
doing
other things
very
like on
well
Etsy
here.
and stuff, it exists,
The
but like
res does
it's
come
3D
in,
printed. It
Lamp,
just
Andres,
doesn't.
and Grad.
It's
Lamp
hard to
also
3D
getting
print a
the kill
can
on
and make it
Hashi.
look
Bemo's
like
gonna
an
get a pick
actual
on
can,
Brendy.
you know.
Oh my
So.
goodness, I believe we're left in a 1v1 situation here as Bimo and
So I was
Lamp are
thinking.
going
So
at it.
my
Lamp trying
background
to hunt
is
them down,
actually
but the
like
heavy
so my
chasing
desk
light
is in the
just
living room
such a
in our
hard
current
battle.
setup.
We're
So
gonna be seeing points
I
coming in
have
about
shelves
10
above
or
me
15
currently
seconds
with
if you're
like
Ape Squad.
some
There's
gaming
just no time
merch,
to go for this
Magic the
Andres
Gathering
here.
cards because that's one of my
However, I'd
hobbies
like
as
to
well
see
outside of
Lamp
gaming.
try to get one of his
But behind
buddies
me,
up
back
because we are
here,
running out of time. He does
back
get the
here
res
is
on
like the
Brendy,
door
but
to like our
Brendy's gonna
bedroom
fall
and
immediately. That is
things.
so frustrating if you are
yeah.
Holdo's finest here, Hyper.
I used to have like an
definitely
office.
Is a stress if you are Holto's finest because you now know
I just
you're
sent,
coming
like,
down to
3
the last
alerts all at the
20
same
to
time. It was
go
crazy.
and make that
I used to have an
push,
office with a really
especially
cool
how
backdrop back when I
difficult
streamed
this
during
site is. It's
COVID
not-
on my own
not out
channel.
in the open, there's no certainty
And that
with
that
it,
was
but
sick.
just when you
And
think it's
yeah,
all
like
done and
having an
dusted,
Osboost can back there would be
Hashi will
fire.
drop
I
down a
would
little bit,
definitely
Hope
get
starts to
one
go in.
to
Steel
put up
coming
here on the
through,
shelf.
but
I'll have to
drop
send a
down
picture in
will
the
be
Discord at
ProHubs
some point
on site
of like what's up there
clarity.
currently.
As he drops through, able to get a deny coming through, cash out is in.
Oh my god,
That's
Shoof's here, bro.
huge
That's my
for the
3D printing
extend
expert,
the
bro.
game one
Print
step
ASA or
further.
ABS and use
All
chemical
tied in
smoothing.
this map, and
Bro,
hope
Shoof,
comes alive.
I'll pay you
Yeah, that was
to print
a huge
and ship it,
180
if that's
of
something you think you can
momentum
do.
for the Ape Squad. Bimo getting 4 kills
Just let me
in
know.
that altercation.
Hit my DM, hit my
alone,
line.
So he really heard what he needed to do and listened and started doing it.
Bro, I totally checked out. I didn't even realize
We're
Ape
going for an
Squad
aggressive tap here. HF
got a
on
cash.
vault number
I
3.
thought they were just
wasting
gonna get
no
slammed,
time.
so I stopped kind
Let's
of
get
paying
a quick
attention for a
replay
second.
here as we are gonna rewatch the play from Bimo. I believe he hit a huge glitch grenade, but he's gonna get the 2-piece here on Brendy and Grad. Just
I think having sponsors on the bottom or top of the screen would be a cool way to immerse the viewer.
It's always beautiful.
Yeah, watching the
it's also
finals in universe,
spray
so to speak.
transfer as well. You have to, even though this is very, like the recoil patterns are very small, they still have an effect. So to
no
be able
worries,
to transfer from one to the other is huge. So is that initial
I know our like
shot
local
as
library.
Bimo
I haven't
does
looked
exactly
into it, but
what
I've
his
been
name
having some
says,
friends getting
and he's
stuff
hunting
printed
for more. Why
at the
don't you
local
go
library.
for
It's pretty
another one?
cheap.
But very
I don't
quickly,
know
Ape Squad
what the
dipping
limitations
out
are
of
and
this
stuff, though.
fight.
It'd
They
be
don't
interesting
wanna
to see if
lose
somebody could
yet
do that.
Another player in this battle, and this is just the
Advertise
ego
the
chow
conglomerate companies.
before you
I
get
will
that
see. I
forward.
need feedback on this overlay.
Yeah,
There's
and
actually
Ego
another
Chow is
screen
Brendy's
for when
middle
Cody's
name. He
here.
only has a
Unfortunately, he's
W
just been
on his
busy
keyboard. All he
for the
knows
watch party, but I think
is
he's gonna try to
attack.
tune
He
in at
is
some
a
point
dog
here.
on a leash, and he's just waiting to be unleashed by
But there's
Lamb.
another scene
Lamb
here,
said,
which I'll
"Go
show
get
him
him," and he
eventually
got him. That
in a
was
minute.
monstrous
But there's
work out
like
of Brendy.
2
Currently
of
with
this
10
camera
kills,
window
so he's
for him
absolutely
as well.
popping off. Let's get the replay
So-
here. He got 1 on Hashi. He's gonna
Yeah,
get
we're
not the
open to
second
feedback.
one, but
I mean,
all
I
the damage on
made
that
this as
second
quickly
one
as possible, but I'm
Lamp
no
ended up getting
graphic
that
designer,
2-piece.
so
We're now going to see
there you
them
go.
plug over at the orange site.
Relay needs a top hat.
site as well.
Hold on. I I can make that. I can make
Playing
that
inside, I
happen. Give me a second.
believe this is considered
Got
the
you.
museum. Whether you want to agree with that call out, it's what the
Yes.
finals call this area. But the museum is where we shall fight. And this
What do you think?
site,
I think-
it's a bit
yeah,
awkward because
this-
the cash out is
here.
technically on a balcony.
Am I making
So
a
if you're going to
count?
destroy it,
Bro.
you have to demat the balcony before
An
dematting
Oz
the
Poo's
floor.
top
It is
hat?
so
Oh my
awkward
God.
to drop.
Alright.
Not one we're going to see too much of a worry.
It's
from
crazy to
this
me
team.
how hard it is
Has
to give
already
Blink
graduating,
PNGs these
getting
days.
involved, actually able to get a return, graduating.
Like, you need an
once
account,
again,
and then they wind up
it's
trying to
all
paywall you anyways.
graduating
It's
game.
such a mess.
Double done, dusted. Hotel's finest early wipe.
Wow, that was really nice out of HF.
Red
That was
backdrop's quite
so
bright. Yeah, it's our
unfortunate,
outro
watching
video.
Emo, he just looked the wrong way on his push up the
I've
stairs.
been
If he
torn on
looked
if I
right,
wanted to keep it
that
there or
could've been a
not.
completely
I
different
think it is a
ballgame.
lot going on.
But
So.
if we're just gonna look at the scoreboard here,
Might
Brendy
change
with
it up
4
here in a
revives,
second.
those are
Maybe at
all
the break I'll change
defibs
it up.
mid-fight. Lamp with 6 hand reses, so we have some great.
Is the stream
teamwork.
super choppy? Is
These
it
guys
my
are just
stream or is
throwing
it
and bouncing
their
off
stream?
each
Wait, what do I
other
have
right
alerts?
now. We are about 30 seconds remaining, 40 seconds remaining on potentially the last cash box of this match and round
I
of the tournament.
skipped frames but not dropped frames. Hold
Potentially,
on.
unless Ape Squad can make the steal, it
Their
is
stream. Oh, their stream,
vitally
yeah.
important that they
Their
win this
stream,
fight to
I don't know
continue
what's going
the
on
upper
with it, but
bracket
the
run, they
the
are
gameplay
just
doesn't seem to be at
trying
60
to
FPS.
find
I don't
any
know what it
of
is. I have the feeling they'll
Hotel's
fix it after
finest
the series.
stragglers. They're staying together in that buddy system.
The background's
Not a
very
bit
slowed
going
down.
Too far away, but BMO
yeah.
will get that first pick.
That's
which
why
is
I'm just
massively
kinda choppy there.
huge to take away their heavy. Now the damage is going to be a bit
Here,
harder,
let me,
but a quick cheeky steal's coming in. The glitch is flagged, and a D-Mat has come in perfectly. Another quick D-Mat to go for one last steal, but it's going to be in favor of the Hotel's finest. Can they get the steal? They
Let's-
can't.
Wow.
That was close.
Hotel's finest, brilliant.
Still running
defense
faster than
at the
Kyoto
bits of
does. Yeah, especially
Sweden.
on moving platforms.
The crazy DMAT from Brendy at the end. Oh my goodness, that was so clutch. And lately these days, you've been able to stick the steal with the, even when it's dematted, but he dematted so perfectly that the person stealing didn't drop with it. That was incredible out of Brendy. HF's gonna take that one. Wow.
That is so impressive, and we have a look at the scoreboard from that game. Brendy and graduating, both of them sitting in double digits. It's rare to see 2 players get there, but when, it's rare to get 1 player into double digits. When you see 2 getting there, it is so impressive. And I tell you what, we have to go to our analyst desk where
Alright,
we're
apparently
joined
I'm
once
having
again
dropped frames. If
by
you guys are seeing it
Professor
choppy, let me know.
and Ardy. I don't know who to turn
Yeah.
to first about that dominance. Professor, break it down to me, my chief.
I expected more from Ape Squad there. They seemed disoriented. They didn't seem like they were on the same page at all. I was hoping to jump into to voice chat with them, but I didn't get the chance to do so. I was just so focused in on the gameplay. I thought they were done monkeying around, is what I really thought.
Yo, cred, definitely send it our way.
Yeah,
We're
it
always
definitely
open for it.
felt overpowering, and I think Ardy, you
I saw
called
you were
it
trying to
very
share
early
some
on.
music
The-
over
all
on
3 of these maps are
Reddit.
something
I saw you
that
in
was
Discord.
just
So yeah, send them
looking
my
at
way.
Hotel's
Drop some links.
Finest's angle or MO, or however
What's
you
up,
wanna say
pizza?
it is.
How's it going, bro?
Yeah, and the thing is that every single fight that happened, it really felt like it was in control by Holto's Finest from the beginning. I mean, obviously, there were times where Ape Squad won a couple of fights. This Horizon, there was a lot of fights that seemed really, really impactful. But to be honest, even the second cash out where Ape Squad took control, it felt like it was just barely, right? I mean, it felt like that second cash out where we finally got Ape Squad on the board, that there were a lot of things that went right accidentally, if that makes sense. So BMO had a lot of really good off timing plays where he was able to catch Holto's Finest off guard, where they were just in the middle of transitioning from the top of campus down to the bottom. But even then, it didn't end up working well for the entire team. So they won the team fight. They
All
ended
right,
up
is that better?
holding
Less
on to
distracting.
control
I have
of
a feeling
that
it's
cash
less
out.
distracting.
It was like just barely, because the moment that it was done, it just felt like, wow, Holto's Finest, if they had just, had more time, they would have won it, right? And that was actually the entire thing going into that last cash out that we saw, where, I mean, Holto's Finest.
That works, I'll be
obviously
looking. Yeah, no
played
worries. Thanks for
Brendy,
hanging out at
Shotgun
least.
Demons.
Good to
They
see you.
won the art gallery fight with the vault, right? They hit the museum cash out. They kept it up on the balcony, and
I bet.
it just
I'll
felt
check
like
my
while holding it on top of the balcony,
games.
that had to have been the best play to not drop it early, because they knew that Ape Squad didn't have the resources to deal with it. They didn't have the resources to really bring it into a position where they were able to take control. And I just got to say, absolute cinema with that perfect DMAT at the very end. The stall timing that HF had the whole time was great.
Professor, I have to kind of point this question to you from your perspective. If
Okay,
you
so that
are
was our
Ape
first
Squad,
match.
Is there anything in
I
your
don't
mind that they could have
know
changed
who
to
Ape Squad is going to be
better
playing. Oh, it
themselves
looks
in
like
these
Bricked
fights
also.
or win these
Yeah,
situations?
looks like Bricked slammed
I don't know.
fourth party cash
just
box
seemed
tragically.
like it just seemed like
Okay,
all
so I
those
guess
finalists
teams are playing
had
at the same
the
time. I
pace in
personally
their
wish we had
hands
watched the
whole
Bricked
time.
game.
Like, they held control
Wanted to
every
pull
single
for our
fight.
boy Brutal
Just like
Logic,
Artie said,
but
even when they got that
hopefully
second
we get to
cash
see
out,
if
everything
that
kind
game's
of
in the
went in their
lower
favor.
party.
I don't
Yeah,
know
they'll
if
be
they just
playing
need to
Ernie
take a
Legends.
step back.
I think fourth
have
party
some
can pull that
subs or
one
anything
out.
like that, maybe make
We'll
some
see.
changes. Maybe talk about different loadouts
It
or
is,
whatever it might be. But it just seemed like they were completely off.
Yeah,
I think
I think
loadouts
Hyperactive is
huge
British,
to
if
pull
I'm
off.
not
Yeah.
I
mistaken.
saw BMO with the nullifier, and to be honest, the nullifier felt like it did more harm than good because I saw
Yeah.
BMO putting himself into a position to use it and to try to get a nullifier play, and I feel like it was taking over his mind more than the fight itself. Of like, oh, if I hit him with
Yes,
the
so
nullifier.
credit for
And I think
playoffs.
every time I saw him pull out the
It's
nullifier, he
1v1s.
was a bundle of coins
instead
10
of
seconds later. So it was
4
I
team
think that
lobbies.
the nullifier was not the move.
So it's
especially
very
against
exciting
Horizon.
because it's
Yeah,
totally
honestly,
different from what the
Horizon
teams have been
and
doing so
with
far.
Balto's Fun is
So we
absolutely
might
rocking
see
with
some different
shotguns.
teams
Just
actually
in their
dominate
faces
here
the whole
versus what we
time.
saw during
It
the
just didn't work
play
out.
days.
And again, going back to looking at their loadouts and seeing maybe
Yeah, the whole
back to an
briefing
old
debate. Yeah, that
class
too.
was working better for them might
Um,
be more sufficient.
Obviously, Oppo put out a
Yeah,
video
and,
about it.
That actually brings up to a good point, and Merch.
Brutal also said something last week about I forget what team it was, but there was a team that like basically had out open. They said they're going to be targeting his team the whole time because they needed to. They were trying to advance. So
situation, Merch, is this even
yeah,
a
it's
good
a final
time
round,
to be
best of
running a
3
new item
every
like
single
this?
time for this tournament.
It's definitely a gamble that a lot of these teams are
It'll only be that
taking.
way for the
In my opinion, it's always
EU
a
versus
risk to
NA
do something
series.
that
That will
hasn't
be,
been
I think,
tried
next
and
week
tested yet.
as
I
well. And
think the
that's
potential
when
is
the
there.
cash
You look at
prize is
something
up.
like the
Whoever wins
nullifier
that
on
gets cash,
paper,
or
and
there's
you're
some
like,
sort of
wow, I
breakdown
could
on
take
pricing.
an
So
enemy out of a fight for
yeah.
5 seconds. We win that fight every time, especially if you're looking at how these fights were going, how fast they were happening. But as already mentioned, you have to be in a good position to get that shot off in the first place, or else it's just going to be a 2v2. And you're actually going to die, and that guy's going to come back from the Shadow Realm in 5 seconds, and they're going to be in a 3v2. So it's I think it does have a place, but I think they need to work it a little bit more and kind of figure out exactly how they can make it work.
Yeah.
Well-
If we were sitting on the reverse end of things and they had made
Yeah,
some
I mean,
amazing
seeing-
plays with it, we'd be sitting here like that was
it's
the best
easy to
choice
see
they
merit
ever
on
made
both
in their
sides as well
lives.
because like
Thank
these
God they added
teams
that
have obviously been
nullifier
playing
into their
against each
play
other
and,
for a
you
little
know,
bit.
So again, just going back to the drawing board. If it was the Hail
You know,
Mary with
and
the
that
successful
kind of has a
touchdown,
part to it.
we'd
I'm
be
gonna turn
praising
on the
them,
commentary
but
just a
it
little
didn't
bit.
go that way.
Definitely, indeed. And,
So,
we're gonna have a
these teams have been playing
brief
against each other for the past couple weeks, and so they knew like who they needed to grief and not to like get their positioning, and that's kind of what happens with like these sort of points value like system, because like their seeding I'm gonna show it while we're waiting, but their seeding was based on their point values here. So I forget where the line is. I think it's 6 is upper versus lower bracket. So you know, fourth party cash box kind of needed to be griefed. These have been updated obviously since the last matches that just went through, but like certain teams needed to grief fourth party cash box in order to get above them and knock them down to the lower bracket. So that's kind of the other thing when there's like tournament standings like this. It's pretty interesting.
Who's going through in these lower bracket stages?
So one thing that you got to keep in mind when you're talking about the lower bracket is that now the pressure is on, right? And the pressure is on in the sense.
Is it banned in pro play? I don't think so. No.
On the loss here, and that's it.
I mean, it's kind of like watching film on another team, you know.
Right, for teams that are fine. For example, like
I don't think like it's 3 teams at least that have been griefing, you know. Like if it's one team trying to grief you all the time, then like I mean, there's still 2 other teams you can worry about. We saw that with like Bricked, who had dominated the last few weeks. Bricked winded up, people start kind of playing away from them and just were like, forget it. Like they're already locked in. Let's just lock in with the other 3 teams and just try to pave our way. So
down from that when they were probably feeling pretty confident. Who is more stressed, right? That's where you have the situations of, well, if you look at Make-A-Wish Foundation versus now Ape Squad, one of them was already in the mental that this was already done. One of them was in the mental that, hey, we had this in the bag. And now you're put to the brink. So I think that any of these matches could go any which way, but it's going to be a mental factor more than anything of who is able to deal with that stress on the day of. Whoever is able to deal with it better, they're going to be able to take the dub.
And just a quick update while you
The
were
stomps
talking
in
there,
World
Artie,
Tour
it
sound like a
looks
bigger
like
pain
After
point
Hours
to
did
me.
beat
What do you
Dark
mean by
Horse,
stomps?
that
You mean
fight
like just
on the
the
lower
fact that
bracket,
people get
which
slammed in World
beats,
Tour? I mean,
Scallywags versus
that happens
Dark Horses.
everywhere,
For
but
the
yeah.
upper brackets, it's Bricked versus Deer, with then the second match being Hotel's Finest versus After Hours. We're going to be following Bricked versus Deer, but I just want to, while we have this time and this little break, Prof, Halter's Finest against After Hours, that seems to be quite an interesting matchup in itself as well.
Yeah, I think, like you were saying before, Halto's Finest is kind of has their back in the air right now. I don't know if they're going to make any switches to their classes or their loadouts or anything like that, their game plan. But they had their backs against the wall, and they did just have a little bit of a warm up there. So maybe they're just a little.
I see what you did there.
A little bit more prepared.
Yeah.
These guys.
World Tour is in a weird place, in my opinion. The more I play it, the more I realize it's missing like
Merch was saying,
like the fact that there's no penalty for if your team gets wiped, like incentivizes you to play way more aggressive than maybe what people would do in ranked. So there's kind of no reason to rotate out of a fight, for example. It's better for your team just to wipe. We see a lot of people like wind up jumping off the map or using incendiary barrels or gas barrels to wind up just finishing themselves off because they don't want to give the other team
I mean, you just got some
what, $500 in cash out.
So it's not
Whereas in ranked, that hurts you more than helps you. Like you jumping off the map, like you really have to make that decision. Sometimes it's better to run away and let your team coin for the sake of not losing what 15% of your bankroll or whatever. So it's weird. And that's something like I thought it was that way in World Tour, and then I've been playing it a lot this season, and then I realized like, oh, why am I bothering with like letting my team coin or like waiting 30 seconds for my team to coin? Why don't I just wipe with them real quick and be done? Especially if I can do it where I'm not giving the other team $500. Or I guess it's what, $1,500 because 500 for my limit and 1,000 for the wipe or something like that, or 1,000 total. They get double for eliminating me. I forget the breakdown, but you get the point.
Should we bring in Keto?
Sorry, should we bring in Kyoto? Yes, absolutely. Kyoto is my favorite map. It is the hottest take that I have in the finals, and that's because the fact that it breaks every rule. It turns the game on its head. Guns that are meta no longer matter. There are so many long.
Dude, Artie's spitting fire right now. The Kyoto's best map in the game.
You think that
okay, it's not the best, but it's pretty good. I'm sorry, guys.
No, the bow and arrow works way
you know
better in here than any shotgun ever will.
Don't plan to touch it with a
forest,
tentacle.
and now you're outdoors. Nope, that's where the shotguns work. And that is why I love Kyoto, because you have to change your gadgets. You have to change your stuff. Not a single team here has a
I could agree, Shoof. It feels more and more like quick cash to me. I mean, it gets to the point where I think it also is the fact that people have hit Emerald now, and now people are like, I don't really care about winning. I'm just going to go and just try to slam everybody in the lobby. And I don't really care if we necessarily win the round. I've had the most just crazy third parties, especially like I played today, and just had the most insane people just staying way after to keep fighting. And I was like, why are you fighting us? We just spawned, you know.
What maps, Professor, are we wanting to see from Team Deer to benefit the Sledgehammer?
No. But I think it's the fact that there's two cash outs. I think that's why people don't go play quick cash instead.
Vegas, right? We just I think that maybe Skyway could be all right for that. Just anything that's closer encounter, lots of buildings around, right?
If they added in the wipe
like
penalty, that would I think it would require people to play more strategically.
Might not work out too well, but I think that
the problem is,
I mean, with Busy and his machine gun, he might be getting busy.
The problem is the only thing if you do that separates ranked from World Tour is that the scoreboard is different and there's game show events. Like the scoreboard, you can see teams are fighting and things like that, which is also playing a part into the whole, like everybody's just playing TDM right now.
That's quite an impressive
so it's
number,
gonna be
taking
you
account
know,
their
but the thing is, if you get rid of all that stuff, then why not just go play ranked? And then it really doesn't make sense to keep
if your team
World Tour around,
looking to
besides like the game show modifiers. So I don't know.
You're looking to try to understand what is happening in
And we
the
could get fourth
middle
parties.
of the
Next
team
thing we need
fight,
is just a
whether
battle
or not
royale,
you need to
apparently.
take the time to reset,
that
or
point.
if you're just going to int into it. So if we go back to what we saw in the last game, right? What did Ape Squad not do up against Holto's Finest? Well, they didn't readjust going forward, right? And I would put Bricked at the exact same level I would put Holto's Finest. And if you are going to see Bricked set up with timing in mind, if you're going to see Bricked set up with playing into their weapons or into their gadgets more, or just playing the standard
Chad, I
song and
think
dance at the
Brick
finals, where
slams the ever
your
living crap
medium
out
is
of the
attached
team
to the
diff.
heavy at
I
the
hate to
hip.
tell you, this
You
is probably
can't
going to be
find a way
another
around that. You
slam
can't find a way to
matchup.
break it.
I'm
You
excited for
have
lower
to
bracket, I'll be
subvert the
honest.
expectations and
I
do
think lower
something
bracket's going to be a lot more
different. So I wanna
entertaining to
see
watch.
Team Dis start this off. If you're going to just be playing into the match and you are
I have loot
immediately
boxes in a
finding
BR
yourself
mode.
getting
I mean,
skill
we have
checked,
loot
skill
boxes. This is
checked,
what the wheel is.
then
And
go
I've rolled.
crazy and play into the sandbox, right?
I have
There,
9
think
out
the
of 21
kills,
items, and
they're
I've already
close
gotten
enough,
5 duplicates. Isn't that
it could
crazy?
still work out, right? Team Did,
I'm
at the end
the
of the day,
luckiest
they're
unlucky
now
person,
playing a different
apparently.
game against Brick because we're in the 3v3s. And I think that it just is going to come down to not only the mechanics,
I wish the team
but
was going to
also
final
how you're
Z.
focusing
That
each
is
team fight.
Cody's
Each
take as
team
well.
fight is
I hate
its
to tell you.
own
And
match
I
in
don't
and of
like to
itself.
like
And if they
maybe
don't
give
change
negative
up from the
feedback too
very
much on
beginning, if it
ProHubs, but I
doesn't
will
work out,
say
then we are going to see
I
a
think they
very
need to
similar
enforce
match that-
team names a little bit more.
to what we
But
just saw.
it's okay for now.
I'm just gonna quickly hop in. And
I mean, the
say a
reality is
map
we're
that
not gonna
would
have
really benefit Dick
100
to
Thieves
make
and
the upset
teams like
onto
that
Brick
yet
is
joining, so it's
Burnout
kind of like,
in my eyes.
why not have
Time
fun
and
with it?
time again,
it does
we
remind me of
have
old like
seen
MLG tournaments and
Team
stuff,
Dick
like back
go
in
onto
COD.
that
That's kind of what I
map
like
and
about
fry,
ProHubs
and,
so
you know,
much.
admittedly,
Is it reminds me
it's
like
not a
old school
very
MLG
commonly
days before like
picked
Call of Duty
map.
got
As a matter
big.
of fact, it is the second lowest map pick in the rotation that we
Kai,
have
I'm
going
saying, okay,
forward.
listen,
And
I
yet
rolled the
Team
first day,
Dick,
right? I
every
got
time I've seen them
four
play on it,
four
have
items,
won,
which I think almost everybody did. And I was like, okay,
particularly
cool.
when it is a
And then the
1v1
next day I signed
situation.
on,
So
finished my
this, in
contract,
my
spun the
mind,
wheel
has
3
gotta be a
times.
map
Every
pick
single
that
thing was a
they
duplicate.
have
I
to pick
about put
and-
my mouse
and
through
take
my monitor.
advantage of
I was
because
so
it is a
not happy.
horizontal fighting play.
And then I
And when you
spun it
don't
today.
have to
I've hit the,
think
like, there's
vertically
people
as
telling me,
much,
they're like,
that
I want the watch. I was
sledgehammer
like, bro, I've hit the
really
watch,
comes out of
no lie,
nowhere
like 4 or
a
5
lot
times already.
quicker.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
There's
that's
so
a
many
really good
buildings
point,
on that
Hyper.
map. There's so many buildings on that map. That's such
The
a
wheel
good
is actually
point.
getting
the
us hooked
sledgehammer
before
will
they add
unleash.
actual
Like,
gambling
Llama
next
will
update. Trust.
put in work with that.
I mean, if they make it easy enough for me to get the problem is I
Merch, you
hate
were
that I
about
can only
to
get 3
make a point
tickets and then
on
I gotta
that as
wait
well.
until the next day. That's the
Yeah, I
annoying
was just gonna
part.
say
If
that's
they
a
just had a way
really
for
good
me to
point
pass the
there,
leader tickets, I
especially when
wouldn't
you pair
care.
it with the dematerializer. You can have your
But the legendary
heavy
grenade first spin is
absolutely
so annoying.
cruising through these
I mean, good for
buildings.
you, but
But let's see here as we have our map.
the fact that that thing
popping up
costs
on the
600
screen
multi-bucks
right
is
now.
crazy work.
Map 1 is going to be Seoul. 2 is Sis Horizon, and right on cue, if we go to a map 3, it will be Bernal. So we have some potential here to see some crazy sledge plays.
5 dailies are just
Specifically, I
yeah,
think on Horizon
it's so
and
bad.
Bernal,
I,
not so
I,
much on Soul, but
contracts in this
Llama
game are
proved
actually
us
so
wrong
frustrating.
before, so I am
for that
very
reason.
excited to jump
It's
into
like
this
I like
one.
grinding them. It gives me a reason to play, like
I
especially
was
playing
gonna
World
say,
Tour.
Seoul seemed to
I
pretty
don't really care
CQB.
necessarily about
Before
winning
we
every
hop
single
into
World
this,
Tour or
we
making
do
it to the
have
final and
course,
winning
get
that, but
predictions.
I
Ollie,
like to have
quickly,
fun.
who do you think's taking
But
this
like when there's only like
taking
3
this here?
contracts and the fun runs out after
Gotta
like
be bricked.
2 games, then I'm kind of like
Bricks?
whatever,
Professor?
you know.
Yeah, it's gonna be bricked. Keep your eyes on Stewie. He's gonna do his thing.
Well, thank you very much to our 2 analysts. We will be back as we start to load up
Custom
the
map
lobby
logos are dope.
once
Yeah,
again.
they're
Of
fire.
course, March, I
ProHubs does a
can't not
great
ask you the
job.
same
I mean, for the
question.
fact that it's a
Who do
community
you
and
think
team.
is going to be winning this?
They do a
I
really
want
good job.
numbers this time. I want numbers from you.
Let's see. I mean, I want to play devil's advocate here and not give it to Bricked, but I think they are just too
Soul
dominant.
2023 by beloved.
I think
Oh,
we're going to
God.
see a 2-0.
Honestly,
here,
a
and
1v1
it's
play, it's
a
not as bad,
respectful
but
2-0. I mean,
map
no
is
disrespect to
rough.
anybody. It's Bricked, guys. They've really never shown any weaknesses in our 8 play days. I mean, they've just been dominant, but we'll see what happens. You know, you got to play the games. They're not won on paper.
Absolutely.
It definitely is a strong area. We are mere moments away. Again, thank you to all the analysts for being in our little breaks.
Thank you.
We'll hop in.
Hyper,
Thank you.
Before I go, I just want to say, they're bricked. I'm bricked. Let's get into the game.
Let's do it.
Let's do it indeed.
It's our boy
Ollie
RD,
said it
bro.
perfectly. There's the 2 teams. Off to the races to find
Soul is
gentlemen
not the best
go.
map, and I also am a
It's
hater
here
of
on
Soul. So
of course, embarks second
It's just-
ever
it just
map created.
doesn't-
It is beautiful.
okay,
Personally,
so
my
here's the thing,
favorite,
right? Everybody wants
and already we can
more of an
see
auto
it looks to be
or
the
like
team deal will be the
rifle
closest
meta,
to
of
bolt,
course,
but
which
they're not
is
long
kind
enough
of
in
like
this
we're kind of
yet.
there.
The
I would
ego
argue
chow
for the
will
most
start
part.
off.
Yeah, if you tap
do
this
that,
early,
this
you're
map
kinda
plays
revealing
so
your
much
hand.
worse
It looks
even.
like Brick is going with at least a
I will say in
double
1v1
shot,
play,
but
this map plays
Roulette right now is
significantly
Busy's got
better
the
than
SA-12,
regular
and
cash out.
STN
It also plays
have
well
a
in like
Sir
power
that
shift
can
and other
quite
modes.
tell.
I actually like
But
moving
STN
platforms
will
on this
serve
map.
Scary business. However, he's gonna get winched
but,
instantly
like,
and go down. So that's
4v4
gonna
or
put Brick at a
3v3,
disadvantage early.
v3,
We
v3
have Busy
is
just panicking, trying to
exhausting
stay
on this
alive.
map.
Spawns is gonna find the pick there, leaving Stooge all by himself, and he's gonna take this quick team wipe. Vault 1 hasn't even been tapped yet. So in the
Wow,
grand scheme of
I was
things,
not
that
expecting
might
a
essentially
Brick to
never
get
even
slammed like that
happen.
first
We're gonna
fight.
see a
That's kind of
second
crazy
fight
work.
over at Vault
Hey, what's
1,
up, Soul?
more
How's it
likely
going?
than not,
Games have
depending
been
on where
good
Brick gets
actually.
spawned.
There's
Halfway
two
out
series
through
going
the
on at the same
remember,
time, so we're only
20
seeing one at a
seconds
time.
for
But
a
Brickton
respawn
team
to come
did
from a team
just started
wipe,
kicking
my
off.
apologies. And
I
yeah,
expect Brick to
that
absolutely
ego
slam,
child really
but
is
it looks
in
like
its
they actually
name,
got
it was
slammed on
there
first fight.
just to
So
create
we'll
that
see
square
how this
up
plays
to
out. This might be a
demonstrate
really
who was
interesting
better.
series.
And first round, going construction. It was Team Diz play, and well, the spawns went right to the original point, and they've dropped the vault on top of it.
Spawns.
That's not a great start.
No, Spawns fell off the map. The
It
money
is down a player. HD
now
fell off the map.
we're
It
gonna
looks like.
be in a very interesting position here, as we're probably gonna have a second fight over this box. I stand corrected, as Brick is just gonna take advantage here, bring the money over. It does look like they are gonna try to get this plug in and the timer going. Busy in a very powerful position, but he did not know he had two members of Team D. Easy 90 damage he could have just given there.
They
if
really
he knew
are.
they were
Yeah,
there.
they.
We have Stooge taking
I mean,
height
from the
on
play days,
train.
they just
Busy
fried.
maintaining height as well, and he's
They
got
were the most
STN
dominant
right
team,
by
in
his
my
side.
opinion,
They've
at least for
showed up
NA,
and
and
have
I'd
his
argue
big, strong,
for most
heavy.
EU as
As
well.
Llama and
So.
the boys are now moving underneath.
Do these
trying to
teams
make
recruit
something
players?
happen.
I
believe
think
they
a
did
lot
see
of these
where
players
Brick is set
are
up, so the ball is really
content
Team
creators
Discord trying to make
or
something happen here. They do trade
realistically like
positions,
people from
so
the top
Team D
500
kinda has a
leaderboard
better
that are
position
in
here,
this
aside
pretty much the same
from
region.
Stooge way up top.
Bricked
Not
is
a lot
Stooge,
going down, some damage going in on
STN,
Stooge. Team
and
D
Busy,
still at
all three of
full
which
health.
are,
You'd
well,
love to see it if
Stooge
you're
I
a
don't think
Dick
streams
fan.
really, but I've
However,
seen him pop
no
up on
deaths
Twitch
are
recently, so I think he's
happening.
starting
Busy's
to
gonna use
stream.
his RPG and make Spawn's 2-bar. That was a
But yeah, they
monster RPG. However, he is
they're
gonna
pretty much a
catch
team
that
of content
winch
creators
and
that
fall
also
to
are like
Boo Boo.
the highest
So
of the
not
high
huge,
on
not great
the finals
if you
leaderboards
are him.
anyways.
However, Llama's gonna get taken out by Stooge.
So,
We are
but
now in a
the way that I understand
was
is
a
ProHubs
2v1
is actually like
STN got the res off as well. Now we have
I don't know if it's an elo system per se, but you
2v2, I
can sign
believe.
up
Spawn's
and
gonna
play with
fall,
a team, like
Busy's
your own
gonna fall,
team,
and that is all
and
of
you
Brick
gain
Squad
points for like
falling. We're
winning
gonna
at
see a
community
flip
events
with
and things like
60
that,
second
and that
left
gets
on
you
this
up to
box.
this kind of level
That
of the
is
finals. So
pretty impressive how quickly Team Dick
I've heard it's very
pushed
hard
in
though.
after
Of
their
course, I mean
huge
it's the best of
mistake.
the best,
They
and
backed
this is
out, pushed
the
from
most organized
underneath,
event out
they
of
played
the
tough,
other
they didn't
community
fully
tournament
aggress,
like
they did
leagues
that
that
initial
exist.
push, it almost like felt faked. And what did that do? That forced
yeah.
Brick to reposition out of their hiding spots, revealing themselves, and then Team Dick quickly adapted to the plan, to the play, and in doing so, taking full control. And now,
Yeah, for sure.
only with what 20 seconds left.
If you're curious, because Kai, I know you're in our Discord, you should. I would not do it right now because he's probably helping out, but you should up Waltz.
Yeah, I love that
At some
play on
point.
Team Dick. We don't really
He
see
can get you
patience
information on ProHubs.
played too much in NA, but we have
I mean,
a
super
fourth
involved. He's a
fight here as
caster, obviously,
STN's
for
gonna
them.
catch an overhand
And
right
he's
to
also
the
just
ledge.
super friendly and
Busy's
a great
gonna trade
source.
out on Llama. That's
So,
too dead. It's
if you're
probably
interested
gonna
in
be a
like
wipe
getting
for
into
Team
that
Dick
scene,
here as
I'd
well,
recommend
but
it. I think now's a
doesn't
great time to
matter
get
as
into it
they
too
do
before
go up
obviously the major and
1-0
stuff. So
or 25,000 to 0, depending on how you want
3
to
a.m.
look
but it's
at
wiping
it.
and watching this all. I appreciate you being here
1-0,
late.
25 to 0, whatever it is. If you're first to 50, it is a victory. That rhymes really, really
To be
well.
fair,
there.
it's not late yet, but I mean it's already like almost 9 p.m. my time on the East
There you go.
Coast. So I mean these matches are
Well, I wish.
arguably
I
late
wish.
for me
You
as
don't put
well.
me in a rap game.
This will wrap
That
up
is
at like
terrible in itself.
11:30 my time. So,
Team Dick spawning from the mall side.
but these have been going
They
pretty
will
quick,
start
I will
to
say,
make
in
their
comparison to
way
normal
over.
cash out. So
Thankfully, Vault is open up, so no ego chows this time. It genuinely
Shockingly,
is
Bricked
for
is behind.
power play
Can't believe it.
positioning. But that gateway might open a few things up. There's a dome
yeah,
shield.
Waltz
Keep
casts
Llama alive.
in our Discord.
Yeah, that goof throwing actually.
Yeah, he's
blocked
actually one of our
the light
moderators
traveling
as well.
through the
But
gateway, I believe.
we also
That
had him
was
on the
sick. I
podcast
haven't
last
really
week,
seen it
or
work that
2 weeks ago
efficiently. We
now.
have two
Episode
dead
released.
core
So
teams, last man
we gave like a
alive
really big
is a
overview
poor
on
Light who just
what
can't do
like
much about
esports
it.
in the finals is,
Trying to
what
stall that
ProHubs
money
is, how
as
it
best as he can,
just
but
all
that
that.
weak
It's a
little
cool
light,
listen
just
if you
can't
want to check
throw
that
it
out at some point.
far. STN has
too.
fallen, but he's gonna
I
get
mean, if you enjoy
picked up
podcasts,
by
it's
the
long
home,
though. It is like an hour and
just
17
like
minutes.
that, we
so
are gonna get this money going
long video.
over. The plug will be started and it's going to be.
Oh,
over
thank
at
you.
construction
Appreciate it.
site
Appreciate
yet
you
again.
watching
I
it.
love these construction battles, Hyper. I don't
Yes,
know about you, but this is
Soul
my
was Brick's
favorite
pick.
map and variant in the game.
Next
agree.
map will be
Construction definitely
Sister Horizon,
opens things up a lot
and then
more,
if there's a map 3, it'll be Burn Off.
Because if you go B, which is over by the hospital, it really is a one-way pathway. Realistically, if I was in any position, I would try for hospital, but you also have to factor in spawns, and thankfully,
what I dislike about Soul
would have
specifically
favored
is the
Brick's
hospital
side.
spawn and the fact that
Why
there's
take
those
that
empty
risk? Why
bridges
risk
that
running into Team Deer when you can play
separated.
it safe here?
It's just straight up what I
Yeah,
don't like. I
agree.
don't like that you
I'm
can sit on top of the
also a
hospital and
bit
just beam people
intrigued
for
by
free
the
across
weapon
that.
choice from Brick,
And I would
specifically
argue that I
STN.
dislike it the
I've seen him run
most
a
because
lot of
people
things, including the
will
Serb, and
do
he
that
is
and not have the
dominant with
cash
it.
out controlled, and
However,
they're
on a
just,
map
I don't know
like
why they're
this,
doing
where
it.
you
It's just
can
annoying.
display such crazy height advantages, I've seen him do
I also don't like the
crazy
fact that you
work
can
with the
destroy
kite.
one of the
He also
bridges
uses
and then
it
make
on
it a single
suspended
choke point.
structures
That's
with
just,
Nal.
it feels so
I
bad.
feel
And
like
the
he
and the
could've
thing
been
is, like,
dominant with it on
the
this map
util
here.
just
We do
isn't
have an
there
engagement,
to
some
make
nice
that
shots
happen,
coming in
right?
from
Like,
Stooge. Nobody
like
falling
to make
for
that
either
cross
team.
easier.
However, it
There just
definitely
isn't
appears that
enough
Brick is
util in the
in
game
more
to make it happen.
advantageous
Like, one
position
heavy
to
can't
get this
set you
fight
up enough to
started.
get you across there, and
Stooge
it's
just
like,
kiting,
by the
doing
time you
his
dump
thing.
all
That's
your
the name
util,
of
you're
the
going
game.
into a fight
That's
shorthanded
STN's
anyways.
phrase
It's kind of
he
like,
loves to use. Just kite, prolong this. All we got to do is defend. No mistakes need to be forced.
it definitely
However,
requires
Team
jump pads
Dis
or
seems to be
zips.
forcing this movement here.
It's just the
Two
problem
teams
is,
on
like,
even playing
you
field.
can't
We have
even
an
jump
aggressive
across the
jump pad
entire
coming in.
bridge to make it like
Player
the top
almost
hospital or
falling off,
anything. It
but he
needs
is gonna
one like
catch
put
that
in. It needs a
ledge and
permanent
get
one
the
there. That would be
re-mantle.
nice.
That is huge out of spawns, almost fell all the way
It's also
down.
like, I think the
Llama's gonna
first
find
map
one
that the
on
finals
Dizzy.
ever
We
had,
have another
and that was
one
in
coming in on
playtesting as well.
STN. Stooge
And so,
last alive
as the game's
yet
evolved,
again,
that map
trying
is,
to get out of
which is
there, but he
common,
actually
that map
stays
has started to, in my
close
opinion,
and then
fall
falls
off a
off the
little
map.
bit as far as
So,
like functionality.
trying to do his thing
So,
there, and just like that, actually.
man,
this
that's
is gonna
it.
be
That's
a
crazy.
2-0
Brick
for game
down,
one.
one
Team
map.
Gonna take it. There's not enough time to respawn if you're bricked.
Well, we said about the possibility of Team Deer upsetting, and I tell you what, RD and Professor said no. It's not going to happen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Team Deer have just beaten the seeded #1 in the first map, meaning
I did
their
not expect
power
them
map, the
pull this one out.
decider
I'll be
of
honest,
Grinnell
at least map 1. We'll see if
open
they
to
can pull the
possibility
series out. If
if
they pull it out,
they
that's the biggest
lose
upset of the
this
night for me,
Horizon.
hands
So
down.
this
I
is a
expect Brick
great
to sweep this
position
thing,
for
so
Team Deer, 'cause you
I
have
would love
now
to be wrong.
that comfortable position where you can
No, best of 3.
in Sis
Here,
Horizon,
while we're waiting for the next
and
map,
know
I'll pull up the bracket for
comfortably
you.
that you're going into your favorite map.
1 second.
Yeah, that.
Yeah,
I'm
so
pretty sure everyone in the
quarterfinals, actually
building
semifinals are
shotgun
currently
now,
going on right
looking at
now.
the
This is best of
scoreboard
3.
here. Five,
Unless you're lower
Stooge
bracket,
and
those are
Dizzy,
best of 1
0 for
apparently.
STN.
So looks like Make-A-Wish
I'd
knocked
like to
out
see a
Ape
different
Squad,
weapon
Blurs
come into play
knocked
there.
out
I
200
do think that was
MS.
a bit of a factor. STN is an
I don't
aimer by
think-
every stretch of the
I don't know
word.
what's going on with
He
Skylar
hardly
Wags
misses
and
his
Dark
shots,
Horse and Fourth Party
and I
Cash
think
Box
the
and Any
Pike
Legends,
could have
but
kept Team Dit at a bit
we should have
more of a
results from those games
distance
soon.
there.
We of course
But, you
want
know,
Fourth Party Cash Box to knock
hindsight's
out
always
Odin
20/20,
Legends. That's our boy
and
Brutal
we are gonna be
Logic. We
getting
want to see him
into the
pull that
next
out.
one. I
But
believe the map
yeah,
was
upper
Sis
bracket
Horizon,
stuff is
right,
best of
Hyper?
3 until grand
And
final,
it
which will be
will
best of 5.
Sis Horizon, indeed, a definite favorite. And the more I play it, the more I can understand why
Stooge is
they
goated.
love this
He's-
map. But
he's-
I want to talk
he is
about
that guy,
some of the
I
stats
will
that
say.
I have on my screen. 4-4-3 in terms of the kills coming from the Team Dis squad, and the spread is so even. It is so well
Boo is
done
crazy,
from them.
yeah.
Each of them stepping up to when they needed to. For a moment, I thought Llama wasn't gonna be stepping up to play. We know what he could do with the sledgehammer, but when he did come alive, oh my lord. Man swings and does not miss. He is a demon with it. So I'm glad to see he stepped up when he needed to.
Absolutely. It is pretty demoralizing to get winched into an overhand
So
sledgehammer,
anyways, while we're
especially
here,
as a
chat,
light where you just get
as I've
deleted
mentioned,
from
this
the
is our
game.
second watch
So
party.
that definitely gets in your
Okay,
head
we're
a
loading
little
into
bit.
If you have
It's
feedback for us,
frustrating,
please let us
and it
know.
might be a little
That
bit
was
of a
basically what I was
wake-up
going to
call
say.
for Brick to
We're obviously
realize
looking to
are
make
not
this
used to
experience as
losing,
best as possible
at
for you
least when it
guys.
comes
So
to this cash out
have any
game
feedback,
mode.
anything you want to
As
see,
you
any
know
changes
or
we can
may
make
not know if you're
here
watching
on
at
this
home,
channel, just
in
let us know.
regular season, we were playing
Cody
cash
should be
out
joining
with
for
4
some future
teams,
watch
and
parties. He
now
might
we are
join in
using
here
the
at some point tonight as
final
well.
round variant
He's
for our
tied up this
playoffs.
weekend,
So
so
with that being said, we are jumping into map number 2 as Spawns is going for some nice range beams, 40 meters with the XP, looking like it's shooting straight. Absolutely no recoil. He's also going to get that gateway in So they're most likely going to be looking to just move this money without forcing a fight.
The Sledge
However,
and the
Brick is
SA,
trying to
I
force
mean,
this
have
fight. They
been
are all gonna
dominant,
take that
and
bridge.
everybody. I mean,
Very
we
interesting
filmed around the arena
strategy
with
if you
Waltz
are
the other
Brick,
week,
now
and
you're
it
gonna
was
be
like we
swarming
were
in,
swearing
as
that
Spawn's
the
gonna look
minigun
for
was
the
meta,
off
and then
angle,
next
but it's
week
just
we
a
never
bit
saw it
too
again.
late
It
because
was
Scooter already has
they
two
didn't
kills.
receive any
Now
changes.
he's catching some
Neither did the
shots
Sledge,
from the
and
surf.
SA
He's on
arguably got a
fire,
nerf, but
literally, and he's gonna fall
yeah,
to
it's
STN. So STN sticking onto
a lot
the
of viable
surf.
things. That's what I
As
like
we
about this
see
game.
our
Is
horizon,
there's just
makes
so
a
many
bit more
viable
sense on
tools you
this
can
map, I
use.
think, with all of the
With the exception of
DMAX
Light, I think the
you can
XP54
really
you're kind of
force
throwing
some
if you're not
close
running
range
it right now.
engagements
It's too
if
good.
you're STN.
I expect it to get
Yeah,
nerfed.
it makes sense, and
Probably
Stu,
season 7 though.
saw
I don't
the
think it
da-
gets
well, we
nerfed
saw
this
the
season
damage,
anymore.
the potential damage you could do from range with
What is this
the
launch pad?
lights. I forgot
Oh,
the full name of it. I call
interesting.
it the MP5. I know that's not its name. Someone in chat's gonna critique me, but you get my point. The damage play that came through, just ticking away a little bit, then amplifies.
People unironically
the
want the minigun.
Cerberus
I
even
thought it got
further
nerfed.
to
I thought
be
that got
such
fixed.
a
I don't know if it did though.
formidable force to play with. As already we've found ourselves
Finally, we
to
can make
be
damage.
at a
I mean, the
quarter
M11 was
of
also
the way
fire last
through. We
season,
have
and then it
found
got
ourselves-
nerfed.
but most
It got nerfed,
critically,
and as a byproduct, the
look at
SP54
where
is
it's
now
positioned.
so strong.
It is not indoors. It is placed.
Yo, what's up, Ed? How's it going?
outside. So that's something
Oh, what's up,
for
Lee?
the team
Hey.
to factor. They need a wipe before pushing.
Sorry, I
point.
read your name and not.
Yeah, they really
The rest of your
manipulated
message.
the position of that
How's
cash
it going?
box there, and that was a great play. STN looking for the pick on Llama, huge pick.
They want it to
taking
be
out
good. I
that
haven't yet.
Sledge
Yeah,
Heavy who's been
they
doing
do.
So much damage
They'll be curious to
in this
see
round 2
what
of our
happens.
playoffs.
I think it gets a
Stooge
range
is gonna
nerf.
fall
I don't
as
think it
well.
gets a damage
So
nerf.
Stooge and STN
It's too
are
good
actually
at
gonna
range
end up
currently.
wiping
With that or a
Stooge. That was
recoil
fast. I
nerf,
did not
or
see the
it
third
gains
kill.
more
But
recoil.
looking at the position of this box,
Maybe through sustained
there's
fire,
not
that would
much
be
Team
not
Day
bad.
is going to be able to do about this. They're going to come back with about 30 seconds to make a play, and all Brick has to do is play this one slow.
Dude, yeah.
Basically,
Medium player
force
now
it
is
to
going
make a
crazy.
mistake. I don't
That
see
launch pad off the wall,
Brick
I didn't
losing
even
this one.
think about the fact that you could do it off of the
It's gonna
wall.
be
I've obviously
very
done it
hard
through the
to
ceiling, and you
force a
demat it,
mistake,
and then it
but
hits the cash
nonetheless,
box, bounces it everywhere. But
They will go
putting it
in
on the
for it.
wall
Remember,
and
this
jumping
isn't
it off the wall
first
is
point
crazy.
Of the match, but that first point could be the make and break. They're trying to look, but I love this positioning. If the observers gives us a POV of any of this Team Brick side, because they're stood on top of Goo as they finally jump.
Oh my
in
God,
from
we're seeing
above.
APS
Like
turret
Batman
usage. This is
in
crazy.
his reign. They could get rid of the bubble shield,
Oh.
and there it is. Shotgun galore. Busy
glitch
finds two, and that will be the disaster that we see. Nothing can be done, and that opens up the first cash out.
Yeah, that is.
That was a
how they
crazy
start
first
this
catch out.
off. I almost ate my words there. They almost pulled that steal out of nowhere. STN was having some trouble mantling the goo and getting inside that bubble. Looking at the score.
I agree, Kai. They're
bricked
hanging in there currently.
to all.
They were surprising me. Like I said, I thought Brick was going to slam them. I just thought Brick was going to slam everybody. So I am very happy and surprised to see that they're performing as well as they are.
Ahead of the pack over at 2, and it looks like they are going to go for
Yeah,
the pack as
Serb's
well.
good, but
They
it's
are a bit split, though,
I think
so
the nerf that they
not
gave it
ideal, and
mid-season
Busy's gonna take
was
some
the
big
perfect way to go
damage,
about
too.
it.
He's gonna need to regroup
It wasn't
with
too
the guards
harsh.
if he has any chance to stay
A little bit
alive.
noticeable, not crazy
Well,
noticeable.
thankfully, we'll have a buddy to help
I think
him
medium's
out.
in a
It's gonna be
great spot
Busy
right
and
now with
Stu
weapons.
together, together forever. While
I'd argue
STN
it's solved on
playing
medium
it from
with
the
weapons currently.
side, from
But we'll see.
afar.
From a meta
The
standpoint only.
information, the
There's some weapons that
small
obviously would be
amount
more
of
fun if they
damage,
got buffed,
he has
but
been
from a
spotted,
meta
so
standpoint.
that could go against you if you're not careful. But no worries. Why don't we start pushing in and get some real damage to come through?
Absolutely.
It's
Yeah,
already
removing one
against
pellet from the
couple,
spread
and it's down
has worked
to Boo
wonders.
Boo, left
For me, at
alive as a
least, I
medium.
think.
There can be
So.
a revive, but the Fist of Fury will keep him going. But the team wipe will unfold. Busy is just a slayer
Yeah.
with that shotgun.
Yeah, Busy.
I think
is
people are
so
going to
good at
dislike
this
DOT.
game.
I mean, that's kind
I
of
mean,
one
all
of the
these
things
guys
with
are,
the
but
Serb
Busy
is obviously being
seems like he makes
burned
no
and
mistake.
taking
As we have
damage
a
over
replay
time.
coming in here, he got
I
the
think that's
RPG
never
kill
going to
on
feel
Llama,
great.
and this
So
is just another
that's
day
something
in
they're
the
just never going to
office. He's
solve because
350
that's just
HP.
inherent.
Boo Boo is
Um,
like 3 HP.
But the gun
So
itself
you're gonna
does
win
feel
that
good.
1v1 every single day of the
Yeah,
week.
Busy lot
as we
too.
now have the bridge
Yeah.
cash out. You mentioned one of your favorite
They
locations. I
lost
like
that
this
first
one
map, and
too.
I think they realized they kind of got to
However,
lock in a
if
little
you're not
bit.
really focused and locked in, you can be overtaken very quickly on it. It definitely favors the push, in my opinion. I've seen a lot of retakes happen here. But we have Llama going for a quick engagement, dropping the blueberry, but it's just not going to trigger in time, unfortunately. He does fall. Spawns finds one. Boo Boo taken out as well, and now an insta-fib on Busy to the hands of STN as they are hunting down this final member of Team D. He's gonna fall. The boys are clicking now. They got it figured out, and it looks like they're almost in flow state.
It does feel
Okay,
very
so here's the
slowly.
thing, right? The blueberry or the heal canister
Sorry, that
is
was cringy as hell. I
its
had that
best
to the
usage
cringe
is
reel,
not
but
actually to heal you.
nonetheless,
The best
yeah,
usage is for it to
Briggs are
start your
looking
healing.
flawless. Team
And so
D
I found
went
it
for the
odd
jump,
that
they went for the over-aggression.
Team Diz
I
Heavy went for
appreciate
that,
that
like throwing it down,
gotta
or
go
maybe
for
it
the
was
fight.
Bricks.
You've
It was so
got to
fast I
attack Brick,
couldn't pay
get
attention.
them
But
upset, but you've got to
throwing that down,
you're
expecting
running
to gain much
shotguns,
health
and
was
you're
not
running
really
a
the play,
sledgehammer.
but
You can't be
having it start your health
overextending,
regen would have been
as
good.
we've
So
just seen Spoon
I think that's also
too
a welcome
aggressive, and he's gonna
change,
get knocked
in my
down,
opinion, is
quickly
adding that heal
revives back
canister
into
and letting
play.
it kick off your health regen, but not
again,
like
it goes
bursting
to
your
show
healing or anything.
You've got to make sure you get the whole team together, and really, you want to be fighting in this building.
Yeah, a bit of a blunder there from Spawns. He does get picked back up, so I mean, not the biggest deal, but that is going to waste a bit of time here, and Briggs is just 20 or so seconds away from
Absolutely.
making this a 1-1 game going into map 3. We have Boo Boo looking for some enemies, drops an APS
He gives
turret,
Fortnite
something
vibes.
I
I mean,
love to
Heal Beam
see.
gives
We
you
have a
Halo
winch
vibes
coming
too.
into play as well. A
So,
beautiful winch.
there's
This is actually a great play they're making
inspiration
with a limited amount
in
of
some
time. We're gonna
things in
get
this
one.
game.
Can we get the second one? He sticks the steal.
I can't believe he got
Oh
that
my
steal. I
God.
cannot believe they just let him get that steal.
Wow, that was a beautiful play. I mean, if you're bricked, you're mad at that one because you played that almost perfectly, and Team D came in and just outsmarted you guys.
A brilliant idea.
That was
Being
crazy.
outside and you've
That
got
steal.
two players that are massively CQB orientated. You have to be indoors. You got to fight indoors. So why not?
Uh-oh.
As we're gonna see a very instant drop
Comms
into
are
the
timing
point.
out.
It
The EU
almost
ping, I
feels the
guess.
flow states change to Team Din now as they want to get this done and dusted as well.
Yeah, that might have been one of the best team
Forgot I hadn't
plays
seen this.
I've
They are playing
spectated.
Sister Horizon.
Ooh.
That is really unfortunate. You hate to see it, but it doesn't look like the plug may necessarily
Oh
go
my
down.
God.
They are definitely looking
Like, look
to
at this
try and
thing.
have that
Bro
be the
shooting
case if you're
STN from
bricked. You
across
want
the
this plug
map.
before the engagement just to have
Diva has
control
Fortnite
here,
vibes. Yeah, it
as
does.
we have Team D now taking the scenic route over to C, but we are going to have a nice little meetup when the two teams do collide here as Bricked wins that race. Almost a goo to break that pad, but it just missed. This is going to be tight right here as we have two enemies for
He doesn't
Brick.
see-
in the
he doesn't
sight
see
of
STN.
Spawn. He's
STN's
get a
gonna-
glitch and probably taking out the mesh shield for
In a
Busy. That is
beautiful
a huge
position
glitch,
that they don't
however,
see.
No one has
Oh, they
really
see him now.
pounced on it, so he's going to have that back in time. We do see STN in the absolute god spot. However, he just fell. I don't know if Spawns realizes that yet as he's looking for him. Now he sees the DMAT and knows STN boogied out of there. But Spawns is going to say, hey, I'll take this position any day of the week. I am in the best spot on this map. And just like that, he gives it up and the DMAT closes right in front of him. So a bit of a mistake from Spawns and a whole lot of nothing.
People in the
going
finals
down here.
hate
A lot
holding
of
power
cat and
positions,
mouse
I swear.
happening right now, Hyper.
I mean, I get it.
It's
Game's
very
fast paced,
open
and I want him to run
inside,
around a
and
lot,
that's another
but
problem because
he does
yes,
have the
it's
god spot
indoors,
up there.
but
He's
very
just like,
critically,
nah,
there's
it's fine.
not
He gives
easy
it up.
places that you can hide with cover, but here comes a very quick tap. Get that information, start to bring Bricks back into the central play and have the fight fair and square. As right now, Brick, they have sightlines above, and
How is
that's
there
a
no team
shot
back
to
shots?
do
Ah,
to get
that's-
things opened
that's
up, and
diabolical.
now they jump onto point. It's opening the way they want it. Spoon's left alive. He can't do anything, and control is all on Brick's side, and this looks to be done and dusted with 20 seconds taken away. As soon as you run, you'd have to immediately stick. I don't see this happening for Team D.
Yeah, that's about GG. I think Bricks would have to disconnect from the game, and Team Div would have to win the foot race and instantly stick. I don't really see anything else being possible as they are just now coming in off spawn. There's like 10 seconds left on this box here, maybe a little bit more than that. But I think this one is
Yeah,
all
that's wraps.
said
Yep.
and done.
All right, well,
All
we're getting
good
map
news
3 at
for
least.
the
We're going to
position
Bernal,
here. A stall
which is
comes
exciting.
in, and that's going to wrap it up. So we are going to be going to a map 3.
First map 3 we've
and
seen of the
as
day.
we
That's pretty big.
touched on before, it's Bernal.
It's gonna be an advantage Team D, statistically speaking, but We wanted a matchup that looked fairly even. This is the one we're getting, and this is exactly what I expected.
Ceiling of that
Team
building is
Dare
so
really
underutilized.
putting the
It is.
pressure onto
Yeah.
Bricked after a 2-0 victory on map 1, pushing themselves into
Team
a
Poozers,
3-1.
also fire.
Sorry, a 2-1
I would like to see more like
victory.
I mean, we obviously have Hotel's
But
finest.
again,
We have
the-
fourth party
critically, the
Cashbox.
spread
Some good like
that we're
finals based
seeing
names.
From the winning side becomes
there's obviously
even. An
room for really creative names,
8-7-5 eliminations accordingly. Busy doing the heavy lifting. No surprise there. But critically, look at Stu. We said about how much he was spraying, getting some stray bullets coming around. 13 assists from him. It's very,
with a lowly
very
17k limbs,
important.
seeing 80k
And
plus.
he is
I
getting
don't
that
even know how
combat
many
score
limbs
up.
I have at this moment in the game. I don't think
for
it's
sure.
near
That
that.
was what I was gonna touch on, and so I'm glad
Just
you did
interesting.
because that really just
I see
sticks
some
out.
crazy
I mean,
numbers.
highest combat, least kills. So it's not about the kills. As you see those 13 assists, that is crazy numbers in a 3v3.
All right, let's check in on the rest of the bracket.
All 3 cash outs, so that makes a little bit more sense.
I
But
don't know
that
how
man
y'all
is
get so many
shooting
limbs.
Everything that is on his screen. It
I
is
don't know.
exciting
Turn
to
off my
watch.
brain sometimes.
It is exciting to
Slide
be a
around and
part
hit fire
of.
with the FAMAS.
And we have Bernal, and shout out to Ozzy Puto for that raid. Thank you so
Oh
much.
no.
Let's go.
Thank you so much.
All right,
As
well,
we
fourth party's
hear-
out.
Here in the back, I don't know if you can hear
hate
it.
that for him.
Well, I can hear it. I've got my own game mode.
Oh, David,
I don't
what's
know if
good?
you guys can hear
How's
the
it going?
countdown, but we are loading into Bernal. Critically, I said this before.
All right, looks like we're getting started already. Bernal is pretty quick. Unfortunately, fourth party Cashbox is eliminated. As you guys know, Brutal Logic is a member of our Discord, so hate to see that out of them.
Gameplay
but
that comes in with Bernal.
I'm sure they put up a good
Players
fight. I'm
hate
sad I
it
didn't get
because
to
you
see their game
can't
at least.
drop the site
so.
or anything like that. So instead, we see a lot of winch plays.
Bernal
We
is
see
mid.
a lot of moving the
Yeah.
sights outside.
I can agree. Bernal's
With the likes of
not my
Alama,
favorite.
who
The spawns are
plays
weird for me.
Sledgehammer,
I feel like people know how to
get
control
a
spawns
massive
way
amount of
too
buildings
easily.
Help him. So
Bernal is the
much.
new map,
Yeah,
newish
that's definitely
map,
the case. However,
based in Mexico.
And it makes a lot of sense now that I'm really thinking
very
about it, why
open.
STN is just
Theming is
on
cool.
the Serb. It is
My
your
thing
best
is,
bet
it's
at
just this.
dealing
People know how to
with
control
a
spawns way
melee
too
weapon
easily.
when you're forced into these close engagements. Obviously, you can do that damage at
It is pretty
distance
fun.
with the pike, but these players are all so good at playing to their strengths and forcing it. STN not taking the gamble there, just playing it safe.
It does need
I
more
think, and
verticality. It
going
needs more cover
with the
or
servers
something.
here, as we have Bricked setting up an aggressive pad.
I do like that
here.
cashbacks on that like spinning pillar thing though. That's pretty
really
cool.
Nice positioning
That's a good spot.
from Stooge over across on the height there. They are going to get one.
That's in like
hit.
this
Now
the
they have Llama
Coliseum looking
trying to
area,
bait
the
one in. He might die
amphitheater.
to the tick here. He's gonna
That's
die
a
to
that's a
Busy
cool
Punch
spot.
instead, and that
Really
is
fun to
gonna
play in
be
as well.
a wipe. Really nice work out of Bricked. Both teams split up in
Land
their
them
own regards.
the realm.
However, it looked like Bricked was just a bit more coordinated on that push.
What I love from that Bricked push is they, as you called out, it was split. You had one player going solo, creating that attention, making sure that those bullets, those kind of like, look at me, I'm over here, as Ted Lasso demonstrated in the show. It was like, over here, look at me, I want the ball, I want it, and it draws people. You're gonna look at it, you're gonna start looking in that direction, and in doing so,
Dang, you just hit a 4-9 hit on that guy.
for Bricked to catch all of them off guard.
Yeah, that was a beautiful DMAT from STN, whose spidey senses were tingling. Is he stuck in the floor now?
Why does that cash
Something
box
is going on
looks
with the screen. This is
lickable,
looking
brother?
absolutely
What
crazy.
are
It
you
looks like the
on?
building has been sent into orbit. However, STN, or I'm sorry, Busy will find his pick on Llama, and Team Dit is gonna fall. Not exactly sure what happened there, but that camera was going crazy. Team Dit yet to get on the board. Stooge with 3, Busy with 4. STN doesn't have his kill, but he hasn't died
Must
yet,
be
and
my
he's got
crusty low
4
settings.
assists as well.
I don't
And
know
quite
what you mean by
frankly,
that. That's
Heavy
crazy
Light
work.
are just popping off right now. Not much STN even has to do. But we have a quick spawn coming in for Team Day.
Soul Construction
No surprise
is
as
the best
well.
version.
You can just
Soul.
catch a glimpse of that
They've-
cash out.
they
It's
do.
out in the
So,
open.
yeah, I
It
agree.
is very, very.
That's why the pros
difficult,
pick
so
it as well.
You have to go for the
like the
fight.
only
They're gonna
word that's
quickly
in-
realize
version
this.
that's in.
Call out. This is in the open, boys. We've got to find them. We've got to fight.
Bro,
but
I'm
instead,
saying.
they're going aggressive. They're going under the smoke. They want to draw the players out, and that glitch
Dude,
grenade
yeah,
was
you
huge.
drop somebody
that
through the floor
really
to do
did
that,
slow
yeah,
down any progression
straight
of
up
utility.
put 'em in a
Still
box.
successful, and now
It
they've
is
got all the
super
players out in the
satisfying to
open. It's
do.
a fair fight
Especially when like a
to
light's
prove
getting
that
away and you
Boo
just drop
Boo
the
the
floor
first
from them,
drop
they
of
don't even
Stu
realize it.
is traded,
It's so
and very
fun.
quickly a return steal coming in while Boo Boo is trying to get kills and revive. Bricked, he sent 2 off. kept one to take it back and claim advantage.
All right, Brick's
Yeah,
at full
that's
strength. Let's
insane.
see.
I don't know how they get away with that.
3v3 still,
A
plenty
wipe
of
is
time.
yet to occur, however,
Tons of goo coming in.
this is going to be tough to retake if your team did. You got away with one cheeky one. But
One.
You can't really make it two. A crazy counter steal from Brick there. We have a one-on-one
Oh.
engagement going on. Busy is
Uh-oh.
going to fall. I
I think
there's
he's
enough
got
time
it.
on this
Not
steal
enough time.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I do want to quickly talk about that. That was a beautiful smoke into goo. And to top it all off, there was an APS
Full
turret.
dematted.
So
Dematted like a fish.
there's a
Real.
good chance Team Bricked had no idea that they were shooting
Result
at
spot
you in the
suspended
first
structure on
place
Bernal
because of
looks
their
super out of place.
positioning,
It
just because of that
does,
smoke
yeah.
completely blocking it. And even if you push
think
that,
Bernal
the
needs
player is
more,
gonna be hidden in the smoke. So
variety,
smoke
because I
steals
think
are
the only one that
definitely
exists is
something if you
suspended
at
structures,
home,
right? There's not another one.
you
Is
should
that
be
standard
incorporating
issue?
that into your game, especially if you find a smoke
Not talking about
barrel.
weather,
I'm
but
not
also
telling you to
obviously
run
like
smoke
map
grenades or anything
variety
like that.
or modifications.
Yeah, smoke grenades probably the least chosen, but we're gonna have an eco chow before we get on to point. The spawns favored team did this round. They spawned closer to the vault, so they will try and look to slowly
Had a construction zone in
press
Bernal, I'd be down.
backwards while
They could
looking
do
at
that
the
in that
gunfight that's
amphitheater
ahead
area.
of them.
But that might be
Maybe
too
to
much
get
on the
that
corner of
tap
the
to
map.
come
I don't
through,
know.
learn
It needs to
from
be somewhere
their original
central.
mistake, well, learned from a
They could
mistake
make
on the
the
zone.
church just like
But
fully under construction and
now,
just nuke it.
Both
That'd be kind of
teams
cool.
continue that squaring up, trying to see where they are.
We need the duck on
Because
Bernal.
this vault, well, it is hidden,
An option.
but 100% will give away your position.
Yeah, both teams playing this one very carefully here. Pretty fair positions across the board. No one at a true advantage here. However, you definitely prefer to be Team Bricks just because Llama's got that sledgehammer, so he can't really help much in this fight. We do see a potentially very aggressive gateway coming in, but just like that, it is glitched out of existence. So we're going to have to wait for the cooldown on that one. Not quite the same stall and standoff that we saw in
Yeah,
the
the
EU
.com
server
Monaco.
earlier today.
Yeah,
I
they
don't
could
know if
add that.
anyone
I mean, they have
watching that
suspended
one,
structures,
but
so
we do have some
yeah, it would
action
make sense if they
finally
added that
coming
one.
in between Bricked and Team Dia. The jump pad is ready to go, but it actually looks like it was destroyed. So Busy's not going to be able to get out of there. That was the original plan, and now he's being forced to back up here as the money's been tossed and nothing really happened, and we're just going to see a reposition from both teams.
Yeah, Spoons got that side angle that destroyed the jump pad. That's why we never saw Bricked go for the jump. We never saw them pushed up aggressively. So brilliant work to play again. Another
Brick
split
starts us
strategy
off again,
with
even
Llama
though
and
the
Boo Boo
spawns did
playing for
favor
the
Team
most
Dia. This is
damage
gonna be
and
interesting.
playing for information, but here is more aggression, more pushing forward. Now they know that the cash out is on the line. They need that control. Do on the outside has to wait patiently, but the aggression onto point. That glitch is gonna land perfectly. The sledge is coming alive from Llama, but it's a quick revive to deny the wipe. And
Absolutely,
that's
David.
done and dusted.
So
Team Dick critically wanting to take this away.
It's a
and
big wipe for
force
Team Dick.
a final round.
we on the
Yeah,
channel
great push
started.
out of Team Dia.
I
That was an
played the
interesting
finals
fight
during
from
closed
Brick's
beta,
perspective
open
because
beta,
as we
and
were
some
spectating,
of season 1. I don't even think the whole
If
thing.
you were not
And then
living
we
at the
hopped
kill
off,
feed, you
and
totally
I didn't
would've-
touch the game
would've
again
felt
until
that
season
Brick was
5.
gonna win that engagement. The
And
damage he was
now
putting out,
I'm
the monster glitch
consuming
he
my
hit
life
on
with it quite a
2
bit.
enemies. I don't exactly know how the 2 other teammates.
Casting
on
is incredible,
Brick's
yeah.
being STN and
Yeah, the
Buzy,
casters are
but that's an
great. You should watch them
unfortunate fight.
playing
Luckily, they have about a minute to make
4-player
something
cash out or
happen
14
here.
cash out,
Llama
because
set
that
up
is no joke to
underneath, so
cast.
we're gonna
But
be going for
1v1
some
is
kind of
definitely
breakthrough as the
a
money has
lot
now
easier
been
to watch
wedged
as
into
well.
the open.
It's so
Tough
hard to
spot
keep
be
up
in
with
if you're
regular
Brick,
cash out.
but they're gonna look to force an engagement in the typical NA way. You don't want to shoot that RPG as you see the APS turret. However, he's gonna let that one go. Finds a little bit of damage. I don't think any picks have been had yet. Spawn's taking some huge shots, getting out of there with half his health. Boo Boo finding the pick on Stooge as well. Brick is gonna need to find some picks immediately. Spawn's doing an amazing job. STN finds 2 though, and Spawn's is 30 HP. This
It
is
was
not
so
great if
long
you're
ago,
Spawn.
Harris,
All they
that
have
I
to
don't
do is
remember if
hop this
nukes were
money
that
and force
bad,
Spawn
but I
out
do
immediately. He's
remember
gonna hit a huge glitch.
heavies
There's
just
not much
being
Spawn can do in this
annoying. And I
position.
remember
He's
it
gonna have
being,
to 1v3,
I think the meta was
and
2
I
or
don't
3
think he
heavy
can.
and a
He's got
medium.
goose
It was
all
either
in,
2 heavies
but
and a medium or
no,
like
he
3 heavies, and
doesn't.
it just was super
Beautiful
unfun.
play out of
To
Brick.
me,
Spawn
it felt
did
like you were
everything
shooting
he
sponges
could,
all the time.
but 1v3
And
with that much time
that
left,
turned us
you
off pretty
just
quick.
can't.
I also was playing a lot of Overwatch at the
Tell you
time,
what,
so
that was
when Overwatch had
done
become a tank
so
simulator, so I
well.
was like,
Brick
I'm out.
able
I don't want to do this
steal it
again.
at the last second. Team Dare will
But
get dropped to the lower
yeah,
bracket.
people,
and,
especially if you played like
honestly,
hated
I
the
would say
nuke.
a
I mean, for
fair
obvious
fight
reasons, you just get
amongst
one shot by it.
both sides. We quickly grab the leaderboard. from that match, and no surprise.
Yeah,
the
shooting shield
dominant
some.
level
I can't
that we're
stand shooting
seeing,
armor, shield,
on the board. Only
high health
2
pool.
and
Just
3
yeah, it's
kills
awful.
from Spoons.
Especially if you have
Llama
somebody with
killing 2,
helium.
Boo
So
Boo with
frustrating.
3, but then above is just where the numbers are coming alive. More control.
All right, that was a lot
but
closer
let's
series
be
than I
real,
expected. I mean,
some
Team
of the
did really put up a
strategies that
fight
we
there.
saw from T-Deer was quite impressive.
That was a good series.
Yeah, they definitely are whipping out all the strategies. The execution has been good too. I think, for lack of a better phrase, we're just seeing a bit of a skill difference here, a bit more well executed plays coming out of Bricked. They're not missing those little tiny shots. I mean, at this level, every single bit like that is going to make the difference. And Bricked, aside from game one, has been pretty spot on, just like they've been all season long.
Well, we're going to quickly hop back to the analyst desk. Welcome back, Professor and Ardy, as they join us once again to break down this quite incredible matchup.
Yeah, SCN is a
I'm
fantastic
gonna
medium
put
player.
it
He's
to
also a great
Professor
streamer.
first. You
And
called,
it's very
well, both of you
like
and Ardy
open
called
with his
that
chat
this
and
was gonna
stuff.
be a
So
Bricked victory. Professor,
if you
did
like
expect
have questions on
Team
how to
Dit
get
steal a
better at the
map?
game, or you want to know
No,
like what
that
advice
was
he has,
wild.
that's actually
They
something
were
I've done.
playing their
You
game
should
the
check
way
out
that
his
they
Twitch
needed to
sometime.
that round. Like
He's a
they
super
won
chill dude.
all the fights that truly mattered. It was back and forth.
Thanks,
obviously,
Gret, and thanks for hanging out, man.
First beginning,
Hope you get some good
but
rest.
I think that Brick
Get some
struggled
games
with
in soon.
the sledgehammer, knowing that Llama is the best sledgehammer winch user in the world. And then they made some adjustments. They added the sonar nade when it came into the second round. There was some back and forth still when it came to Dit and their gameplay. There was a cash out.
I wish Quick Cash had 4 teams instead of 3. It'd be way
upper-
easier to
the upper
transition
area
my
of the building,
friends who are new
and
to the
it
finals
came
into
in,
World Tour.
Dick came in and winched
Yeah.
the cash out
Quick
into the
Cash is
building,
a weird
giving them
mode
that
for that
interior
reason.
with the sledgehammer,
Because
and
I
no
don't
more
think it
chaos
gives
to
a
be had with
good
the
perspective
sledgehammer.
as to
And I
how
think that's what ended up biting
cash
them in
out
the butt
works.
in the last cash out that we just witnessed.
I don't think it teaches the fundamentals of the mode, and then people go into ranked or World Tour expecting it to play like Quick Cash, and they're like super lost as to why they're getting, they're challenging the same team over and over again constantly.
An open
So
opportunity to come in there and
I
take that.
agree. Quick Cash
Yeah,
should need some
I
work.
was gonna
Other
say
that
the
or
exact
World
same
Tour
thing is, like,
could go to
they
Quick Cash,
had
which
the
I
right
don't necessarily agree with,
opportunities
but that is the
they
other
were
option.
looking for, and they were like, "Hey, what if we did the
How many
opposite?"
cash outs,
right?
though?
And I think that if we're looking at Seoul, right, I think that
4
there was
teams
a
fighting.
lot of
I would
situations where
think.
Brick just was not
I mean, for me,
prepared. They were
4
not prepared at all, just like you
4
said.
teams, 2 cash outs,
I
just
think
like
that
World Tour
off the,
ranked.
it was the
The
second
same
cash out
point.
where
What's the point of
Brick, they
playing
brought it up to
cash out then?
construction site,
Or
and
Quick
Dis
Cash?
won on the apartments, and
I don't know.
they had a very rough time getting back up because they got.
I mean, the
chopped
thing with
before they
Quick
could
Cash
get
as
the
well
jump
was
pad, they
people
were
were
getting
playing
goo.
it because
They
it
were
was
forced to
like
rotate all the way around to the
they would
data
basically
center
play it
point,
like
right?
Team
But
Deathmatch, but
then
now that
when
Team
Brick
Deathmatch
back from the
exists,
high-low
now it's
setup
like
did just dove
this
up
mode?
to
Why
the
does it
top,
exist?
and Llama was able to just pick up a double.
I think they should bring back
Same thing
banking
happened on
and
Bernal in that
retire
last,
Quick
in that
Cash
last
instead.
fight where,
That's my take, though. I
even
know a
though
lot of people
Brick
liked
had control of
Bank It,
cash out
actually.
two on
I
Bernal,
saw a lot of
they
streamers
got the
playing it
early
towards the end
damage
of
on
Season
Dit,
5
but they were able to just
when they were waiting
stay
for Season 6
focused.
to come out.
They pad up to the height, and Llama gets a double, right? But yeah, throwing it out to the street, it was just wild. And like, I think that the issue was that as soon as Brick figured out what they needed to do, which was play more
Alright, I got a story for you
rotational
guys.
fights, get
So,
opportunistic
the guy
picks,
that's
right?
talking,
And just sort of, you
um,
see Sledgehammer,
I
you
don't know,
run
man.
away from
Audio
Sledgehammer.
real quick.
Then, as
So,
soon as they did
Artie,
that,
this guy right
they
here.
sort of didn't
Oh, you
have
can't see my
it.
cursor. Okay, the guy who's talking,
Like,
right? Artie.
the four
I saw him subscribe to this channel
if you just get
when we
one
started the
good
channel up
players
in our
who are
first like 2 weeks or so, and I was like, that name's really familiar. And I went to my Steam friends list and realized, I was like, I think I'm friends with him, and I am. And turns out, Artie and I met playing CS back when I was in college. Like, and this is like, we've apparently been friends on Steam since like 2017. And it's just like, I see his name pop up all the time that he's, playing a game, and I'm like, kind of one of those, like, I forget who this person is a little bit, but I probably met them playing Counter-Strike. And funny enough, like, he popped up on our channel, and then I saw that he made a video on the finals that did pretty well, and he also made some videos on Fragpunk that really did well. And I was like, oh, this is, congratulations. I reached out to him and said, hey, like, I don't know if you know me or remember me, but, we've been friends on Steam for a super long time, and I came across your content, so you subscribed to our channel, and, just want to say congratulations, and, I've enjoyed watching your content over the last few weeks. And anyways, so that happened. And then like a week or two later, we started getting into ProHubs because we've, made connections with Waltz and people in our Discords, and Artie's casting it, and I was like, this dude's everywhere. I was like, bro is killing it. So, anyways, it's just a funny, small world. It's just a funny thing that like I've laughed about in this like getting into content creation again experience. So, also plug to him. You guys should check out his content. He's a fantastic caster for the finals. I had no idea he casted the finals. I just knew he made some content here and there. He's great, so you should check out his content at some point. And he does cast with some of the EU games primarily, I think. So you know, when the EU play days are going on for the next split, if there is one, you guys should check it out. He's a really cool dude, but super friendly as well. Oh, nice guy.
They know that they're starting on that lower bracket. They're prepared. They're mentally prepared for the worst, and they know that they are up against a wall. For Ape Squad, they went in so confident against Holto's Finest, and to just get diffed 2-0'd right up against in the upper bracket where they were feeling so.
Where are we at on the bracket?
It just sucks. And then you go.
Okay, Holto's 2-0'd AHS.
And you're already demoralized,
so,
and you haven't had the time to make.
Holto's versus Bricked is going to be
Make-A-Wish just
interesting.
Can set up and get right to work to win that next one. And it's always going to be about that mental game. I mean, if we look at what happened just now in the semifinals, right? Bricked was set up well, and oh wow, we just got, you know, shattered, and we had no idea like how to deal with the sledge. So you just mentally prepare. All right, we just got to prep for the sledge. We just got to prep for it. And going into that, the second and the third maps, they did. And so I think that the finals, you know, once you're at this level, the highest level of play, where you know your mechanics, you know your team strategy, you know your team, you know exactly how to play up against any single team on this bracket, it comes down to the mental. Are you mentally prepared to put in the work, to sweat, to calm out everything that needs to be calmed? Or are you just going to get too locked in and focused on the wrong
Guys, if you want a version of the bracket for yourself, or if you want to check out this website that I keep pulling up, you can type in ! bracket into chat. I did set up a Nightbot command for you guys. So you can come here, you can check out like the current team standings. If you're not aware, teams are earning points based on when they're eliminated. And this is playing into the following bracket, which will be next week or whenever it is. But you can check out the teams for each region. You can also click the teams and see who is on whose team. It's a really great tool that they have to run together. So check that out. You can also click the logo up here, and you'll be able to see like the schedule
going forward. So the matchups ahead is Dark Horse's Make-A-Wish Foundation, the Blowers versus Oni Legends. Merch, out of these 4 matches, who do you think is going through and why?
That's a good question. I mean, that's a huge win. I wish we got to see the matches, but just based on what I'm seeing visually here, Make-A-Wish is probably on fire right now. They probably feel fantastic taking out a powerful opponent in Ape Squad. So Make-A-Wish has to feel good. I'm also really pulling for Oni Legends. I know we're not supposed to take picks and pick favorites, but Oni Legends, they had their work cut out for them coming into the league. They have their backs against the wall. They've pretty much had their backs against the wall the entire time. And to see them get that win,
got way less duplicates in the wheel. It is
nice.
I cannot share that sentiment. I wish I could, because I've gotten
the Blowers, but we do have our
freaking cooked
up, which is
on the wheel,
Fortune Stadium
and my sanity is gone. I already have come to terms with. I'm probably gonna have to
see some
walk over multi-bucks.
Hopefully, if we go to
items on the wheel to get the
big
skin.
big choice, of course. This is for the Hotel's Finest and Bricked upper finals on this section. This is again another best of 3 and critically
Skyway. I think this is the first time we've seen Skyway today.
And,
I mean, granted, it's gonna be map 3, but
Professor, teach me some wisdom from the maps and the teams. Which way are we swinging here, and why are we swinging that way?
Hey, I mean, I obviously think that everybody's leaning towards Bricked, but we cannot look past Halto's Finest. They just 2-0'd Ape Squad and 2-0'd AHS, where we just watched Brick have a little bit of problem there against Di. They locked in at the very end, but Halto's Finest, what are they doing? They're out here putting their name on the top of the map here. Now at the very finals in the finals against Brick. I think that we're gonna see a Brick out of here coming with the W, but Halto's Finest is not someone to be overlooked.
Which of that sense, are they gonna 2-1 or are they gonna 2-0 their loss?
It's gonna be a 2-1. Bricked takes first round, then Halto's very
Yeah,
very
Fortune
quickly
Stadium.
catches,
We have seen.
catches round 2,
Have
and
we
then
seen one
Bricked,
game of?
finishes
Yeah, we did.
round 3, I think. It'll be a
First
close
map of the
match.
day
I
was
think Bricked
Fortune
takes it.
Stadium as
I
well. It
think the
plays
third
very
round will
well.
be
Very fun to
all
watch.
Bricked all day.
So
Adi?
excited to see it again, especially with these
I have
teams.
no thoughts. I just want to see this match.
Gonna be a
No,
good one.
no, we're not. You can't get away with that. As somebody who literally religiously does pick'ems and predictions on everything he loves, no, I need to hear it from you, Artie. Which way are we swaying?
I gotta say, I think that the redemption arc from Bricked after the last two has me really confident that Bricked can actually sway this. I mean, we've already had some upsets in the bracket. It's time for a couple more.
So you're going Hotel's finest.
I'm going Holto's finest.
Oh,
That's a take.
Merch.
I'm actually gonna piggyback off of that. I think if you asked me this question before watching any games today, I would have told you Bricked is winning the entire day. However, HF has looked absolutely dominant, and Bricked has looked good, but they've also looked human today, which I can't say I've ever seen them looking human before. So I think HF definitely has the chance here, the opportunity to seize this one and get out of there with the win. I'm excited to see what happens.
Thank you again to our analyst desk. As you can see on your screens, the match is about to get on. Well, is underway. Gentlemen, go. And starting off on Fortune Stadium, it is a popular favorite. We know.
I don't know what's going on with his audio, unfortunately. One v11 the whole tourney right here.
Yeah.
Valid.
Yeah, you definitely have to make something happen, and both teams are fully aware of how good it is to be in possession of Cash Out B. We saw that standard opening from HF. They always take that roof, Lamp just holding mesh out. However, Bricked has seen a thing or two about these guys over at HF. They play with and against them every single day, so they knew exactly how to position themselves, and they're going to take a counter position here. But HF is going to get things under the way, so they're taking the risk in forcing this engagement, hoping that if they win it, they're going to get a head start over at B. But it looks like Bricks just went in there and stole the money, so Brendy's now got his Apex Predator glasses on, and he's going to be trying to hunt these guys down.
Keep running with
Doesn't
Deef
want to
about,
get too
bro.
ahead of himself, turns around very wisely, making sure his team is able to catch up with him because he is moving rather quickly. Again, just making sure the boys are there. I love this. This is not something you really see a lot. Bricked has started the money, but HF looking to go for a little bit of a cheeky play here. Potentially a drop, more likely than not. They will be going for a
T-Fib
drop
killing coming,
or a
dude.
possible
I
end
hope
from
that
the
would be
bottom.
awesome.
I like this,
That would be
however,
so
Brick is
sick.
currently playing above it, and we do see Stooge roaming around on the level looking for picks. Brendy's gonna find him. Stooge is also gonna find him. Gets a shot off on him, and now the communication, the comms are coming in. I love this play out of HF. They're taking all the angles.
1 for
Brendy's
1
gonna find the pick
with the
on
defib.
FTN and get the insta res. That is huge. He is gonna fall to Busy. Busy's actually gonna pick up 2. Wow, what a swing!
Damn,
of
what a
events there.
try.
It looked like HF had the jump on that push,
Tickle nuts.
but Brick, not
Real.
even predicting it, just reacted immediately.
I'll tell you what,
and
them
pulled
setting
one
up for
out.
that first fight and how cohesive they were playing as a team and like
I love the way that was
staying
played.
together
It
was
stealth
just
to kick things
so
off, get
different, I feel like, than what we
their
normally
information. As
see
soon as
in Pro
one
the
player was
finals.
spotted,
This is
with the
pretty
trigger
cool.
discipline that we see from this higher division is phenomenal. Bricked, they didn't go for that full aggression. Yes, they fired a couple of bullets at the open player that was in plain sight. Like, you have to go for that chow, but very quickly back to way. Didn't want to aggress anymore. But I tell you, talking over
I'm not sure what's happening with his audio. That sucks.
players, down to half health and Busy taken away immediately off the map. That's a huge damage player off the map. The steal's coming in, and Stooge can't even get to it, but the DMAT dropping down will massively stop things from coming through. There's still 20 seconds left, and there's still a chance to steal.
Stooge has
Hotels might get the
7
steal
HP
here.
in a dream, but
It's
he hits
possible
the
it's a 1v1
perfect
right
red,
now.
and it's gonna make the other player so low.
Oh.
Oh my goodness, Stooge had no
Stooge
business
clean him up,
winning
damn.
that with 7 HP.
For a second there, it looked like the Hotels could have turned on him and gotten that.
A little unfortunate that money did not fall through, and that kind of left Brendy and I believe Grad just sitting ducks in that hole. They caught the red barrel. I mean, all of the cards fell into the
Busy is
for Stooge.
arguably, in my
Amazing
opinion, the best
clutch
heavy in the
there to
game.
hold on, and that's gonna be a
And
1-0 so
I would
far
argue by
for
margin.
Brick.
He is so good. And yeah, he is a very chill guy. His
Coming
streams are
out
awesome
by
too.
by the tower.
Him and STN are my 2 favorite.
That's going to be
I'd say
quite
finals
big here.
streamers at the
Graduating
moment.
is going to get
That's
spotted.
he'll catch me watching. So
Played it once again. Well,
mainly because they're very
Hollanday's
informative.
scuffed.
They
I
are
thought
happy
he
to
was
like
gonna,
teach people higher
allow the
level of
players
finals
to go
play.
through instead, getting a little bit of tag,
They
a
know what they're
little bit of
talking about.
damage, and that's all you need. It's just
I've learned a
little
lot just from
pellets,
watching their
little
streams. I
shots,
ask
just
questions. They
remind
get very
your
active in their
opponent.
chat. So
Yeah, we're still here.
yeah,
We're still having
great
a little
people.
fight over here.
Yeah, we do. We're just having a little bit of a fight over here now, a bit of a long-range engagement. HF definitely in the more advantageous position here, but again, all of these fights, especially when the
HF
vault
is staying
hasn't
really
even
close
tapped,
together,
are
whereas
borderline meaningless.
Bricks is just
You're
kind of
just shouldering each
I mean,
other
they're just
for
spread out.
position.
It's very interesting the
Other
like
than
change
that,
in strategy
Not
between the
much
two
is
teams.
really going on here. We have a one-on-one between Stooge and Grad.
Not making
two
Hotel Orange team's
controller
crazy work.
demons. I love to
Yeah,
see this going
I agree.
down on light. You would not know that either of these guys are on controller if you actually watch them play, but they do not miss. It is very exciting to watch them play. Again, not much going down here, hyperactive, but we do see Brick trying to get active.
They definitely are. They're trying to just get that position. Now the vault open. This fight is more meaningful, and there's the push in. As we can see, Stooge tagging down, peppering a lot of damage as Graduating will respond with a trade against Brizzy. And this, critically, has opened things up as the
Oh, what a
revive will
gateway.
keep the
Oh.
game alive. 2v2, but critically now with no defib in
Oh.
play, revives are going to be slower and more meaningful.
Oh my god, he's 1 HP. Oh my god, he's 1 HP. Oh my
Right for a
god.
second, no. Finds the floor, and Hotel's finest wins the vault battle. And now they can start
Holy.
rotating this, and they're looking to bring this A.
Yeah, that's a nice win out of HF. They played it patiently. Brick forced the problem. They looked to have pretty good positioning in doing so as well, but it didn't matter. Just as HF got reacted on and lost that fight, I feel like the roles were just reversed over here. And HF wasting no time getting A plugged in here. Lamp set up with C4 underneath site, going for 1 drop. When that second one comes up, I believe he will go for the double drop. But for the time being, it looks like HF just playing 1 floor under, and a pretty defensive goo goes down. So maybe we're not going for a double drop here. We do have Brendy able to just delete walls. We have Busy. Is he lagging out, or they're just trying to play this? All right, they're just playing it patiently. We got a gateway coming in. Busy holding mesh, just protecting his teammates the best he can. But a lot of time is ticked here. We're about halfway done. This is going to be a make or break fight. Busy might go to force point here, get rid of those C4s, just make HF.
I feel like Brick don't really know what to do at the moment. They
has
seem very nervous
no
about
eyes on this
attacking
right now.
this.
They're going strictly off of reaction and sound, just like that. The C4 does get triggered. Busy still looking for the picks, holding the height. I like it
Yeah,
a lot.
Brick looks a
Still
little
has an
uncomfortable on
RPG out.
attacking
He has the
this. This is gonna be
potential
interesting.
to make or break this
They don't
fight.
have much time
We
really to
see
get into
HF
this.
now swinging over to the
Unless they
other
get a
side
quick
of the
pick.
building, so a bit of a reposition. They haven't revealed themselves yet, which is good. And we see another drop coming in. So now we have Stooge taking a lot of damage here as Brendy's going to pick him
on
off. That is huge,
Stooge,
but Busy's going to
pick on
find
Brad.
Brad. So both lights are down in the
All right.
lobby, and Busy's now going to pick off Lamp
Bricks
as
is
well,
up
leaving
2-1.
Brendy all by himself. He's going to need to get a defib quickly, but
wipe.
instead he's going to be taken out.
Wow.
That is a huge win.
I really thought the patience was
One
gonna pay
fight
out
on
for
his cash
Hotel.
out, and that's that. Bricks is going to walk away with it.
It's one fight, that's all that's needed, and it was a lot of information gathering, a lot of squaring up, just seeing where those openings come through. But again, Busy, you just can rely on him in every situation to get it done and dusted. And talking of done and dusted, map 1 completed.
Some good fights in
I
there.
wouldn't go.
Did the cash
as
outs ever have
far
their
to
own
say this
timers
is a
display?
Bricked dominated game.
I don't
But
think
it
so.
definitely
I think
felt
it's
that
always
they had
been
the upper
like a
hand
color
on
pie,
9 times
kind of like
out
it
of
is
the-
now.
well, I'd probably say half of
So.
the occasion. They definitely.
I wish
were
they would,
ahead.
but
Ultra's finest
I
because
mean,
those
in
slight
regular
mistakes
cash out on the
to
last
open
one,
the
if you're in
door,
overtime, it
open the doors
does
to Brick.
technically, I
Yeah,
guess.
and we are going to take a look at the scoreboard here. I mean, pretty even stats.
Seems like an
a
easy
couple
change for
more
better
kills to the
telegraphing of
favor
objectives.
Brick.
I agree.
But
I mean,
again,
it's 7
yeah,
seconds to steal,
as you
so
mentioned, it
you know
was
if
a
there's 6
quick
left, it's not worth it
2-0, but
running
it
over
didn't
there.
feel as
But
dominant
yeah,
as you would think to see a 2-0 there.
Embark's been a little
But
weird with
regardless,
their
Brick is gonna go up
thoughts
1-0.
on
It
the
just seemed
competitive
like they had the
standpoint and like
answer
giving
every
away too
time
much
for
info.
everything
If
that
you've
HF
noticed,
was
like they've
trying to
gotten rid
do.
of since
1 and
6.6.
6 out of
They got
length, not
rid
what you wanna
of the
see
actual
out of your
countdown
heavy.
for like when a
But
team was
other than
wiped.
that,
Now it's
nothing
just
is
like a
really
color
jumping
pie
out
like
to me.
dial that
STN
shows.
with under 1,000
The cash
combat
outs
kinda
obviously
crazy, still
don't
walking
have
away with the
a
win.
timer. The
Yeah,
scoreboard
it's a
doesn't
win
show
nonetheless. First
any
map is
data
done,
as
as
far
you
as
can see
like
from the very
combat, a
bottom of
limb. I don't
us
think it really shows a limbs,
screen.
things like
It's
that anymore. It
going
doesn't
to
show
Sis
SR,
Horizon.
things like
Yes,
that.
this is
So
going to be a very, very
yeah,
common matchup that we're going to get forward. A little insight of the lobby. Nonetheless, I feel this is where the tables could turn. Really, in my eyes, we're going to.
I agree, David. I do from a like viewer standpoint. I enjoy the color pie because it's like it does. You have enough time versus like 7 seconds. You know, yeah, I think it's pretty cool to watch.
Bricks
But
and the way they rotate,
yeah,
the way they
it could go
move.
either way for me. I do think
I
it's.
feel this could be the opportunity they steal it away.
You
I
do
think
gain
it's
quite a bit of
2-1
knowledge,
era, but
knowing exactly to the second how much
if
time
they're
they
not
look.
out of the question here, this definitely could be a very interesting winners
Thoughts
final
of a
here.
diffuse kit equivalent for stealing a
sure,
cash
but
out as a
HF is gonna need to
gadget.
find the answer now. They were doing something a bit different than what they
On
normally do.
first
They love
thought,
to go
without
for
putting
those
much thought
CMAT
into
drop
it,
plays.
that sounds
And I don't think they
extremely
actually
strong, and I
dropped
feel
the
like
cash
it would
out
be like a
that round.
must
Instead, they
run.
were going for
Um,
different types of approaches, which I love to see a bit of
that being said, though,
experimentation.
there are
However, when you're
instantaneous
experimenting against
things,
the number
aka
one
the
seed
nullifier,
in the league,
that
that is
can
risky business to say the least.
and goo
It
grenades
didn't work
actually
out that
that
round.
can keep
However,
somebody from stealing
HF
it.
looked good on Horizon before,
Like
so I'm
basically on the
excited
click
to
of a
see what
button,
we
you
get
can keep
into
somebody
here
from
as both
interacting or
teams
stealing the
are
cash out. So
loaded
maybe
up and jumping
it's
right
not a bad
into our
idea.
game number 2.
They would need a way to make it to
The
where
one
it's
point
obvious
that
that
you
people are
could
running
argue
it
about the number one
or
seed
using
team
it.
is, yeah, the number one because they faced against 3
and it would
other
need a
teams in
really
every
long
match they
cooldown.
went against each other.
Basically,
But
like
right
the
now, they
equivalent
are
of like
looking
one
to
time per cash out.
demonstrate
Because
why they are the
last thing
number
you
one
want is it
seed
being
as
chain
well, as they have
spammed.
consistently been strong.
I don't know.
throughout this
It'd be interesting. It's
series,
something I'd have
throughout
to
the
think about a little
games.
more.
But the square up onto Vault 1 will start to come through, and critically,
There might be a
no
place
ego
for it.
fighting this time round. It will
I just gotta think
be
about
a
it
straight fight
'cause
for
I
Vault
don't know.
control.
Yeah, we have
If it's stealing noise
forcing
like a
the
higher
issue
pitch,
here.
faster
HF
whirring, still
opting
noise.
to take height
Yeah,
in this window.
that could work.
They might know exactly what Brick is trying to do here, but Busy hits a crazy RPG through the crack. He's gonna find a lot of damage there, and Brick is full HP minus STN, who is at about half health. Stooge is gonna find one in Lamp as well. Stooge is gonna find 2, being Brendy, and this is not a good position to be in if you are Grad. The lone light that could, however, he's gonna fall right here
Yeah.
to Busy.
That
That's
shotgun
a
is
quick
crazy.
Wipe, and that money is already on the way to B. That's funny. They're just like, Busy, you got that one. We're out of here.
Grab it, done, out. Exactly what they need to do. And I'm going to pose a question to you, Birch. Do you open this up to the outside with the setup they're running, or do you keep this indoors?
I think it is pretty beneficial to pretty much always try to manipulate a cash out one way or another. Because you have all these shotguns on your team, you probably want to keep it indoors here. However, the game tries to position the initial cash out in somewhat of a fair position, so any type of relocating you can get on it is more likely than not going to put you in a
I
bit
also
of
thought it was
advantage
Stank,
here.
but
We
I have heard from
Brick
casters,
walking,
so that's what I'm
trying not to
going
make
with,
any
that it's
footstep
STN.
audio, and I think
That's what
they
people call him,
hear
but I thought it was
HF
Stank as
running
well.
around up top. We're
For the
gonna get
longest
some nice
time.
back shots on
I think you're
Grad,
valid
who's
for
gonna
thinking
fall
that.
STN with the pick, putting HF at a somewhat disadvantage here. That is not what you want to see. This is
Okay,
very different
HF's
from
getting
the
kind
HF
of
we saw against Ape Squad as they get wiped here.
smoked a little
They're
bit
gonna
here.
need Grad to start getting these first bloods. That is what was making it work for them in that round 1. I'm assuming that's what happened in round 2 as well. But it's not happening right now, and Brick is too good of a team to be constantly getting picked off like that against.
No, you can't be losing these fights, and critically this early on as well. As you can see very quickly, we're getting that vault cash out moved outside. We're getting it repositioned, change up the strategy, change up the books, and you're gonna have to push in aggressively, which is exactly what the Hotel's finest will look to do. They're gonna put the goo out to try and put a defensive line forward, a mesh shield out as well, but very quickly they jump in, and it's graduating left alive. He usually can clutch these situations. Down to STN, left alive for the revive.
Who's the next podcast guest going to be? That's a great question, and that's one I need to run by Cody at the moment. We have people on deck is the thing. So,
STN gets the kill.
We were going to have Ronan on, I believe. He's the one that really, Cody's the one who handles a lot of this communication, so I will say that.
Unfortunately, it looked like
we were gonna have Ronan on, but there were time.
In a normal case, that's exactly what you want. You have a mesh heavy there.
Oh my god, what is the word? Kind of
he
conflicts.
had
Oh my god,
absolutely
there
zero
were time
defense.
conflicts with
He
us.
couldn't defend himself,
And
say,
with
he
that,
died
we had the
immediately,
watch party
which
coming
then
up,
is
and we
gonna
also
put
had
Lamp also
ProHub
in an
playoffs
awkward
and things like
position.
that coming
So
up.
just a
So
tough spot to be in
that
for
is
HF.
what led to the episode of Waltz.
One of the rare cases where you may
So
not
we
want your
have
medium being
that.
stealing that money.
We still want to do one with Ronan. We need to do it. We
what you
just
want to
need to
see.
schedule it. It's been a busy few
Quick
weeks for
rotation.
us personally.
Cannot we put
There's
this to
stuff
tape?
going on.
Yes, sir. They're going for the
But
multi-story
we're
building
back in rhythm, I think. So
just next to the
we're gonna look to
museum.
get that
Well, it's
one
not
locked in
directly next to it. Go
specifically.
a little bit back, and then you
If that's not the
close
next
to it,
one,
but very quickly, we're
at
seeing those
least
rotations
we
forming
do
in.
also have. We want to do another one with
aggress
Waltz, but also
straight to
Rio,
point immediately,
who's
but
another
this cash
caster
out
for
critically
ProHubs.
dropped into the alley, so makes
It might be
life
good
just
to
a
see
little
like
bit harder. Stu to
post
take out the
playoffs
critical
going into
graduating.
championship.
Well, not below.
You know,
He
their
gets
thoughts and
revived
talking with them.
straight back into play, but it's just 1, 2,
We
3
also
out of
have,
the practice,
I believe,
DoorDash,
Akazo
whatever you want to call it, done
on
and
lineup. He's
Yeah,
reached out
this
so that
is
he's
not
interested as
looking
well.
good for HF right now.
So that's another person that we have
Brick
in mind.
definitely
We just have a
myself
couple
and
people.
Ari
It's just we
wrong,
just
and
got to
I
get
will
around to
hold
actually
that
doing
L,
it and
at
get it
least for the
scheduled.
time being. They're
So,
sitting pretty
but scheduling's been the hard
they
part,
do
even for
have,
us right now.
one,
We've had to
maybe
find like a
2
good
potential
time
pushes
for us
left
to even
if you're
record the
HF, but
podcast.
Based
So,
on this timing, unless you
yeah.
work,
But I think
extremely
we got it
quickly
locked
here,
in. So
it's really looking like the final push of the game. Busy setting up all the booby traps in the world. HF did get that back alley spawn. I don't know if Brick actually sniffed that one out though. But HF trying to collapse here. It looks like they're going to go for somewhat of a methodical approach. Not trying to make any mistakes.
if there's people
play
you
for
want to
this
see on the
final
podcast,
point. We
also
see
let us
them
know,
taking an
because
ultimate
we're
hike
open to
up above, but that's not going to do
suggestions.
much if you don't know where the enemies are holding underneath. But they do now, that's for sure. Busy just trying to kite, get out of there. RPG comes in, but it's just going to catch the dome shield and nothing else. He's now got a counter dome shield coming in. STN finding his pick on Lamp. Brendy immediately rezzing Lamp, though. That is good, and that is what you need.
I have the
if you
feeling this
any
one's
chance
kind of
doing this.
done.
We only have
Chat.
about 15 seconds
This
left,
one.
though, for something to happen from HF. They're
we're
basically
going
going to
next
need
year.
a wipe instantly, and Busy.
God, you
Boom.
hate to see that.
That is a
Yeah,
huge
this is-
pick on Brendy. Grad's going to fall to Stooge, and Busy with the 2-piece on Lamp. I mean, that was some dirty stuff out of Busy.
That was
there.
pretty quick. Hang on, that was light work.
2-0 done, dusted.
I vote for
2-0 in the
you.
maps.
I mean, sure.
2-0s in the games, 2-0 on everything. That was more dominant. It was more in control.
I would love to
It
tell the Busy
was
because
bricked
for
through
numerous
and
reasons, right?
through.
So one is obviously he's a
It
pro
is
player,
very impressive. How
very friendly
quickly they got
guy,
that done
seems
and
like
dusted. A quick
just
look
really
across
knowledgeable about the
at
game, but
the
also
leaderboard just
he's
to
a heavy
confirm our
player and a heavy
suspicions.
pro.
It's probably
And
gonna
obviously
look
Cody and I are
horrible.
not heavy
Yep, there are
players. We
two
tried to like
donuts.
play it and get more familiar,
It's
but
gonna show on your screen. Here we go.
I would enjoy having him
It
on
is
for the sense of
Lamp and
myself
Brendy.
learning more about it.
Both with donuts,
knowing what
in
it takes
the
to be at
kills
like
and
the top
critically
level
busy.
as a
Once
heavy.
again, they're heavy, and it's surprising to see.
So yeah,
the
it'd be cool.
heavy
It'd be cool to have like all of the
the
brick guys
most
on there,
amount of kills in
honestly.
this situation.
You know,
Devin
because they are kind of the top
in
of
that,
the
in that game.
top of the leaderboard at least from
Yeah,
a ranked perspective.
Not
But
much
yeah.
to break down.
Might be
looking at
after,
these stats,
ProHubs
especially on the side
and
of
stuff.
HF. One thing.
the
to
thing
maybe
is these
note
guys are
is that
streamers, so
even though one
it can be hard
person
to
had the
schedule
kills
around
being
with
Grad,
them.
there was
But
only
I'd love
one
to do it with them.
assist. Meanwhile, if you look at the assists across on the other side, almost every kill was assisted. I don't know how much that you really need to look into that, but it was a dominant performance out of Brick. Shout out to them. They are animals. I don't know what else to say about those guys.
Absolute animals. And talking of animals,
His
are the
heavy
two
movement looks
greatest
cleaner
animals
than my,
amongst
like-
them. One for the land of the north and one on the land of Hawaii. And we're gonna go.
Yeah, these
Hawaii
guys know,
first.
like, all the
Artie,
movement tech.
You really
I don't
pressing.
know
You
half
got
of
a
it.
big point to make here.
Big point. Yeah. So chat, what the did we just watch? Because this is, mind you, this is the #1 team, Bricked, up against the #3 team, Holto's Finest. That doesn't usually look like this, right? When it comes down to how teams end up performing, if you got a team that's like 10 and you've got a team that's like top 3, okay, yeah, like you can kind of see when that happens. These are top 3 teams, but it didn't even look close.
Brick just dropped
Not
one
in
map
any
today,
shape or form.
and
Prof, do you have anything to
it's
add?
been, I think that
to
woke them up, and
reaction?
they
I
have
think it's
just
the best reaction.
locked in since.
I've
There's
seen it
not
So-
for a
much
while.
else
I have the
to
feeling
add.
that
Like, there's
we're
not,
about to
was
see
that
just
quick
dominance
play?
from them for the rest of this
What was-
tournament.
What was
It'll be
that?
interesting.
That was
Anything can
complete
happen.
dominance from beginning to end. At no point in time did Holto's Finest stand a chance there. I thought something was gonna happen. And at graduating, being really the only one doing anything, like, he was originally on the reserve. Like I don't know. That was just I felt like I was watching. Like, I felt like I was trying to teach my little brother how to play the game. That was rough.
There were so many moments where Parks and I were just like in our own college, just like, what's happening? No, why are they doing that? Like, looking at Holto's Finest and just, why are they doing that? And I don't think that I expected in an upper finals game to be saying that, right? And I mean, we're if I look at my notes for what I took there, right? Cash Out won Unfortunate Stadium. Bricked won every fight handedly, right? Vault 1 was the first time that Holto's Finest finally locked in. They won a team fight. But it was like, this is the only time that it was genuinely unlucky, because the spawn was perfect for Brick. Like, literally the best spawn in the game for that. And then on Cash Out 2, Holto's Finest, they were playing under, but Brick just found the picks so early on, and just immediately Brick finds the picks on the Brad and the lamp, and
the
it was just
domination
the
that was the
moment
Super Bowl.
That
Yeah.
timer just came to an end.
Yeah, sometimes the best team is just the best team, and it's by a high margin. But I did expect this series after seeing how Team did put up. I expected Holto's Finest to be a little bit closer.
Immediately double kill.
That was surprising.
And so then it's like
Because-
Cash 1. Well, you know, I mean,
maybe they just passed him in points.
Alleyway, you'd at least expect.
I'm not sure what
Holto's Finest
their
knows
rating
that they
was
have to
coming
take the
into
team
this.
fight
Their
inside of
seeding
canvas
was.
first. They can't just go out into Alleyway,
But yeah.
because that's the trap play. Why would the #1 seed team play
Anyways,
the trap like that? And no, they did.
I guess we still have to
100%
wait
they
for
did.
lower round to finish.
Wild stuff. all around.
Which means we have Diff versus
it
Make a Wish,
definitely
and
was
we
the
have
upset
AHS
of
versus the
day,
Blowers.
Just to be completely wiped, Professor. Like, when that
Holto's
first
Finest will play against the winner
across the 14
of
stadium, a little bit more
the winner of those
in
games.
line, but it was
and then
this
we'll have the grand
horizon
final.
where the mistakes were unfolding time and time again. What if you are in a Holto's
I'd love
Finest
to see a
position? How
pinnacle
would
mode
you go
similar
about
to Trials of Osiris
changing
from
that
Destiny,
strategy to
where you
make it
can
work?
earn nice comp.
I don't even think they.
You mean
had a
like where you have to
strategy.
get
There was a point in
consecutive
time
wins?
on
That would
Swiss
be really
Horizon
cool.
Where I watched Busy just
Is that kind of what
standing
you're
there
thinking,
with a
Truth?
C4 in his hand, waiting for the guy to end, for Holto's Finest to walk over to the
Like, you
cash
need to get a
out,
certain amount
while
of
Stu's over there
signif-
annihilating the other two guys, and he just looked over and it just clicked.
certain amount of consecutive
Blew
wins
him
in a
up on the
row
cash
to
out.
get
It
like
was
special rewards.
It was as if he
Yeah, that
didn't
would be
see
cool.
the C4 blinking on the top of it. It was almost like they
I
were not
wish
in the same Discord call. That
my
was
biggest
rough.
ask in
That
this
was
game is
rough.
that they add
I
like
don't know what else to
in-game
say other than
tournaments
that
that have
felt like
multi-book prize
a
pool.
quick play around.
Do
It
something
felt
like Marvel
like
Rivals
Brick
has or
was trying
Fortnite
to
has, where they
teach
have like a
Holto's Finest
championship
how to
series,
play,
and
they just were
it's all
bullying
ran
the
through
whole
the
time.
game.
It felt like Holto's
So you can have your
Finest
squad of 3,
wasn't
it could be a club
playing
or whatever.
at their finals, right?
You sign up for it,
they
you play
felt
scheduled
so
matches, kind of like
off
Premier
compared to
or
normally. And mind you, I
What was it
I
called?
love
Premier in
Lamp,
Valorant?
right? Like
Something like
Lamp
that?
is one of my favorite
Prime in Valorant?
players
Whatever
in
it's called.
the entire scene
Same thing.
overall, and I have
You know,
so
same
much
concept.
respect for him. And
That would be
Brendy
cool.
as well. Like the way that Brendy's able to.
I feel like that might
just get
come.
in
I
and-
mean, with
I mean,
season
all
8,
my
like
notes from
really
watching
focusing
the
on
quarterfinals
esports,
matches,
I feel like there's a
Brendy is
chance
so
that that kind of
fast
stuff
on the
happens.
res.
But
He has near perfect position.
and it would help
But,
play
you know,
into the
this time
game's
around,
lore
it
as
just
well.
seemed like
You
they
know, like
weren't
they're
able to
talking about
get
how that's going to
involved where they
combine
needed
into the
to.
game's lore
And
at
I
some
don't know
point
if
with
it was
esports.
just
So
because
they do it through
you
the
know,
game, it'd be
Brick
kinda
was
cool.
just so much better on their positioning if it was mostly
I feel the
just
difference
of a
between
luck
them
thing,
and the rest
but I
is the
do really
macro
think
management.
that,
Busy domination is
that
obvious,
Roto's
but
Finest,
STN is really
needs
good
to
at
sort of
steering the midway through the
rethink the
match
way that
when
they
things are not
approach
working.
Brit
Absolutely,
specifically.
yes. Also, they're light, just play the
Well, Alto's
correct.
Finest will have one more
Always
opportunity
communicating, gathering
in
info,
the
great
lower
ass team.
final,
Yeah, they
which
are
for
just
them is great. They're going to be walking away with a
they're kind of just a league
minimum
above. I hate to
of
say it. I
400
did
points
like
if they can advance through 700
I did like
to
Holtau's
1,000 ahead
finest
of
how
the
they
winner.
were really
We
like
have to rematch
playing
against Brits,
together
but
and seemed really
noting
locked
on our
in.
bracket that we have another
I like their
two
play
have
style.
fallen.
It obviously
We
didn't work
salute
out.
them. We say
Um,
goodbye to them. It's
But
gonna
I
be
feel like it
Dark
gave us a
Horses
taste
and
of like how
Only
tactical
Legends
this game
will
could be.
eventually
Pretty
fall
cool.
their
So,
match. Of course, these are
but
best
yeah,
of ones
Brick
on
to
the
it's a
lower
pretty
brackets
stacked
until we get
team
to
there.
lower
So,
semis. And in doing so, we're also going to say goodbye to Team D as well. So that
oh, they
is
got knocked
huge as
out.
they lose
Really?
their lower quarters. That for me
Wow,
is
make a wish to that
major,
team did. That's
major
crazy.
upset in
That is
my
huge
eyes to
upset.
see Make a Wish go all the way through. It's crazy to see.
Yeah, this was not expected.
Yeah, make a
Wow.
wish with the with the lower bracket run. I did call it going into lower round 2. Once you take out Ape Squad, you got to feel pretty good coming out on top of Dark Horse and taking out Team Dit as well. So I mean, they're gonna have their work cut out for them if they continue to advance.
That's crazy.
Something to note: HF has secured a spot in the lower final, so they're just waiting for the winner here between AHS and the Blowers. And that's going to be a fun match to watch. I hope we get to take a look at Make-A-Wish Foundation because they've got to be buzzing right now. They seem to be on fire if we're just looking at the stat sheet here. However, I want to see it in game.
Yeah, I think we definitely will get a little glimpse of the lower semifinals, but just for everyone at home, of course, we are starting to touch into giving points to teams. So that big bracket that we had walking into this, saying about how Bricked were the ranked number 1, After Hours the ranked number 2, etc., etc., etc. This is where those points matters because Dark Horse and Only Legends, yes, they go out at losers round 2, but they will still be rewarded 100 points going on. Team Deer will go out with a little bit more. Going to the next round as the lower quarters, they will have 200 points walking away from this. But more critically, Make-A-Wish Foundation are guaranteed 400 points here going into the champs, and of course placing themselves into the top 6, which is most visibly a great position going forward. I think Make-A-Wish, if I'm not mistaken, they're down in 10th right now. 400 would jump them all the way into the top 6 needed for qualification.
Wow. That's crazy.
Well,
Adi.
I mean, hey, it's called Make-A-Wish Foundation for a reason, right? If they can get in this win, then that would be enough. So, we'll see what they could do here. I'm very curious. I'm very interested to see what's going to happen there.
Prof, do you see any other kind of upsets here? Do you think Make-A-Wish is going to push forward if they go against any of the two After Hours or the Blowers?
I think that they got a chance. I think they had one wish, and that wish was to make it to the lower semifinal there, and just keep getting the points that they need here to keep pushing their way through, and they're going to get that wish.
Well, I tell you what, the wish has come through, but we are going to take just
Yo,
a
what's up,
short
Soph?
break. We want to make sure that we get
you've missed a
all
few.
the lower quarters
In
caught
all
up, done and
fairness.
dusted as After Hours, and the Blowers
yeah.
have
So-
started their game just a little bit later
Turn
than
this down
we
a little bit.
expected. So we're going to
So,
take that short break. When
They've
we
only been
come back,
broadcasting
we'll be
the
straight
upper
back into a
bracket.
little bit of a pre-talk
Be
about
cool to arrange
who
some
is
scrims for the
facing
channel, get all the
Make-A-Wish
regulars
Foundation
involved.
at
I'd be
the
down.
lower
Yeah, that'd be cool.
semifinals as we head into the first best of 3 on the loser bracket.
So,
But grab yourself a
Bricked is
cuppa,
making a
grab
run.
yourself a popcorn, drink,
Not
whatever
really
it is,
expected.
'cause we're
I
gonna
mean,
be
well,
back
not
very shortly.
expected, I guess. As expected. I will say they had a very close series with Team D. Team D has now been eliminated by Make-A-Wish Foundation, which was not expected because Make-A-Wish, if you look, is currently 10th place, and that was the 4th place team. Unfortunately, they haven't shown us the lower bracket games, so a little disappointment there, but that's okay. Yeah, but yeah, that's pretty much it. We're kind of waiting, I think, right now. I'm not really sure what we're waiting on. If we're waiting for upper finals, this happened. Bricks made it to the grand final. Hotel's finals is going to play in the lower final. So I'm not sure if we're waiting for the lower semifinal and the lower final, or what the stream schedule really looks like for this. But yeah, that's what we're waiting on. Shoof, would be cool to arrange some scrims for the channel, get all regulars involved. Absolutely. Scrims could be cool. We're also talking about doing some community tournaments in the Discord coming up soon. We just got to get it scheduled, possibly in like 2 weeks, potentially. And I think maybe a small multi-buck prize pool, but we'll see. It just depends on like when people are available and stuff. But yeah, I'd love help from people who are experienced with it, like Waltz, but I don't want to ask that until this is all wrapped up. So yeah, but that is something that might be coming. So if you don't already have a team, maybe consider finding some people to partner up with, because that would be something that we might run soon. And yeah, that's gonna be open invite. The first one, I talked about this on the last watch party, but I'm not like, we're probably not going to openly promote it outside of the Discord. Granted, this watch party is a little different story because, you know, if people watch the VOD this long, then cool. But we want to do something special kind of for the people who've been in the Discord so far. And then from there, like if we do future community tournaments, we'll start promoting them outwards more. Yeah, it'll probably be on a Saturday or Sunday, something like that. It just kind of depends on who's available and when. Making sure we have enough players, things like that. You know, pretty casual, but we'll have some skin in the game. You know? So. Wait, this is cool. This is their new ad. Hold up. Sorry.
He dashes around. Look at the movement. Aim point taking down a lot of players there. Great use of the goo gun. Oh, unbelievable techers.
Gangala, they try to jump in. Oh, they do. The team that hits.
Try and go for the steal. And the winch is huge. It doesn't work out though. He can't do anything yet. No, he still takes it. One versus three.
Yo, that ad was sick. I'll be honest. I'm hyped. Without You was my favorite finals track. Yeah, it's fire. Yeah, so anyways, guys, we will be doing obviously watch party for those games as well. It will be next weekend, Saturday and Sunday. So I'm not sure the times just yet, but it's, let me take a look actually. That might be on here. They don't have them on here. So I will find out the times. If you guys are not aware, in the Discord, we have events in there to show when we're going to go live with these watch parties. So you can subscribe, like you can go into the Discord, you can show your interest, and then you'll be alerted once that goes live. Of course, you can have channel notifications on too, because it'll be live here. So, but yeah, we will be streaming those. So that's kind of why actually I was saying probably the following week will be, if we do a community tournament, it'll probably be then. Is because obviously the championship is going on next week. So yeah. What's the favorite World Tour event this season? I like the one different weapons and gadgets give different amounts of money. Yeah, that was Risk and Reward, I think is the name of it. I liked that one a lot. I also really liked Headhunter. I didn't necessarily like Headhunter just for the fact that it was a World Tour event. I just liked the fact that it existed as a game show event. And I think that they need to make that the case. I think it needs to be a permanent game show event. And I think they need to do more like that, which requires you to basically stop playing cash out and totally consider a different strategy. I even said that with Headhunter, they should have had like basically 2 events of it during the game, like each match. You had like the first one, but then you also had one that went into the final like cash box or until like overtime was over, and you would, the stakes would be like high while you're fighting for the last cash box. So that was my favorite one so far. Definitely Dances winning the finals with 1 cash out and Dances. Did you actually pull that off? I didn't know if it was like, I figured it was possible, but I don't know if like anybody did it. That's insane if you got that. I would, if you have gameplay of that, I want to see it at all.
Suppresses third-party influence and eccentricity, outperforming our competitors within the standard deviation of conformity. With the Series 2000, your mind stays in control.
Yeah, David, that's what I'm saying. When I made the video talking about like that patch, I was like, it is technically possible, and I hope somebody does it. I don't think I would have been able to. You really have to like really try to get that to happen, but that's so cool. You have a 3 stacking plan to do that. It's doable if you focus on making dances most of the time. Yeah. Bombs are a snooze fest. I enjoyed it at first. I don't like it anymore. I played it today and fell out a lot with it. I think because it causes more map destruction, it's just kind of annoying. And like the odds of you actually picking one up and doing damage or getting a kill are so small. Granted, I did see some lights that were doing some work with it earlier today, so that was kind of cool. But yeah, the bombs, I'm already kind of over it. I'm ready for the next one. I'm hoping next week's is cool. I don't know what to expect. I don't even remember what the name of it is right now. Yeah, just more of a nuisance than anything. Absolutely. Yeah, it's awful. It's almost Dead Go Boom with extra steps. Yeah. Dead Go Boom was so frustrating. So frustrating when the game first came out, because the damage was like overtuned and you would just actually die if you were near the person, which made like shotguns and like sledge useless. Also, binding your emote on mouse scroll helps because you don't have to pick an emote. You just pull one without pulling out the emote circle. That's actually really smart. Not think about that. Also, the close quarters event is by far the best TDM map of the game. It's like exactly what I was saying. TDM needed less verticality, basically 2 floor smacks. Yes, agreed. I like the verticality in it too. It's like not ridiculous. So. Yeah, guys, just wiped the last of them. Ties immediately to words. Yeah, Dead Go Boom was actually something that turned us off from the game, because I don't know if Ranked was out when we played in like season 1, and Dead Go Boom was like, you saw that game show event and it was just like, oh god. So like I said, I hope that they add more game show events like Headhunter, where you're all of a sudden like, you know what, we actually don't have to push this cash box. Instead we could like play around this mode. Because I mean, when have you ever cared about like meteor showers or orbital lasers or alien invasion? Like, who cares? I've never cared. Maybe in Power Shift, but not in Cash Out. I'd love to see more mid-game events, but I don't know what they could add that wouldn't feel crappy to play. Yeah, I also don't know. Maybe like a King of the Hill mode or something. That could be cool. Or I don't know. New map is pretty cool for sure. Seeing 2 big towers made me wish we had mega structures. I'm curious to see what you mean more by that. So access C message retracted. I don't know if you did that or if the stream did, but if the stream did, let me know. I'll figure out how to make that not the case. But if you did that and that was intentional, then okay, cool. I'm still learning how to stream on YouTube, so we typically used to stream on Twitch, but yeah, YouTube has some intricacies to it. I'm sure you people have heard. King of the Hill or zombies? Yeah, King of the Hill would be cool. Zombies would be interesting. I'd be curious to see how that would, like maybe drones or something. They like chase you down. Kind of cool. I think they just need to make the game show events more chaotic. Like low gravity is kind of cool. I enjoy when that one comes up. Mega damage is fun. But like meteor showers, retro invasion 82 or whatever it's called, alien invasion, those are stupid. They just don't do anything. No reason for me to care.
Hey, there we go. We're here. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As we
It says anti-human structure like brutalism turned up to 11 or blame. Okay, gotcha.
400 points are on the line for all the teams from
All right.
here on onwards, and it just keeps going up. I'm still joined by Merch, Co, and beside me, but this
Low
is
grab
a
can really fuck up some weapon
storyline
setups. Absolutely. That's
for
what I like about it.
both.
I like the things that
teams.
shake up the game. I
A
mean,
dream
World
has to
Tour
come
is
to an
like
end.
it's not ranked.
Yeah,
Who
we
cares?
got 2 legendary lower bracket runs in the making here. Make-A-Wish and the Blowers
Oh,
both
okay, so
starting in lower
sounds good.
bracket round 1. And they're both finding themselves here in the lower semifinal.
I was like, we have a
but
lot of like
one of these Cinderella stories is going to come
moderation
to an
stuff
end.
turned off. I
And the
mean,
winner
it's got like,
will
of course,
find
like
themselves taking
abusive
on
language and
HF
stuff
in
turned
the
on,
next
but
round. But I think we had
I don't
some
know if
picks come
something's
in from
overrestrictive,
our
so that's what I was
analysts
asking.
over on the
Yeah, sounds
desk.
good.
So if you wanted to cover those, Hyper.
I did not play the security thing in Vegas.
Absolutely.
I'm curious
so
what
our
that
desk
was. I
is,
need to
well,
look that
they're
up.
taking a little
I'll check that out
brewski
after
and a
the
little
stream,
rest,
probably.
siesta, however you want to call it. But it's all in favor to say Make-A-Wish will take this 2-1 from both sides. Merch, do you agree with the 2-1 standing that our analyst desk have said?
Probably. I think that Normalize is going to be the X factor here. I think if he's top fragging, that the Blowers are going to win. But that's just my hot take here, and we'll see what happens. I
Are
believe
we getting ready to
we are
watch the lower
getting
bracket
into
finals?
the
Is that what this
first
is?
map,
Hang on.
unless I'm getting ahead of myself.
We are going to be getting
Yes.
into
Okay,
the first
this
match.
is
Of course,
lower
that will be
semifinals,
Fortune
guys.
Stadium, and of course, we can't
Right
have a
here.
prediction from 3 people without my one as well. I don't agree. I don't think Make-A-Wish will do it. I genuinely think if the roles were reversed, it will be a 2-1 to the Blowers. Is my call. I'm going to go against the grain. My gut is telling me that way, but we're loading in. And I tell you what, map 1, Fortune Stadium, as off to the races. The fine gentlemen go.
So
All right, here we go.
Finding ourselves on Fortune Stadium, jumping into
I would
the
love to see
perspective
Make-A-Wish
of
pull
the
this out.
Blowers,
If
composed
they
of
can make a
Zuki,
run to
Normalize,
even
and Ethanol.
losers
Normalize
finals or
definitely
grand
known for
finals, that would be
being a
insane to
cracked
me.
light, but we're gonna see him running medium here with the dematerializer. Somewhat of a different look, unless my memory is failing me right here. However, that is not to be addressed right now. We do see Vault 1 being tapped by Make-A-Wish, and they're gonna find themselves kind of kiting off-site a little bit.
Yeah, stacked roster from both sides. Viper, Varian, and Nisledrok.
Yeah.
However we pronounce
I guess
that
Blowers
one.
are
I'm gonna call
banking that
them
they're
Doc
going to run
because
this
that's the
A.
last one. And then, of course, on
It
the
seems
other
like.
side for the Blowers, Ethanol, Normalize, and Zukif to round off that team. And you said how
feel like they've
strong
been seen.
Normalized is, but you
Oh,
can't
that's
rule
not.
out Ethanol, a strong heavy that does pack pack a punch when he wants to. But right now, Volt's been open. Volt is movable. But critically, the Sector 6 zone, as Embark likes to call it, not open to play. We're going to be looking over to the stacked offices, or we're going over to, well, the lower Sector 2 lower offices.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, we finally see an engagement coming in.
Oh,
Seemingly
great
out of nowhere.
positioning
Huge
by
RPG is going
Nissel.
to take out Normalize. The SA-12 may follow up. He's
Wow.
going to get the assist on Ethanol as well. Quick work from Make-A-Wish, getting 2 down. They have 1 opponent left because no revives have come into play. Looking for a quick reposition on height. However, Derp can't seem to get on the roof. A little bit of a Derp moment there. They are looking for a re-entry. Zuki finding 1, so that's a good pick for the blowers, doing his best to just stay alive, buy some time. Instead, we're going to take the gateway and get out of there with the money. Varian picking up the res.
Especially
on
they chased
Viper,
down
and
that.
it looks
I
like
mean,
Durf is just gonna
they
be
had
going
the
for this
wipe, in my
plug
opinion.
here.
But
Good decision. No wipes.
Okay.
No wipes made, but no time wasted either if you are Make-A-Wish.
Yeah, and it comes to that point of do you go for that full engagement? Do you hunt down the last, or because you have that nice quiet moment, go for the plug in and rely on that little moment of respawn? Because
by the way,
if
why
you,
does
if
the
you have to
game lower
coin, you're
mouse
still
sensitivity for
waiting
shield
about
mesh?
15 to 20
I don't know, but there
seconds
might be
before you can
it's like a
coin in.
third
So
person
nonetheless,
sensitivity
you're not
versus
going to
first
have
person.
one person
I can
engaging
check.
solo. So time
I'm not sure
has
though.
flown into your favor as we get a stealthy movement that gets spotted all too quickly as Normalize open things up.
Yeah, nice pick from Normalize, using the DMAT to his advantage. Knew exactly where Make-A-Wish would be set up. Viper is going to pick Normalize, get the delayed trade, and Nethanol is going to fall as well. But Zuki gets that follow-up, and then the 2-piece. So that's going to be a wipe. Nice plays out of Zuki. That XP 54 just does so much damage in such a short period of time.
It's beautiful. The speed, the reaction, get it done quickly. They lost the first fight when they battled for the vault. But for the cash out, critically getting it at halftime, roughly with 5 to 10 seconds left on the respawn for Make-A-Wish. They've got plenty of time. And now we're going to click down to an 8th. Not an 8th. 5/8. Get there. Done. Slowly we see Make-A-Wish come back.
Yeah, so when we see the position being at about 9 o'clock, that means you have about 30 seconds left on, but we have a nice RPG coming in and a defensive dome shield coming for both teams. Ethanol falls again. Normalize gets his pick. We are left
A lot
with
of hidden
2v2
sensitivity settings.
here,
I think
and
so
we
as
are
well.
seeing an aggressive seal come in. That gas is gonna pop,
Live
and now there's
scam
not much
reaction.
you can
What's
do
up,
unless
A-Dub?
you get some Serb shots on site, but we aren't seeing those happen quite yet. They're
I was
also
trying to
gonna
open
drop
the
it.
game
That's
actually to
another way
see
to avoid that.
what I could find.
And then we have some huge damage coming in on Zuki. I don't think
Maybe I
they
can
have
find a
enough
different
time
setting
on
for you,
that
but
stick.
I
Not
did
even
not want to launch.
close.
I think there's a little too much
Looks like
going
the
on.
blowers are going to go up quickly, 1-0 here. Pulling up the scoreboard. Normalize the
I wish
2,
they would add
Zuki
custom
with
key button
3.
presets. I wish they would do that, and I also wish they would
However,
add
he has been doing
weapon-specific
a lot of the dirty
reticles.
work, as a
But-
heavy normally does.
Each their own, I guess. They could also do
What I
it to
love
test
from
and
that
base,
last play
which
from
would be cool.
Zukif. Playing his body, playing his life to force away the players. They can't go for the stick. They know that if they go for it, the bullets are going to be sprayed into them. So instead, play off, try and get him killed. But it was just a little too late. And I love that from players. We see it
Can I
in
game
a
watch?
multitude of
Like-
games that time is your
All right,
friend.
good.
And this is an awkward
with me.
sight. The Vault being in Sector 6. We don't
I think I might drop my
usually
stream. Hold on.
see it positioned here. We usually see a cash out position in Sector 6 because now you have to win this fight to get out of the place. You gotta do it.
Yeah, you are going to have to force something for sure. And the blowers opting to take somewhat of a disadvantage here. I mean, Make-A-Wish doesn't have to do anything.
That's a keyboard.
Side note, that FAMAS looks so weird with the hollow. I thought it was an F-car. But we have some nice shots coming in from Varian and an aggressive push from
no,
Viper
there's
as
not a
well.
separate
Not
setting,
something I
shockingly.
really agree with. I don't see any point in this push Viper's making right now. May even
yeah,
be
the
setting
stream
up
probably
a
did get
gateway.
laggy. Sorry.
It looks like a gateway is set up,
Yeah,
so
it
they're
did.
going to be looking to just get
My
in
bad.
and
It should
get
be fixed
out. I
now.
do like the play all of a sudden, but Normalize is going to find that pick on Viper, so looking to be a little bit of a mistake. A nice barrel coming in from Varian.
Yeah, my game winded up opening itself, so I had to close it.
Down to Doc, left alive and quickly wiped out, and the Make-A-Wish are not wishing
No, is it fixed
for
now?
anything right now. As very quickly, that was a great run from the blowers, a great hold to lock things down, and an open door to go and move it. The closest site is B. But it was done well. It was done smoothly, but they're not moving just yet.
Okay.
I am surprised. They're
Yeah, it
actually
turns out when the
waiting
game
for
opens,
respawn.
it tries
Are
to
they
download all
going
the
for another
shaders. It
fight?
causes
They're getting a
OBS
bit
to not be
cocky
happy.
here.
So
Yeah,
there you
they're
go.
definitely practicing patience, which is something I believe in for sure. They know that they're going to be in a tough spot trying to get out of here, just based on the timings of the respawns for Make-A-Wish. So we have some game chat going on, actually, if you guys can see that on the side of the screen. But now we just have a role reversal here. The Blowers, if they wanted to, could drag this out for 13 minutes. I don't think they're going to, as Make-A-Wish is forcing the matter anyway. We see a nice dome shield coming in from Ethanol. He's probably going to get his one here on the light player. However, he's just getting out of there. Those shots doing no damage. This time around, they are going to be doing some damage, but not enough, actually. Interesting stuff there. It looked like the shots from Ethanol just doing absolutely nothing.
No, it didn't look like it was doing the best amount of work, and yeah, it's gonna get moved. It's normalized. Getting vocal in the chat as well.
Yeah, I like the Nuke skin. It's
As
fire.
finally we see the Vault out to play. But yeah, it was a great push from Make-A-Wish. They learned from last time the mistakes of over-aggressing and I'm loving the talk between these two teams. It's fiery indeed. I'm sorry, I get distracted too easy with these conversations.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I'm
Having all
same
chat in
boat,
private
just
matches
trying to
and
keep
not
it together,
like
as these
normal
guys are
ranked
being
and
ridiculous in the chat.
World Tour,
Bavarian
because
is
how
gonna
much
get
we're
some
missing out
nice
on.
range shots with that FAMAS on Zuki, getting the pick. I assume Zuki's gonna get picked up pretty quickly, but maybe
we
not.
could have
because
banter
this
like
fight
this.
is going down. Varian's gonna fall. Derb is gonna pick one on Ethanol as well, leaving him in a not great position, being normalized, and that's another quick wipe. So quick though that we have plenty of time for a good push to come in if you're the Blowers. Not too much to worry about. Plenty of time to strategize here.
That is a good point to make. Yes, there is so much time for the Blowers to go for one more push. We're getting to halfway now, and the respawns are coming in. And from the wide map that I have, not too far away either, so they could push straight in, go aggressive. They have to deal with a little bit of goo that's in the way, but once that's been covered, they could go aggressive. We know these guys are aggressive. We know they can hit their shots. It's the timing that have not been in their favor right now. As slowly, they're downstairs, dematting it down to the floor, and that's going to be 2 floors, maybe 3 floors that Make-A-Wish have to deal with, but they've read it early. They're jumping early to push onto point and go for that aggression. No one's been taken out just yet.
Make-A-Wish gotta
That's
get going.
Very smartly. We see the Blowers not over-aggressing, but 2 drop. Ethanol left alive in another 1v2,
Nice.
and a quick wipe to finish it off.
Yeah, I think that's been
Make-A-Wish might
or
have it in him,
possibly
I'll be
even
honest.
4 consecutive wipes now. Make-A-Wish on the Blowers, so a bit of a momentum swing here. Maybe a little bit too much chatting going on. Need these players to lock in. Going into this last cash out, winner takes all here as far as map number 1 goes. Jumping on board with Derp, still typing away. We're gonna see his message pop up in just a second, as it does. Back over to you, Hyper.
That's crazy work.
This is giving me Counter-Strike vibes. It really is. The talking that is back and
I
forth.
want that
I'm
Nvidia
not
charm. That's
too
cool.
unfamiliar with the way these guys
haven't seen
think, the
that
way
before.
these guys want to play, and of no surprise, Cash Out D will head back into the infamous Sector 6 location. It's gonna finish where everybody do not want to fight, and quickly get it moved, get it done, and Make-A-Wish. They want the early score on the board to close this out.
Yeah, and it looks like they're gonna get out of there with the highway robbery, as the Blowers just aren't able to make up that ground. They're gonna be on their tail as fast as possible. Ethanol may be a bit too quick, possibly getting picked off here. But Make-A-Wish does get that plug in. Every single person is still alive. Make that 2 dead now for Make-A-Wish, right on cue. And that's going to be an
wipe.
instant self-unalive from Varian.
What are my PC specs? 3080 Ti, 13700K processor.
Boxes to push or cash outs to
32
push. Has to be
gigs
covered
DDR
pretty much every single play day this
5 or
season.
whatever
This is
RAM.
not the one you want to be.
Yeah,
pushing.
DDR5.
No, especially
quite
as
a
the
few
decider as
SSD
well.
circuits.
It makes it
Problem is I'm
just
running 3
10
monitors.
times harder, but to add insult to
I'm streaming
injury,
this obviously at
on the
1440p at like a
Baxels
really high
over to
bit rate.
Sector 6,
It
it has been
like,
one
a lot open.
apiece when it comes to the
So,
stalemate
yeah, that's kinda why the
positions that
stream
they will
kind
find
of crashed almost.
themselves in. So, with that in mind, who will
Close
be
to
the
max.
first to break?
on the
As
finals?
Viper,
Playing at
again,
1440p.
He's going to do an early jump, create the gateway, allow his
not
team
with
to
RTX on, though.
sneakily jump into
No ray
points,
tracing. And DLSS at like.
and they can
balanced,
slowly
I think,
make their
something
way
like that.
around
Yeah.
and slowly get to
What up,
point.
Jog?
Yeah,
QE.
that's a good entry out of Viper there, using the gateway to get the team across the map safely. That is more than half the battle when you are pushing this box here. However, we're going to be seeing a bit of a bait, forcing the utility to come in. Gets the stick momentarily.
Oh, the
but
nullify.
loses it. Also gets nullified, so we'll see in a couple of seconds as Viper falls down. Normalize does get that pick. Normalize looking for a second one as well. But we do see Derp picking one.
God.
Another one will fall as Normalize gets the revive with the defibs. That is 2 dead though, or 1 back alive. Now full reset for Make-A-Wish, and we're just going to be seeing this last second steal because there's not much time left at all. The stick sticks as well. Oh my
wow,
goodness,
Make-A-Wish
nobody
with the
did
comeback.
anything
That's
about
crazy.
I think Normalize was dead and couldn't demat it out.
Yeah.
That is
no, the finals is
insane.
super optimized. I
A
mean,
series of
game run's
unfortunate
great,
events
even
for
with
the blowers,
like
and
the
Make-A-Wish
improvements it's
make
gotten.
it out of there.
Unfortunately for the blowers,
it's a
critically on that
well-optimized
final play,
game.
the DMAT didn't demat
I was having a lot of
the
graphics
way
issues recently,
it
and
should
then I
have. They were
fully,
trying to drop
like,
it down. The goo
DDU'd
blocked it,
my
and in
graphics
doing
drivers today and
so
finally
the
fixed
position
it.
was slightly off.
So
So
that
only
was fun.
half of it was opened,
Oh.
and then the cash out did not drop, and that's why they
Yeah,
lost.
Harris,
that
there's a lot of,
final play, but unfortunate indeed.
controversy.
As we have a
Not
quick
controversy,
glance
conversation,
at
I guess,
that
around
scoreboard.
the nullifier.
An extended
I'm somebody that
game with
thinks
an
it was a
extra
terrible
fight
rework.
at
It just
Ego
doesn't make
Chow
sense.
that came
Doesn't
from the
solve
blowers,
any of the things
which
that they thought it was
cost
going to
them
solve.
dear to not go
Doesn't
for that
justify the sword
rotation,
nerf.
but 9 kills for
Even though
Varian
I'm
to
fine
kick
with the sword
things
nerf
off.
because I'm not a light player.
That's a good way to fill
But
a 9 to
they
5
said that
and not in a work day.
Sword was getting nerfed because the stun gun was being
Absolutely
reworked,
being
and
a
that was like the
9 to
light player
5
counter
myself,
to it.
I feel that one.
And
I
I
do
don't
want to
feel
go
like the
back and
nullifier
just
solves that
double
problem.
up on what
So
you said. That
I
was
don't really
not
get what
a
they were
failed
getting at with
DMAT.
that. But yeah,
There's nothing Normalized could have done about that.
Heavy
the
broke
goo
angles
pretty
there.
much
Heavy,
just kept it
dude.
in place.
Yeah, he
didn't
was
miss,
dunking.
So I do want to point that out.
That was crazy.
But that's really frustrating.
I would love to see Make-A-Wish make it to
and
grand finals.
that
They could
is
take
just
out. I mean,
tough
they
to
got to
deal
face
with,
what
but if
Hotel's
you
finest,
are
right?
Make-A-Wish, you don't care. You take that
Right.
7
Yeah.
days a week.
They got to face Hotel's finest, which
Absolutely,
will be
we
a tough
definitely
game.
love
But if they do that, that will
see
be.
the confidence going forward. But of course, next
I'd love to
map
see them hit grand
going
finals. Do I think they win grand
forward-
finals? No.
Well,
But
that's actually still
making
unknown.
it there would be
I don't
huge
think we
for
got
them.
fully informed of what it would be. Actually, I can tell you what it would be. It's going to be Cicerized. Sorry, it was at the bottom. I wasn't reading. We're back to Cicerized. No surprise, ladies and gentlemen. And the question I ask in that sense is: does the blowers, can they flip this around and can they take advantage of their map pick?
I feel this stun gun should only disallow
Yeah,
the
you would
player to
definitely
interact
hope
with
so.
cash
You would
boxes and
think,
safes for like
they
2
picked
seconds.
This map for a
I think
reason. I've
the
definitely
stun
seen
gun
all
should
these
have just
guys
been brought
absolutely
back, and
cook
you
on
have to
this map,
hold the stun. So
but
you have to
this
hit a
has
skill
pretty much
shot,
been the
and you have to be
number
within
one
range,
picked map,
and
if
then
I
you have to
remember
hold the
correctly, if
button
not, it's the
down
second most
if
picked
you hit
map.
the
I do
shot,
not
and that
have
keeps
those
them
stats
stunned.
in front of me
And
currently.
you can hold it
But this
for a
is
certain amount
just
of
a map
time,
we've
and then it
seen
overheats,
pretty
kind of
much
like the
every
heal
team
beam.
get most of their
I think if they
reps
had
in
done
on. It was one of
that,
the
it
most
made
commonly
way more
scrimmed.
sense because it's not a free
And I'm
kill.
excited to
You have to
see
sit there and
again,
hold the button, and
Normalize
as soon as
is
you let
still
go, the
my
other
player
person
to
can
watch
react
here.
if they
I think
want.
he's the X factor for the blowers.
But it helps
Absolutely.
with the sword
Ethanol not
problem.
putting
It
out
helps with
performances
like
we
if
were
you're in a bad
expecting on the blower's
position,
side,
things like
but
that.
the
The
shotgun
nullifier
just
does not make
wasn't
sense to
hitting
me.
the shots it normally does.
I think it's a
That is
cool weapon. It'd be cool if I could shoot my
powerful
own teammates with it and
weapon
get them out of a
for
bad
the,
situation.
SA-12.
That's what I personally think it'd be better
I
at.
personally can't get to
but-
grips with it. I don't understand
I
how
don't know.
people
That's
get
what
to
they went
grips
with,
with it.
so
But it
we'll see
fries
though.
and close
People are still
ways
learning to
when
use
I
it,
was
so we
starting
might
it
see that it's
all
actually more
off,
viable
while I
than
was-
people are
when I was
expecting. But right
commentating,
now,
and it
it's
still
not very high
fries
up on my tier list, that's
today.
for sure.
It still does the work, but already Zukif, not the start he wants to see, but that's why
Yeah,
the
dude.
shotgun's
The thing is, even with the
powerful as
minigun,
immediately
is it
Ethanol
allows
gets
for
on the
free reload.
Yep,
Because
Normalize is gonna.
yeah, the
pick
minigun has a
Zuki
ton of
back
ammo,
up
but it's super
immediately
slow
as
to
well. You'd love
reload.
to see that out of
If you
your
can dance
medium.
around them and make
A
them reload,
lot
then
of
they're kind of
carnage
screwed.
going
But
in. Somebody is nullified.
I mean, like, look at this. Look, he's just in his face. Look, all you do is delay the inevitable.
In his sights, and that is going to be the last kill or the wipe on Make-A-Wish. Unfortunately, though, Vault 1 hasn't even been tapped yet. So, like we've seen countless times today, we may get another fight here. Zuki is going to throw that gateway on, though, so maybe not, because they're going to be kind of throwing the positioning off. Make-A-Wish guess their route, but they have been using that death cam, so they might have a decent idea.
Well, the floor is slippy, according to Zukif. He is confident that the talk back and forth is phenomenal. Almost feels like we're getting prepared for the LAN in the fourth quarter of this year, which will be happening
what's up,
in
Ed? How's it
Stockholm,
going, bro?
Sweden.
It would be
I
cool to
am-
use.
I am
See, that's the
pumped for
problem.
the time
Yeah,
being
it
to see
would be
these guys
cool to
fight.
use with teammates, but people would
The
troll with it
atmosphere
too
is
much, and
gonna be
that's
amazing,
the
but
problem. That's
again,
why we can
the
nice
second
things,
fight, you
right?
called it.
It could be
Has
like
to
one of the
come
best gadgets in the
through
game,
because
especially
it
on
was
like
an
medium
ego
or even
chow
light.
to start
But
things off.
people troll too much.
And now they have to fight for possession of the vault, even though it has been moved just that little bit closer to B.
Proposed
Yeah, they
English
moved
is
that box about
I'm there with you.
90 meters to the left, and now they said, all right, let's run it back. Let's do it all over. But we see some aggression out of the blowers here, but they're going to catch an RPG to the mouth. Normalize is going to fall, and I believe a second one is going to fall as well. However, Ethanol makes it out of there alive. I thought that was beautiful dome shield play out of Derp, but it wasn't beautiful enough. Varian finds one. Viper
I feel like
finds
we've been on
one.
this map forever, and I'm
Blowers get
realizing that they
punished
haven't
for
even
their
cashed it for the
aggression
first
there
time
for
yet, or
sure.
plugged it for that matter.
A bit of a mistake
crazy?
trying to move that money the way they did, especially knowing where Make-A-Wish was set up.
This could be us, but you playing, bro. I'm
Honestly,
saying.
in that time, like you have
Everybody
so
be
much
ruining what
time
we
in the
could
final
have.
rounds to go and fight. See, that's the whole point of the final round, is so you can clear out everybody. You can make sure you have full control over the whole entire arena. I wouldn't have pushed. I would have waited. I would have made sure you at least taken out 2 minimum. But there must have been theory to the madness, an expectation they were expecting to come forward, an expectation. Well, Ethanol wasn't expecting everybody to be on the roof as he goes down to half health.
Yeah, they definitely had an idea there. It just didn't end up working out that way. That's pretty reflective of my gameplay as well. I think
Just
I'm
left
like the Bill Belichick when it comes to making a play call, and then I just die. So it happens to the best of us, it happens to the worst of us, but we are looking for the blowers to bounce back here. A bit of a height advantage for Derp. We have a C4 coming in.
Add Zarya
That
bubble
box
to
is
the
being
finals.
dropped
That would be
quite a
teammate
bit,
and all
but
fire.
nobody has gone down quite yet.
Be an idea.
Gas spread out all over the
They could add
building.
some
We
sort
are
of
gonna
like
see engagement in the
anti-heal
staircase
thing. I mean, granted,
momentarily.
heal beam
Just
isn't
kidding, as Derp
like
goes the complete
heal beam is
opposite
not
way as I
bad,
thought
but
he
heal
was
beam is
going
not
to.
really utilized as
A
much as like
complete
DMAT at the
reset
current moment.
from
But
Make-A-Wish. They're
if
not
it
wanting
ever
to go
got
for
to
the
that
fight
point, I'd be
originally,
interested
but
to
Blowers
see an
decided, you know what?
anti-heal.
They've gone up. We go up too.
And then with that, then you have the ability to have a
kick
cleanse.
things off.
I mean, that gives you
Normalize
some
will take
abilities
that
to have
advantage,
room
and
with new
there is
gadgets
done.
and
The
things.
Blowers able to take them out with a quarter on the board. It's done.
Guided
It's
20 with the rocket
dusted,
with,
it's
excuse me.
theirs, and 9
Yeah.
times out of 10, it will be not contested from here onwards. So we look upon the field and ponder where the next vault will land.
Yeah, if you are the blowers here, you're just going to want to try to get in a pretty central position unless you have an even deeper understanding and know exactly where it's going to spawn. You just want to put yourself in a position where you're kind of equidistant to wherever it can spawn. But that's a nice play out of the blowers, and we do have an engagement from Normalize. Aggressive DMAT through the wall there, getting the ticks on Viper as well, but he's going to catch a stray, so he will get traded out. We do see Derp putting some damage in. Varian now has 2 to his belt.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, the
Derp has been sent to the underworld.
Nullify just
for
doesn't
the
do
time
much
being,
for this.
But he comes back.
Granted,
and that
maybe
is
in
a
this
quick
format, it's not as good
counterwipe
either.
on the
but,
blowers.
yeah.
Second
Every single time I've
ego
seen him get
engagement,
nullified, he
except
winds up
I'm
in a
not
better
gonna
position
call it
than he
an ego
was.
engagement this time. This is definitely more a
Burn
respawn
damage pissed me off.
engagement.
Yeah,
There was
DOT is
absolutely
never
no
gonna
way
feel
of
good.
knowing where
There's
this is going to
there's
go.
no way to
There
make
was
DOT
no
feel
way
okay.
of understanding where the vault would be
No matter
positioned,
how
and so
balanced or
happened,
unbalanced it is.
Make-A-Wish spawned close
Poison
enough
and
to
fire
come
damage
for
that ticks
fight.
over
So
time.
there
is
will be
the
another
worst
fight
feeling
that
thing in a video
may
game.
come through. I am mistaken. Very quick from Make-A-Wish. They're looking
Nullifier
to
kind of
break
grease him.
ties
It
up
does.
quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I
It
like the
just
fast
seems like a waste of an
action.
equipment
Everybody
slot,
just wants
at
to
least
get
in
this
this
show
format.
on the road, and I don't blame them. We're going to see a nice goo play. That's a bit of a low goo, though, unfortunately. Normally you see it come in way higher, and you're going to play that ultimate height. However, they don't quite get it with that goo. I don't know what happened there. We do see Derp trying to take height advantage, and we do see the blowers trying to manipulate this box just a little bit. Goo's coming in for a bit of extra protection, and they're going to try to get this steal, but that's just going to be an open hole in the ceiling. A huge RPG coming in as well, and now all of the blowers are struggling to find their HP. It's just been zapped away from them by Derp and his RPG. Derp does get nullified.
So that
but
was
it
actually
doesn't
not a
really
bad
matter,
nullify, I will
as
say.
He's now in a 2v1.
To
And the last
you know,
man
focus
alive,
it, make it a
trying his best
1v1.
to just get out
For a
of
second there, that was
make
pretty
it
good
2
usage.
now. And we have Derp in a tough situation with Normalize, just playing his life the best he can, kiting.
Oh my god, if he
and
gets
still
away,
out of
no
there.
way he gets out of there.
just trying to play time here, trying to make sure that
No
his
way he
team
gets
can
up.
go
God,
and
you hate
coin
to see
in
that.
and rush back into play, because at the same time, Sverian is out of the Make-A-Wish team, so he too needs to find a way back in. A quick revive will come through. Reset with less than about 20 seconds left on the clock. So the Blowers, if they want to get a win,
I want to
and
see a
take
goo gun
map
usage just for the
2
shithousery.
onto
People
their
used to run
side
it apparently in
quickly,
ProHubs.
they have
That was
to win
before I
this
started watching,
battle.
but I've seen
Ethanol
clips of people
from
using it
underneath
for
will
like
put down a
mobility.
foam shield. He's got
getting
the
up high
most health,
ground,
so no
things like
surprise
that.
he's going for the steal. Viper's
Wouldn't be
going to wrap
surprised.
around the
May
back,
come back one
try
day.
to get any form of information, but jump from the outside will be a 2-on-1 battle. Zukip will win it. Now, you got Varian above, trying to do some more damage, trying to keep things alive. The steal starting
they
to
got
come in, but it's not enough.
Nice.
Make-A-Wish. Tie it
Make-A-Wish
up.
staying in this.
We're going for one more round here on Sis Horizon.
Oh my goodness, the stamina
They're
is
one cash
being
away from
tested.
being
I know
in
my hands will be
losers finals
cramping
right now.
for sure, being this dialed in for this long of a period. But looking at the scoreboard here, 7 kills apiece for Varian and Viper, 1 for Derp, but it doesn't really seem to matter as we are tied going into this vault number 3.
I don't think people
or
bash
the
on
last
Nullifier because
box
there are
of
already
the
so many
game,
good,
if you will.
so many good gadgets on.
Two
Like
options to
those
go
who don't
here.
like
One,
it,
you
just
play
go
by
back
bridge,
to
a
running
lovely
whatever they did
position
before.
that
Yeah,
I
100%. I
personally
mean,
like
it's
to go
ignorable.
to, but you have the
I mean,
courtyard
the
as
meta
well,
shifted
an
as well
open site
since
to play
stun
on,
gun
but
was
just
removed. I
when
mean,
you were trying to get the quick
I don't know what it
gateway
was,
to come
but
through,
the fact that it's
been
gone
stolen
or it got
and
removed
nicked.
kind of forced players to go to a
And the
different direction,
Blowers
and now it's
have
like, well,
possession, and now
don't
a
really need it.
possession game over the vault will come
first
through.
place.
Normalized will kick it off.
Yeah,
So,
normalized.
like I said, though,
finds
we
the
might see
opener
an
there,
increase
which
in
is
usage
huge.
and then
It is
become
all
meta
about
or
these
something.
opening
I don't
picks and
know.
how you react to it, and that is not
Only been
how
out
you
for
want to
2
react
weeks.
to it. As Viper is going to get the trade. Zuki does get trade back though, so Viper left all alone. The little light with 150 HP being hunted down by 3 absolute demons. Not a spot you want to be in. Normalized going for the kill with the
Running the
heal
M26
barrel.
Matter
Love to
is kinda
see it.
crazy work, I'm
Instead,
gonna be
just
honest.
Opt to serve him and get him out of there. So the Blowers now making their way over
Just out of your other
towards
selections.
one of these cash outs
That's
to
a
try and
choice.
get this money started and this game progressing a little bit.
Going to D. They had a sneaky feeling that C might have had traps set up, everything prepped, ready over
Delayed the
there.
inevitable
So
right there.
go
Yep.
to the site that has not been touched. And no surprise.
I've seen
a
one
strat
good
I
nullifier
like
so
to
far.
do. Let's start dropping it down. Give it a position where you could upset things, and you have a sight line if they go and push. And talking of pushing, how about Make-A-Wish as they are pushing above these guys, the footsteps above, making some noise.
Yeah, I don't understand the matter
Yeah, not
either.
enough
It's kind of
just
fun to
yet to cause
use.
the
It's not
reaction.
terrible, but it
we
is just
do
kind of
see
like
a bait of a steal come in
comparison to
and
what you have. I mean,
the
I think
box
light
does
right
get
now,
moved.
the
I don't know if that triggered a C4.
the
or
XP54
quite
is just the
what.
best gun on
However,
the
it
class.
is a
I
bit
think
off-center
by
now,
a
so
long
something
shot.
definitely initiated
And then
that,
if you're gonna run a
not
shotgun,
naturally,
you
of
might as well
course, as
run
we
the
have
shorty.
normalized with a glitch barrel in hand. He's
But I
specifically
mean, I can
waiting
understand why you
to
wouldn't
see
do that at the pro
mesh
level, but
shield. I would
choosing the
assume
matter
as soon as you
is
see that mesh shield, he's gonna want to glitch it.
might as well run
Instead,
double
he's
medium
gonna
and
get
just go on
RPG'd
a
through the
serve.
wall, and it's gonna glitch himself. Crazy work there. Viper's gonna find the pick on normalized.
Doesn't feel
He's
as good as
also
double
gonna
barrel.
find the pick
Exactly.
on
Yeah, it doesn't do
Zuki,
as much damage.
and that's just gonna leave
kinda
one left
do
for the
anything.
Blowers. Not really in a
Should add a
position
gas effect
where
to
you
a
want to
weapon.
wipe. At all.
Somebody
So we
actually
have
said
Make-A-Wish
that in
going
our
for the
Discord that I
flip
was
here. This is a
LFGing
tough
with.
spot to be in if you're the Blowers.
That or like some sort of toxic.
It is a
bullet
hard
almost.
position. They've set this up to be awkward.
yeah.
They've set
Oh, hey,
this
Waltz.
up to make
What's
it
up?
hard as map
That is
2
you.
is looking right now in Make-A-Wish's hands to close it out with a 2-0.
Gives her fire effect instead of fire.
One
That's crazy work.
last push. The
Yeah,
Blowers start that push.
Yeah.
Yeah, one push left, one
Yes,
play
Matter
to
would go
save
hard.
it all.
Well, somebody's
And it is
running.
highly
Viper's running the
unlikely,
matter right
however,
now,
we
which is what
have
brought up this
every tool
conversation about like
possible being
why
used. No
that
one on
and
site
also
just yet. We do see one
Nullifier,
pick on
which is just
Viper.
troll.
2 picks make it. We're gonna need to see an
Looking.
immediate hop,
I don't know.
and he cannot be taken off of
Oh my
this.
God, please get
he
him off.
stays alive being dirt, but can he get
Oh.
the stop? He does. Oh no, he doesn't. As the Blowers actually get out of there, a monstrous steal at the last second with the retake.
give it a wider
Huge stuff to
bullet
extend
spread,
this
make
series,
like
making it a
dart from
1-1.
Battlefield 3. That would be interesting.
We're going the distance, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading to Viva Las Vegas.
Oh man, I was hoping Make-A-Wish would close it out that
I
map,
tell
and
you
then
what, the
I want to see him. I want to see him make the
just
Grand Run
a little
finals.
bit
I think
more.
it's
The
possible.
cockiness got pushed to the side. We saw a little bit of smack in the chats at the start of the game, but very quickly make
It
a
is.
wish.
It's allowed the heavy to close
Put
the
the
gap on
blowers
him
in their
every single
place.
time he's
It
nullified him
almost was
so
that
far.
wake-up call.
And
Right,
he just
we've
has
done all
not
the
gotten the
talking.
conversion
Now we
of
need
damage
to
over.
walk the talk.
I feel like he just gets
Take
ran
control,
over instead.
show what we're made of. But critically, look at that double
Does
digit
nullifier
from
prevent
Viper. Their lights
healing,
on their
though?
team
Like, if
running
you
the shotgun. Not
see a
common,
lot of teams use
not
nullifier, and I think
popular.
they're getting baited by
10
using it like
and
a stun gun.
6 on that
Exactly.
team. Fantastic work.
Yeah, the Viper making a case for the matter for sure that round. It definitely does its damage and has somewhat of a place. Not so
You
commonly
have to plant cash out
seen
first
these
to ambush
days,
while
but
stealing,
I
turn
mean,
into a 2v3.
again, as I said,
Yeah,
we're
I mean, I
definitely
saw the
making a case for
usage.
it.
There was
a
one usage earlier, like I
beautiful
said, that
frame
like
all around great stuff from
took
the
out
blowers,
somebody of the fight and made it a
just extending the
1v1
series, but
shortly,
great
and they
flag
almost got
power
that conversion of a
out
kill. And
of,
then, you know, now you make
out of Viper.
odds shifted, but
he's cooking right now. These
you gotta
guys are
really
all
make sure you
dialed in.
convert
They've
that
been
kill.
playing for hours at this point today.
No,
so
nullifier doesn't stop
nobody's
health
not
regen because
warm, I'll
null
tell you
doesn't do
that
damage. Interesting. Yeah,
Absolutely.
so you're
They
also
are
letting him heal.
prepped. They are ready. They are hungry
It just gets
to
worse.
get this done. Remember, this is the semi-finals of the loser bracket. Best of 3 of the loser semi. Then we'll do a best of 3 for the losers
Waltz,
final.
I think Make-A-Wish
and then
can
a
make
best
that
of
run.
5 for the grand.
Straight
So
up.
we still have a little bit to
The
go
way that they're playing,
as we
they're so
head
close.
into Viva Las Vegas. We're over to the States. And over where the gamble has to come through. And that's something both teams will look to do.
Yeah, nullifier is just a pause
Yeah,
button.
everything
It's
is
literally done
on the
inevitable.
line
I
on
have
this
said
trip to
my biggest
Vegas.
gripe with it is it
No
doesn't
pun
justify their
intended
sword nerf
here.
that they
We
did.
do have a little bit
That
of
they
no
they said that
action
light players didn't have the
there,
stun
but
gun,
he
so
is
they're
here,
nerfing
he's
the
with us,
sword
okay.
until it's
Nothing to
back,
worry
and
about
then
there.
they're gonna
On the other
reevaluate.
side of things,
And
we
I'm
have the
like, how did
blowers
the
moving
nullifier
as
fix
a
any of
unit.
that?
Our
It's
first
just
ball
all you do is
going to
delay
be
that
up
right
on
click
the
from
Sky
coming.
Bridge. Perfect median point here. Both teams probably going to look to engage it. They are going to get the tap, being the blowers. So both teams, I think at this point, are really just looking to get this show on the road. But we have an immediate engagement, a beautiful jump pad,
Wow,
a
they
nice
just
RPG is going to
right
come in
into the
as well.
fight.
Ethanol picking
Holy.
off Viper and Varian before getting traded out. However, Normalize is going to
Extremely
get that
dominant
last
fight
one.
by the blowers
and
as
Hops
well.
to save his defib too. Just a little play like that, extracurricular stuff. All around great plays from Normalize, making sure his defib doesn't go on cooldown.
Dude, yeah, he's been
It's
popping off.
fantastic to see. Great aggression to pick things off. They had that height advantage, quickly getting to the point, opening up the vault as well. So that wasn't an ego child aggression. But what's making it worse than something I'm seeing from the Sky Cam is the very, very close spawns that we're seeing Make-A-Wish being given and Buck blessing them. So immediately we're getting a re-aggressor come in as Normalize, getting the Fist of Fury out to kick things off, but it's just trade after trade. Zukiv quickly put back into the game. Viper's down, so the light from this Make-A-Wish squad has to come through, but it is just more blood on the floor. Zukiv, left alive for the blowers, has to play time here, has to play aggressive, but play
Yeah,
sensible.
Glitch Trap
But
is
finally,
like one of
another
the
Fist of
strongest
Fury will
things
take
to
it
counter
down,
sword.
and the turnover has come through.
Yeah, that was a really
What's up,
good
Vinny?
take
How's it going,
there.
bro?
You could argue that they were probably blessed with that spawn. That was one of the best
Yeah, Glitch
spawns
Trap,
you
then
could have
trap with that
possibly
card.
asked for
Yep,
if you're making
that or
wish
even
there.
just
They're gonna
blow
get
him
the
up with
flip.
Serb. If you're
The
dealing with a
blowers
lot
will
of
be
lights.
back with about a minute left on this one, but it gives you time for one solid, well thought out push.
Famas, you can
As
hit
we
with a
do
fire to
see
that.
Make-A-Wish most
That's
likely
another
gonna
viable
go
option. That's what
play
I've been doing a lot
top
of recently.
Hotel, but instead they're making their way underground somewhere. I don't know if they're taking an alternate route, but let's jump on board with the blowers.
The Glitch Trap's range is kind of
Let's
insane
have a look and
right
see
now.
what they are pulling off on their side. But
I don't
right
know the
now,
actual numbers at the moment.
it
I'm
seems
working
to
on a
be a
medium video,
bait.
and that's something that I plan to
a drop
like,
down.
get the
Let's
actual
bring
numbers
it low.
for, but
Let's get that
pretty far.
information. And from the skies, we see Make-A-Wish push in aggressively. The shotguns are out. The RPGs are on the floor as bullets fly. The
Oh, I didn't even
Dungeons
realize
out to
that was
create some
banned
defensive position
in your
for
walls. That's
Make-A-Wish,
crazy.
But very quickly,
I mean, I guess
the
that makes sense,
escape,
though,
the
why you don't see 'em
retreat
everywhere.
from the blowers. Working well as they fight straight back in. Zukiv's able to get one for the quick revive, has pushed through. The stun, the glitch grenade pushes off the blowers, and they hesitate to go again. They have to commit to the
another
steal.
last second steal. Oh
They
no.
get it.
Oh, they
No!
got it.
It's done and dusted, and the hesitation. has
Wow,
allowed
Make-A-Wish
Make-A-Wish
got that.
to
That's
have the
crazy. I did
advantage.
not think.
Yeah, it was that
I
slight
thought blowers had plenty of time to get
hesitation,
that. That's
a bit
crazy.
of a misjudgment on that timer there. Normalized thinking he had enough time to get the pick and also hop, or it could have also just been a natural reaction. Sometimes you're getting shot and you jump off of it.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
never
quite sure what
noticed that.
happened there for
I just thought the
was a
range was
matter of
ridiculous on it, but I
less
did not
than a
realize it was
second if I had
inconsistent.
to guess. So
But that
tough
does
to
make
see
sense because there are
if
definitely
you're a
times where I'm
Blowers
like, I don't
fan.
feel like I should be getting
Make-A-Wish
hit
is
by
up
this thing. And I am.
1-0 right now, heading into Vault 2. I know for sure they don't want to go to a Vault 3. They want to end this right here, right now. However, the Blowers have other plans as they are setting up in what was previously called Kitchen. Now it's just a yellow blob of Osboos.
Now we can call it the Osboos. Yeah, there is nothing there that resembles a kitchen. Can we even call it kitchen anymore? Like, it really doesn't. But more importantly, Vault has been successful, and more critically, Make-A-Wish not aggressing. They're sitting in the middle of the pathway.
Zipline
They
deep
are
are
waiting.
non-negotiable. I run
They want
a jump
information.
pad, but I would say any one of those two are
That jump pad was
non-negotiable. And I would
definitely
also
given normalize a
argue
bit of
defib is
issues
non-negotiable
there,
because
but
if
no
you're not running
harm seems
defib, I
to
don't
have
know why you're
been
playing
done,
medium. You might
as
as well just play
no
a
money
different
is really
class.
being progressed.
You'd have a better time.
The money is moving, but no timers are started.
Medium should get 2
A
explosive
bit
mines.
of a
I
hefty
agree.
Toss
I'm somebody
just to
that's been
buy some
actually
time
running more
if
explosive
you're the
mines, especially in
Blowers,
like
and we do
World Tour when I'm
see
up against a lot of
that
lights.
Derp is in
Explosive mines
quite
are
a
very
powerful
good.
position, but he can't do much
Having
with
2
it
would be
besides gather
super
intel.
nice.
He's stuck with a shotgun in his hand, so all he's doing here is
Yeah.
scouting out the map.
Yeah, that's the thing. Playing medium, you're like a support
Just
player,
scouts at
so
the
having a
moment,
movement
and
ability,
more
like you said, is
importantly,
super important.
All that hard work to have the Vault.
And you see
just
it
to
in
get
pro play like
stolen
this
from under
too.
your
I mean, you
nose.
see the medium sticks around the heavy a
You
lot,
just
which
handed
my duo, Cody,
Make-A-Wish
being a
the
light,
ability to set up,
has
so
shifted
now
my
you
gameplay
can
focus.
do
So
this
when I
cat
play
and
with like
mouse
Finney,
game,
who's a heavy player
start
on
to
our
apply
team,
the pressure,
when we play
and
together,
you've got to
I've had to
immediately push
re-engineer myself to play
stop
around him
any
instead of Cody.
form of
So
setup, any
big learning
plan
curve to it.
that
Yeah,
Make-A-Wish
you're
can
basically a
do, but
support player
they're
on
taking
medium.
the time. Make-A-Wish are set up here, and it's going to be 10 times harder to make this push.
Yeah, Make-A-Wish
I don't like the medium
is
as forces support. I could agree.
playing a bit off-site.
I mean, you don't have to, but I would say it's most effective. I feel
Ethanol
like
guesses correctly.
you might as well just play
Unfortunately,
another
he
class
guesses
if you don't want
correctly,
to.
and he's caught alone. He is going to get a pick on Viper, which is huge.
I do agree we need breaching
However,
edge, so
Derp
medium.
got
We
a
do
pick
have
as well.
DMAT at least.
Doesn't even matter though,
so
as the Blowers make
something.
quick work
It'd
of
be cool to have,
Make-A-Wish
like,
right there. They're
rifles or
going to get the
something.
flip. And as we've seen a few times already, we pretty much
Being
have
an
time for
offensive
one more
medium
push
viable,
left
I
on
think
this one. I don't see
the
a second
most
push coming into
efficient
play.
way if you want to play offensively
You'd have to be
on medium
wiped out
is
as
to,
soon as they were spawned.
with the
to
exception
even
of if you're
warrant a
playing
second
Serb,
push,
if you're
but
sitting
even then,
back
it's dangerous,
and
it's
doing
uncommon,
damage
it's
with
not
your
gonna
team,
happen.
and then you
More
get somebody probably
critically as
below like
well,
half health, states on
it's
medium
gonna
or
be
light, and
a
they're below half health, you
horizontal
could dive with your light
battle.
and
No
help them.
vertical play can come in again.
But like going
This is
off and
another
trying to
map
1v3
where
or do things like a
vertical
light
play
player
can't come
is not super viable.
So you have to pick
If it's
your
working
time.
out very well for you, you're probably
There's
just pump
half
stopping,
to
be
go.
honest. But it is doable. Anything's doable.
Make-A-Wish goes for the tap.
Yeah, Make-A-Wish trying to force an engagement here. They're also trying to get some ice fishing done, but they can't quite spot out any enemies. The Blowers are still holding strong as Make-A-Wish is trying to find a pick here. They're gonna need to find a pick here if they have any
Dude, that's a
chance of
cool
flipping
idea
this.
with the boxing gloves.
As of
I
right
like
now,
that.
they're just taking a lot of damage and not getting the picks. Finally, we are going to see 2 picks come in, but 2 picks go down as well. Revives come into play, and this time is just dwindling. It is looking like a nice hold for the Blowers. However, I am mistaken as the last man alive.
Oh my god, Make-A-Wish is making the run. It's happening.
Make-A-Wish gets that steal. They
It's
just
happening.
stole this series at the very last second. I mean, holy cow.
That is brilliantly
Oh my God.
done.
Guys, we might
Make-A-Wish
actually see Make-A-Wish make a
continue
historic run here.
their Cinderella story
That's
as
insane.
the Blowers Cinderella story gets
That's
crushed.
insane.
Both teams started this entire game in the lower brackets, but Make-A-Wish,
They did it
who
with their
are
light
ranked
going 1 and 5.
so much
Oh, with a matter and
lower,
a nullifier. Like, I'm
Make-A-Wish
sorry. I don't know if
are
that's
ranked
troll, but it feels like
10th.
it's troll.
and they are keeping
That's
it
crazy.
going. The Blowers ranked 5th, taken out. They
Look at this,
will say
1 and 5.
goodbye, but not without
1300 damage. The
decent
medium
points there.
had
They're
double
going
the
out with
damage.
400
Over double. What is that?
of those points. That is absolutely
He's
nuts to
support
see.
light, okay? Bro, switch
Yeah,
roles.
that was not the ending I expected
That's
to see
crazy.
there at all. I was definitely caught off guard, and I think the Blowers were caught off guard as well. Well played from Make-A-Wish.
He had
Shout
that
out to
OBJ
both
in support. He
teams
didn't even
who
have
made
that. What are you talking
wonderful
about?
lower bracket runs.
Their heavy had a
Neither
higher
one of these
objective,
teams
and the medium had
has
a higher
anything to
support.
be upset about, but I'm done yapping for a little bit. We are joined by two very handsome and smart men, being Artie and Professor. So I think it's time to throw it over to you guys.
What's up?
Absolutely. Artie, you were watching that. You saw it go back and forth. God knows how many times. What's your thoughts on
Yeah,
it?
it was a
This is the
crazy-
closest and honestly, like most bloodbathy game that we've had all day, where the trades were just back and forth. No matter what was happening on screen, we knew that anything could turn at a moment's notice. And I mean, I think back to Fortune Stadium, where I mean, at times we started off with Blowers having full control, and it started with Blowers kind of trolling a little bit, where they had the full control.
Yeah, Artie's one of
over
the casters. I
Sector 6
was
in
I was
Fortune
talking
Stadium,
earlier, and
they
I
got the
talked to
team what
Waltz
they
about
had
this,
the
but
vault, and they just held it, and they didn't push out. when
Artie and
they
I
went-
have
they
been
said,
friends on
"Hey,
Steam
come
since like
back." I think it was Vault
2017
2.
because we played
They were
Counter
just
Strike
covered
together, but
in
we
just,
like
it
didn't
was
know
the
who each other
funniest
were
thing, but
for like
then,
years.
when it
And
came
then
to cash out
he
too,
subscribed to like our YouTube.
Make-A-Wish was in full
I
control
had
the
subscribed to
entire
him because I
time,
saw the finals
and
video
they
as
were like, "Hey,
well
you're not
and
gonna
some
troll
Frag
us
Punk
in
stuff and
officials.
Marble
Like, we're gonna
Rivals.
do this." And then
Messaged him on
Cash Out
Discord and we
3,
just kind of caught up
like,
briefly.
Make-A-Wish was
And then
all
I
the
went
way
to go watch
control up
ProHubs
until
and
the
saw him
very end. There
casting.
was
I
a
was like, this
moment
guy's just
looked like
everywhere
Blowers
now
could do
in my
it,
life.
but they just
But he does an
sustained through it,
awesome
and the
job.
scoreline on that
His
on
content's
Fortune
great, and
Stadium
also his
was the
casting is
closest that
great.
it was
So
the entire game.
I
Because
said
then
earlier, you guys should
got
drop him a
Horizon,
follow.
where
I still stick by that.
just
Check him out.
came in
He's
absolutely
really good
wilding.
content.
I think my favorite part of that was actually it was Vault 1, where Ethanol just full control, aggro fight, SH12, RPG, great stuff. And the same thing actually happened on Las Vegas. You guys remember on the Overpass?
Yeah, he used to make Valve content.
RPG pad,
I think
SH12
Waltz
16,
said that
RPG,
he
the spray
even
not like
coached
season 1,
briefly.
right?
I
So Blowers
think.
always started so good.
I feel
But
like that's what
on
I
even
feel
on
like I remember that
Horizon,
being
there was a
said.
moment
Maybe
where,
I'm tripping though.
you know,
I could be.
Make-A-Wish was in control, but then they just missed some impact, and Blowers came through. And even on Las Vegas, where Make-A-Wish they came through in the end, there were a lot of times where Make-A-Wish just kind of missed, and Blowers were able to take full control. But at the end of the day, the fact that Make-A-Wish was just able to win the fights that really mattered, this is textbook the finals.
It definitely is a textbook finals. And Professor, I know that you were
I
definitely
played
excited
a
throughout
lot of
it all,
Valorant
and,
in COVID.
you goes
That's
to show
actually
that consistency
kind of what got me through
does
COVID.
uphold, and it definitely
And I streamed on
was
Twitch
an
pretty
upset
consistently. I wasn't a
seeing
big
the Blowers
streamer or
get
anything
wiped out here.
by any means.
Yeah, I
But
was.
that was what I would
I was
stream.
kind of leaning
I
more
played the
towards
playtest and played it on release.
maybe the
waited
Blowers
like
not being able to finish this
just
one
under
out.
diamond or
Varian was
something.
absolutely lasering throughout
And then,
the
yeah,
whole
got
match.
out of it.
And
I started playing Call of Duty.
a
That's
lot
actually when I
you guys
met
were
Cody and
saying,
them.
a lot of back and forth. This was one of the most evenly matched rounds that we've had, and it was exciting to watch from beginning to end. Now, the Blowers got a last second finish, a cash out for the win there in second round, but that's what it seemed to be the whole game. Like, even what we just witnessed there at the end, another last second finish.
Yeah.
So
I watched a clip
I
today
I was loving
actually
the back and
of
forth there, and
Valorant,
for the lower bracket
and was like,
to be that exciting, that's what we're looking for. Here.
It is. And
got
ladies and gentlemen,
distracted
I
by
have
the
some
chat.
absolute banging news.
I clipped
You're wondering
Valorant
why
today,
throughout the whole
and the amount
conversation
of
with Marty,
visual
my
overload
head
that
was
game
down.
now
I
is
decided to run a little bit of
I
maths here.
genuinely don't think I
So-
can play that game and know what's going on anymore.
It's all about points. So even if you win it all and you were, say, down in 12th, doesn't necessarily mean you get qualified.
I played Frag
The
Punk
top
if it was a
6 within
tactical
your
shooter.
region
I
gets
played.
qualified. And
I
I've
keep
done the
saying I
maths.
played betas, but I just continue to
Make-A-Wish
get into
Foundation
betas and
currently
alphas
sits with
apparently. But
1,776.
I played it and it was fun, and then it came
They
out,
were
and I had no
guaranteed in
interest
the
in playing. Granted, we were
semi-finals
making finals
400
content when it
points.
came
They'll
out
be
because it came out at
guaranteed
the same time as
400
season
points
6.
in this next
But
winners final.
unfortunately, I would argue that game
Dark
is dying.
Horses
It's
were
down like
eliminated
78% on Steam or something right now.
in
It's player
the
base, which
lower
is
round 2, meaning they get
tragic.
an additional
They lose.
100, which would put them into. Oh, I've done my math slightly wrong. I've done my math
David,
slightly wrong,
that's
which
very
means
fair.
from their
And very easy to
2,064
do,
points, they
like,
go to
converting your
2,164.
in-game performance to IRL and
I can
feeling bad
confirm,
about
ladies and
yourself.
gentlemen.
I totally been there. Totally valid. I'm sure a lot of
Minus
people
12,
can
that's
also
going to go
convert.
into frame,
You're looking at?
meaning the Make-A-Wish Foundation will qualify for going into the championship.
Dude, that's
They
crazy. Going from
will
10th to
go
qualifying for
through
world champs
no
is
matter what. They
insane.
have debunked the 6th place team and are sitting currently 6th here.
Wow.
He's absolutely amazing.
Okay. Soul, sorry. I had read your message and I wanted to make sure I didn't forget it. What's the advantage for who comes from a winning bracket? The whole set or a map?
What a great team name to make that happen.
Basically,
like a sick kid that like a sick kid that just met John Cena. They got their wish.
2 series are you getting to dodge basically?
It is incredible to see. I looked at the scoreboard in my head. I was like, well, this match is like really
the
close.
lower
The fact
bracket
is
run, if you
12
start here,
points.
it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
If we were talking postseason,
not to be
that's
also
12
not to
kills.
forget that these are best
That's
of ones,
12 kills,
which to me are super viable. I mean, like if you're not warmed up and you lose your best of 1, you're done.
Third place.
So,
In
that's pretty much
positioning,
it.
just
You
jumping
basically get
up
like
and
almost a 2-round bye.
when you're
way.
in that position, and now they're gonna know.
It's gonna be interesting. I mean,
Professor,
if Make-A-Wish can make it through
what's that
this
mindset
series, if
now
they can make it
looking
past
when you're
Hotel's
going
Finest,
against Hotel's Finest, knowing
they
that you just
are gonna be
qualified
warm.
to
And
go
we see this a
into
lot. I
next
mean, like
week's
somebody who comes from like a
competition.
Call of Duty background and watches a lot of like Call of Duty League or used
I think
to.
Hotel's Finest is
like,
going to come in here.
They're going to come into that game with Bricked, and Brick's going to be has sat around for a while, kind of waiting. Maybe they've been playing, maybe they've been playing some pubs. I don't know what they're doing in their time. I'm sure they're streaming it.
But I think Hotel's Finest will take that.
Make-A-Wish is going to come from playing these high-level games and going straight into that. They might give them a little bit of a run for their money.
It's good that they made it on to the next round and being able to continue competing, which is what this tournament's all about. The way the bracket is, it's pretty incredible the way that things have turned out. So I'm loving how things are, and I'm thinking that Halto's Finest maybe takes this one.
Oh,
so no advantage on the finals is crazy. I mean, no, it's a best of 5. So just best of 5. But you get a 2 series bye.
Do you
so the chances of you being eliminated are
Finest through and through
or less.
I think that
you also get a
Hotel's
higher
Finest has
prize,
one
like point
upper
value.
hand here, if anything.
I mean, second place you're guaranteed 700.
They just got the opportunity to watch those last 3 maps.
I mean, it's a lot harder to make the lower bracket run. I'd argue.
Watch, start stratting, figure out their map picks and bans.
That's the other thing is I mean,
really well against this team, what doesn't. And so I feel like
Make-A-Wish, right?
Make-A-Wish
is
if they
10th place in the entire league.
Raw performance,
for
raw
NA.
output,
and
they'll have the opportunity.
I mean, they're getting ready to play.
To,
they just beat the Blowers, who were 3rd. They're getting ready to play Holthouse, which is the 5th.
But Holtho's Finest,
I mean, if they knock Holthouse out, they're playing against the top team.
Most likely going to take this, and
they're going to gain.
I think it's going to be 2-1.
700.
Ooh, 2-1, 2-1. It should be interesting. I have the maps. The graphic is being made as we speak. Should I spoil it before we get the graphic up? Should I do that?
No, we get the beauty graphics in. Burrito works hard on those.
Yeah, they'll get 2400. So they'll be 6
the maps
though.
are coming. I can tell you, it should be interesting indeed. Merch, you're sitting there nice and quietly, sitting in the corner as you do. But do you?
Sorry,
see
mental math is not my strong
do you
suit.
see a day where
I work with computers
comes through?
Pull out a calculator.
It's definitely possible. I think there's a few different ways you could look at this one. You can look at the underdog story that we've seen today, where Make-A-Wish hasn't lost. That last round was the first time they dropped a map, and that's quick maths because they weren't allowed to drop a map up until that point anyway, or they'd be out of here. So they're definitely riding the high of feeling good. They're flowing. However, they are walking into the beast of Halto's Finest, who I'm not going to lie, I think those dogs are ready to bark. That loss didn't leave them happy, didn't leave them feeling good, and they are on a mission to prove here. They want to get themselves back into the trajectory.
No love for Monaco.
We do.
I think you're actually bringing up a point. I don't know if we've seen Monaco at all today.
Stadium.
Shockingly.
Adi, I'm going to ask a question to you.
Also, no
because of your
Kyoto. Not
coaching
surprising.
experience. From
Kyoto
a
in the final
position
round is
that
pretty
we're seeing
abysmal,
Halto's
I will
Finest,
say,
they've just lost, and now they're becoming iced. They have waited a good while. What do you say to
What do
a
you
team
think
to
is an
unice them in this
interesting
situation?
PvP FPS setting that hasn't really been done before?
I feel like they're not iced. I feel like if
I mean,
they
the
were
finals,
iced, I would tell them to.
I mean, I feel like that's a generic answer, but that is what keeps me playing this game. Is there's nothing like it, especially cash out.
Finest isn't iced right now. I think, like I said, they were able to watch those last ones. They're able to stay in the practice.
I don't know. It's hard to say because like
knowing that Lamp is the goat that he is, I know that he is going to do his best,
PvP
no matter
FPS
what is facing him. And so for them, this is just
I don't really know
what's
what's not
everybody
fresh.
is a lot more calm now that they know that
doesn't
they're
feel like
guaranteed
a gimmick off of something that already has been done.
Now,
I feel like that's the problem with Fragpunk. Fragpunk has a cool idea with like the trading cards and how you can like change the rules of the game here and there.
Well, it looks like we're about to load it in again. Thank you to Adi and thank you to Professor for joining us in the analytical desk. We will get them two more times as we go before the grand
There's been
finals.
plenty
And
of games
course,
trying to do
at
arena
the
shooters,
end of
kind
it
of like Call
all,
of
but
Duty.
it is
that
going into losers
arguably
final.
don't do as
Best
well.
of 3 is about to come
Siege
through.
was
And Merch,
a game
is
that was
going
revolutionary,
to be a battle
you know,
on
with the destruction
Skyway
and
Stadium
how
to
how
kick
that
it off.
game is
It
played.
is a map that we've not
Overwatch
seen today.
is another
It's also
example.
a
I mean,
map
it's the first hero
that I
shooter that really did well.
really
besides
don't
Blood. I
like.
mean, you had
Yeah, I think you
Bloodborne
are
was
not
what is it?
alone on
What's the
that
MMO
take,
that
to
was
be
the
honest.
first
I
person
personally
shooter?
do enjoy this map. However, a lot of our high-level
Extraction
competitive
shooters have been
players
solved.
don't seem to be a
Arc
fan
Raiders might
of
come
it.
out and
I would
disrupt
love
it,
to
but
get
for the
some of
most part,
their
I think that's been
takes on
solved.
why. I personally love that
I
this
don't know.
combines.
I don't really. I mean, I
elements
guess if
from
I had a
Soul
good
and
idea, I would just
Monaco,
become a game dev,
but
right?
we know a lot of these
No,
players
I don't know.
hate
For
Monaco
FPS.
as well. I believe it's one of the lowest picked maps aside from Kyoto, which I don't even think
Oh, can I make the stream quieter?
is
Yeah,
allowed
yeah,
to
I
be
got you.
picked.
One second.
So, with that being said, we're jumping on board with Halto's
That's probably better.
Finest,
Is that
going
better?
to game 1 of this lower final. This is a best of 3 matchup we got going on, and a lot on the line as the winner of this round will advance over to our grand final.
I'd be curious to know if you guys have thoughts on what
This is
could
the
be fresh.
high-rise variant. This is what this.
Well,
makes
this is perfect
map
because they have no limits.
even
Exactly.
worse
It's
in
got
my
it's got a
eyes.
bit of
Like,
everything.
I
You've
can
got
get
arena
to
shooter.
grips with
You've got
Skyway. I can
the
work with
destruction
it,
for like
but when
Rainbow
it's
Six
like
in a
this,
way
I
that
do
lets you
not like
change
that
up how the
little-
game is played every single
little
time.
island
There's
that
tons
is
of different
raised
between
from
melee
above. We're
and
gonna see a
ranged
lot of players
weapons.
take
A lot of
advantage the
stuff.
high
I mean,
positions.
yeah, the game is
A lot of the
super
cash outs
unique,
will be
which is
dotted
what I like.
around the map. We're gonna have one that is located in the center.
Most influential game of all
But
time
very
is
quickly,
Pong.
if there is a
Pong or
pick that is
Tetris.
going to A, those cranes will fall also.
That's my take.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're
Tetris,
definitely gonna wanna take those frames out,
I
especially
think
if you are
Tetris
not
is still the
one
most sold game of all
defending
time.
the respective cash
And I know
outs
somebody's gonna say
correspond with
Minecraft,
them.
but
We do
I
see
think
a
Tetris
bit
is
of a
still the
stalemate
highest
here,
sold game
a running
ever.
theme that we've seen quite frequently. Brad in a bit of an
Boundary.
off
Oh
position,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Viper
That's actually a cool
gonna be
game.
going for an
I
even
forgot all
more
about that.
of an off position here. It's gonna be a one-on-one between the lights as Lamp just
Yeah,
making
Boundary
some
is cool. I
noise
never
more
played
than
it,
anything
but
else,
it looked
shooting
really
that
cool.
shotgun across the map. Not much going on here. Hyper, what would you do? I mean,
I
first of all,
wish-
who's in the power position here? would
I
give
mean,
it to
it's been
HF.
tried and it's kind of
However,
failed
Make a
every
Wish
single
is
time, but
dictating what happens on the bottom
games
right
with
now.
like stream
Alto's
integration,
Finest
like
has this power position. They've got height. They've got sight
what
lines
was
they
it,
can play with
Hyperscape? Is that the game that
However,
Ubisoft put out, the battle
at the
royale?
same time, being in this
Things like
lower
that. Like
position
I wish they would add that
gives
integration into the
Finest
finals
little
even,
cruise
but
with
the
little
problem
gaps,
is like
but as soon as
final
they are
streamers and
spotted,
stuff just don't
how
have
quickly
that big of
Alto
a
Finest have
viewer
pushed themselves
base.
in as they immediately take
I mean,
over
in comparison to
mana.
like
It
other
looks
games,
beautiful, it looks sponsored in all of it.
maybe
Red
for
and
it to be
glory,
that
but it's
successful.
gonna be
But
coins on
that's
the
stuff that
floor
I wish
as
still existed. I had like IRL integration somehow.
Down as the dock is fallen. Varian's gone 1, 2, 3 out of the park. It's done and dusted.
You never played it, you'll
Yeah,
never
really
will.
good.
It's so dead.
Make a wish.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard about it in forever
Really good
now.
stuff there. So
But it was a really cool idea when I saw it. I thought about
However,
buying it a
did
couple
look like
times.
Brendy got
and
that
it just never
opening
did.
blood. It looked
No
like
reason.
Brad was going to fall. He fell to about 20 HP, so that's great to see. If
Yeah,
you're a fan of Halto's
shoot.
Finest,
Yeah, I
Brad
think
able to
Minecraft is a
play his
single game.
life,
I think you're right,
Not getting
actually.
that first blood that he was doing so well with against Ape Squad, but it doesn't matter because Brendy did all that work for him, and they win that quickly. Leaving it off in a 2v1 to end off that fight. However, we have a fast push coming from
Players
Make a
play
Wish.
1 FPS to stick with it for years now.
Yeah,
I could agree for the general public. I personally keep a pretty wide. I mean, FPS is my favorite type of game. It's what I play most of. But I play a variety of them. I play the finals. I play I typically play Call of Duty when it comes out, and towards the end of its life cycle for me to play. And then Destiny, something I play as well. Pretty off and on, but I'll put a lot of time into it and then not touch it again for a while, wait for more content, and that's kind of how I am with a lot of games. I'll play it a lot, kind of get through the gameplay cycle, wait a year for more content to come out, hopefully, and then I touch it again, play it, and rinse and repeat. So I have my cycle of games throughout the year. You haven't declared obscure yet, dude. Game is fire. Okay, listen, if you guys listen to Around the Arena, I'm telling you now, the new episode that we're going to be releasing is a little bit more of a yap sesh, but we do talk about the finals, so don't worry. But I will say, I talk about Player Obscure a bit. That game is so sick, and I don't play turn-based games. Like, turn-based combat's never been something I've been super into being an adult. I used to play like Paper Mario and things like that. I loved it as a kid, but dude, that game is freaking sick.
3v1's never gonna work.
Those silencers from Charleston. I mean, dude, If you're not in the Discord, get in there because Cody and I are definitely playing. We just ran Spire today, the dungeon, literally before the watch party. I was running it because of we're checking out Heresy before it goes away because they just announced all the new stuff coming. So there's other people in there too. I think Shoof plays. Yeah, I think Shoof plays. There's several people in Discord that have said they play Destiny. So it sounds like actually we've got a pretty decent amount of people for raids and stuff. We'll probably add some like other game channels within that Discord at some point. I think.
Open, but they don't have that quick pathway to a site.
Yeah, the moving of this vault might be delayed.
What's so good about it, about Clair Obscur?
Are running that gateway, so
yeah, it's just so different. I don't know. It's really flashy, so it's entertaining to watch. For me, the dodge and parry system is challenging. Like the game is hard. You can play it on an easier difficulty, but it's like Dark Souls-esque when it comes to like parrying and dodging. And that is a welcome thing because you know a lot of turn-based games is like click button, do action, maybe have a quick time event, and then get hit. This is not that. Based on skill, you have the opportunity to just completely negate things.
Another waiting game.
So it's really sick.
Starts to come through. This time the talk is
I recommend trying it out. If you're on PC or on Xbox, actually, it's on Game Pass.
What information can you give yourself? What can you
not to be a shill for Game Pass, which I also talked about on the pod this week, but Game Pass is so worth the money right now. It's just so good.
Of the site.
So Tekken's my favorite game, dude. If you like challenging, like not frame perfect, but like really close timing, like parry dodging, that kind of stuff, dude, that game's the game for you. It's so cool, and it's got like building, in the sense of like building your class out. They have like aspects that you can tune and things like that. It's really cool. So, it's awesome. Story's good too. I need to play more. I haven't had time.
Just the failure to commit to a play here and beautiful position.
Okay, I haven't checked out. The whole tile's about to. Your second checkout is cash, so don't love to see that.
To get that first steal, this might be a permanent stick though. As we do see HF engage, they knew exactly.
Run custom TDM and power shift lobbies. Yeah, that's an idea we have. We even have an idea for community tournament one day doing that. I think our first one's gonna be cash out. But after that. Or we want to do some of that.
Have come into play. However, Brendy's going to fall to Varian there. We need to see something happen. HF still has the time advantage on this. We're going to need to see someone make a move now, and no one gets in time. That's a huge steal from Make-A-Wish, prolonging this one, sending it to a third box.
Whoa. Just wah is the only word to describe that clutch. They had been on the back foot throughout this game and finally just out.
Wait, guys, I have literally been checked out this entire map and I just realized that Make-A-Wish actually pulled that out. I don't know what happened.
And a donut
but that was sick.
Finally putting
so,
two on the board,
you guys have me talk about Clair Obscur too much. It Destiny.
Donut on it under his name.
But Make-A-Wish is actually holding their own, which is insane.
Insult to injury. Vault also getting tapped open. No ego childs here. Make-A-Wish know who they're up against.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a smart business decision. However, we are going to have the engagement.
Make-A-Wish playing all ulti-cuts to lower their CD. Yeah, they just sandbag their entire way for some reason.
Trying to flip the script, move things. I love that DMAT jump pad play. Zerp, I thought was going to get taken out by Lamp. However, that is not the case.
Oh my god, he gets the cleanup.
Whatsoever, as Grad's going to fall as well, and that's going to be a wipe. Looks like Derp got two there. And that is quick work, and now we're going to see Vault 3 being advanced across the map, possibly over to the construction site. My depth perception's a bit off, so it's actually looking like one of the houses.
Hey, Waltz, is Make-A-Wish actually partnered with Make-A-Wish? Like the charity?
Going to the house as they climb up the long, luscious ladder onto the middle island. They're going to have sight lines for days. Remember, and this is the big remember, Make-A-Wish started this tournament in the lower bracket. They qualified 10th in this whole tournament, or the whole series, league, whatever you want to call it.
They're just trolls.
They started 10th, and they are fighting the ranked number 3.
Yeah, that is such an awesome story. Who doesn't love an underdog story? Honestly, there's something.
No lockbolt usage. I think.
We do.
From what I've heard in higher elo play, lockbolt just gets broken too easily and too quickly for it to be much value.
Kite delay this as long as
I think
you
it works
can.
good in like World Tour
However,
ranked when
Holtz's
he
finds
plays,
his
but
other
like
plans, trying to
in this
force
level, I
these
think you
gadgets
just don't
and,
get the benefit out of it as much.
specializations to be used up as fast as possible.
I don't know though.
Again,
I'm
no
not at
pick,
this
but
level,
make that a
so.
pick to lamp, and Viper's gonna fall as well, leaving Varian in a 1v3 situation, but he finds one, he finds a second, he gets the res as well, and just like that, he flipped the script quickly. He's punching everybody. Mike Tyson in the building, and this is gonna be looking like a crazy turn of events and wipe for Make-A-Wish. I mean, somebody click the chat. That
Double
was
lock bowl is
insane.
apparently not good.
Fist of Fury coming
Yeah, with
in.
SH, it's
That's one
okay.
way to create the upset as they demat it to the base ground reconstruction.
Oh my
over
god,
Sky.
dude, Make-A-Wish
Anyway,
might do it. This is best of
one
3, right?
last
Yeah, because this is in
push.
grand finals.
One last opportunity for Hotel's finest to deny the map advantage that is in Make-A-Wish's favor. The push has to come through. It has to be aggressive. But look who's ready. The whole team of Make-A-Wish are there. They're prepped. They're ready. And all the damage can't come through. Lamp down to a slither of health.
Oh my god,
Can't
they've
stay
got
alive.
it. Yeah, I mean, time's up.
It will finally fall. But the gas over.
Dude,
onto the
Make-A-Wish
point
is doing it.
done and dusted. The first upset has come through.
Oh my god, man. I mean, I'm borderline speechless there. That was a beautiful play.
That
out
was
of Varian. I mean,
crazy.
he 1v3'd that essentially. He made it into a 2v1 at one point with his maneuvering, positioning, and
Shout out to the AR,
revives,
not a
but
sir.
that was a
On God.
1v3 through and
Shout out to
through.
FAMAS.
That man just went massive.
I used to be
for
an
Make-A-Wish.
F car stand, and I've
What's
fully
more
converted. I'm
impressive is
FAMAS
after
all
that
day, every day
first
now.
Cash out went through.
I cannot go back.
In
I
the
pulled up the
back
F
of my
car
mind,
earlier
so
today
I've
and,
learned
and
very well
just
over
felt
the time of me
terrible.
casting the amount of times I have cursed a game. But in the back of my head, I was going, yeah, this game's done. This game is going to be done if Make-A-Wish continue to play that way. But it's almost like they just turn around, flip the switch, and then it came alive. They just became a whole entire new team. They were winning those gunfights. They were winning the first bloods, and then they were making sure they were pressuring the medium. So then the quick
What
revives
made me
couldn't come
convert?
through.
Okay, so the
Critically,
problem with
that's
the
how they
FAMAS for
won
me
the
was
second cash out.
okay, so
Third cash out almost
what made me
scrapped.
run the F car was I thought the FAMAS was flawed in the sense
Yeah,
that if I
mean,
got dove
gotta
by
give
light, I was
flowers to
dead.
Make-A-Wish there. They got
And then I
wiped
learned about
4
hipfire.
straight times to start that game off.
And
They
then
were
now
down
I've
to
realized if I
3-0.
slide and hip fire and
then
hit
they
people in the
kinda
head,
pulled
they
off
are
an
pretty much dead
insane-
most of the time.
insane
And it's
deal,
just good. Like
where HF
ADS is
wasn't
good,
able to
hip fire is
re-enter,
good. If you
and
got a
they get that
heavy
last
chasing
second
you, you
steal
can
to
just hip fire and
force
beam
Vault
them in the
3.
chest over and over again.
And
They
then
just
get the
die. They just
crazy
fall
steal
over.
and
Like
crazy
it's so
clutch
just
play on
consistent.
Vault 3 or the last cash out, should I say. So
Yeah, exactly what Soul said. It's so
they
consistent.
stole that
I also
one,
enjoy the
literally
AK
and
for
figuratively.
fun,
But we are
but
jumping
yeah,
into map number
if I'm
2,
like
which is Fortune
sweating,
Stadium.
it's FAMAS.
The HF special, I believe this might be. I don't know the numbers, but they definitely look like they play the
I will
best
say, I
on
think
this map
the
for
nerf on the
sure.
LH1 maybe helped with the FAMAS a
Even
little bit.
if
I
you
don't know
just
if that's
don't have the
directly
numbers on
correlated,
hand,
but
the fact
I
you
will
know
say
the
it's
Hotel
the
Finest
season
have
that the
won this
FAMAS
map
feels a lot better
time
to
and
me.
time
It's
and
not even a
time and
balancing change
time
on it.
again.
So I have the feeling that
consistency
LH1 getting
and
nerfed has
dominance
helped.
they bring with themselves, but with a map
Do I run a
depth,
site?
that's
Yes,
it.
I run
It's definitely not gonna feel
the red
like
dot.
this
I
is
forget what it's called,
gonna be a
the
walk
micro
in the park.
reflex or
They
whatever.
know that this battle
Yeah,
will
it makes
go
it makes the gun
to
look like it's not even
sweet
moving, which
end
is
as
crazy.
already
Because the only site that was
the
available
first
for the
engagements
FAMAS Ray
have
was
come
Iron
through. The
Sights
vault
or
has
this
been
ACOG that was like a
opened
2
up.
times.
And in doing
They
so,
now with like these 1 or
just trying to gain that
1.25
possession
sites,
as no
the
one's
gun
able
doesn't
to
look like it
take
has visual
map
recoil
advantage.
almost.
No one's
It's
able to
pretty
get that
crazy.
first kill to come through. First blood waiting to come alive. Varian finally falls, and that's first
I want to
blood.
equip
Hotel's
Looking
finest.
Glass on the bow.
Yeah, nice
That's
shot
an
from
interesting
Brady,
idea.
The shotgun god, as a lot of people know him. He's gonna get the quick res on lamp there. You love to see it. One of the most dynamic.
Dude, I don't know
duos
what it
we
is about
have
people running the
in
hollow
this
site
game.
because like I watch
HF's
them
looking
in like
healthy
ProHubs
right
and stuff,
now.
and I'm like, oh, it
Van
looks pretty
has
good. And then I put it on, and I don't know if it's what it
Frenzy just
is,
getting this
but the
damage in.
reticle
They
just
are
feels so
playing
much
this route
bigger,
perfectly.
and
Beautiful
it's like
movement
obtrusive
as
to
well.
me.
So
And I don't
that's
know if
gonna
it's a
be the wipe.
resolution thing.
Brandy
If there's like a
looking
way to
good, and
manipulate
so
my
big
game to
fight,
keep
to
it
say the
from
least.
doing that. Because if I can make the
To
reticle
go
on the
to
hollow
A,
site
just
smaller,
in
like
front of
tighter,
Sector 6, we
I'd run it
usually, when we do
more
see
often.
first battle engagements, it's at this point where this A site is located, but this time cash out will be
Yeah, if you could
placed
customize the reticle, I'd absolutely
just
run hollow.
inside it's not.
I mean,
isn't
the
a
picture
catch-all
inside
that
of it
you
is
go
technically,
and
I
move
think,
around. This is
bigger.
one that
Like you
actually
have
keep
more
combined,
visual
you
inside the
use the
window,
walls to
but the
defend
reticle
it.
is massive on my screen. But I play in
What I do
1440p,
miss as
so
well, and this is something
maybe
that's
if you
a
play on
very
1080 or
old school strat for
4K
me, I do miss
or stretch
opening up
res or
the
something,
site.
I don't know.
I miss the time where everybody would blow up the walls and create a sightline.
Yeah, I agree with you for sure. That's something I do. Sometimes it can come back to bite you. However, if you are setting up in the proper positions, you just give yourselves sight lines at the game.
I think the reticle is
Brandy's going to
dookie.
get nullified here and try to just get out of here. But essentially all that did was prolong his death a little bit. That is going to be 2
I cannot
dead
believe we're still
for
running the matter.
HF.
I just
Not
can't.
much Grad can do here. He's going to have to allow this
There we go.
steal. He may be able to get a res off here, but we have about 20 seconds remaining.
Red all
if
day. I wish
HF
Hollow was
wants to
better.
coin.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a
So
red
we're gonna
dot
see
all
a
day.
change of hands in the cash
well.
out, and we just see Grad waiting.
I don't
for the
remember
boys
what I
to
put the
do their
looking
filter.
glass on recently, though. I switched it to something,
First time
and I don't remember
round
what weapon.
On
top
Skyway,
mad.
we saw that it
Repeater,
was Hotel's
maybe?
finest
Something.
taking control, going 4 straight wipes in a row. The wipe hasn't come.
Oh, it's on
through,
my
But Make-A-Wish is showing.
I don't
more
play light
dominance
very
of
often, so that's
control, and
why
now,
I'm not
with
thinking of it. But it's on my
the full team
XP54.
coined
I have the
in,
looking glass on there right now.
It's gonna have to
And,
be a rush
pretty
play,
solid.
something that Make-A-Wish
Kinda easy to
will
hit
be
heads
aware
with.
of, and they'll understand that all
Mattered
eyes
good
gonna be
now,
on this steal.
I don't think
Nothing
so.
just yet. They can hear
That's
the
kind of why I'm
footsteps. They
confused
know
as to
they're
why
close
people are
by.
running
They
it.
have to wait for that right moment as the explosion starts to come
Or
in.
why
and you
specifically
can already
Viper and
see
Viper
the
only is
crash
running it.
out drop to the bittersweet floor. No one's taken out just yet, but it's a quick scurry away. As Hotel's finest back away before reaggressing. They have
Remember
to
in
make
COD,
the
you can
steal
change the
and
shape of
have
the
to
red
make the
cold cutter.
commit.
Yep.
It's
Yeah, I wish we had
this
that
from
in the
the
finals.
grave. Has
I wish you could do it
Vernon
with the
got
pike
it?
scope.
Got it.
If I didn't have to use a delta
Yeah,
inside
well,
the
that's
pike
fine.
scope, that I would like the pike way more. But I feel so inaccurate with
Oh
that gun
my
all the time because of the
goodness,
reticle.
That was insane. The goo came in, but Brandy doing a fantastic job of, I think, body blocking the goo as well. The last second steal coming in, that is huge stuff. I want to shout out Grad because Make-A-Wish had no idea. where
Carbide
he
does have a
even got
battlefield
out of
vibe.
there
Yeah,
to
absolutely. That is
he
exactly what I
escaped
think of actually every time I run
right
it.
about where Brandy's standing right now.
It's just I can't seem to
and
like
that allowed
hit
the
heads
full
with
reset
it for
to
some
HF.
reason.
I think hindsight's always 2020. but
It,
Make-A-Wish
like
probably
the way that
should
it's shaped, it
shoot
makes me
that
want to
white
shoot them in the
there.
body instead of the head. I feel like if I could have a dot, I would
Brandy moving
hit a
the
lot
cash
more
box,
headshots
has
or
that
be
gateway,
enticed to.
unfortunately does get the
I don't
shooter come
know.
in front of him.
Maybe I'm
He's
just
now gonna
bad.
be
That's
singled
also
out
an
here,
option.
stuck in a pretty tough
I could just
position.
suck.
The only benefit is that he doesn't have to force anything. They are in the lead and can be as patient as they need to be.
This is horrible. Hotel's finest now that you know when you spotted at least one player over at this middle site, you know that you have this advantage.
Make-A-Wish are kiting like nobody's business.
And it is a stalemate. Like both teams don't want to come through as Doc and Brady are just having a little conversation. They know who's where.
Yeah, I think if I'm Brendy, I might just take my life here. Unfortunately, that is not what he does. Not unfortunately, that is just not what he ends up doing. Brad is going to get picked by Varian here. I was going to say that Brendy should play for a bit of a reset, but we do see Brendy getting
Wow,
the pick
Matter
after
ripped that guy.
Viper finds Lamp, and
Absolutely
Varian is
ripped
gonna
Lamp. That was
res
crazy.
Derp as well, so the numbers look to be evening out somewhat as we have Brendy trying to get out of there with his life, and he was actually the last one alive for HF. So a bit of a delayed wipe, but 2 is now going to move. So my theory there was that if Brendy took that death there, it could allow for his teammates to possibly...
Yeah,
get
Harris,
in
I
a better
agree. I
position
think
as
it's gonna be
Make-A-Wish
interesting
would
if they go up
collapse
against
on
Bricked
that
with the
vault.
Matter.
But of course...
But he did just
that's
shred
on
Lamp
paper.
with
Who
it, so
knows how
maybe
it
he's on
actually
something.
would
I
play
don't know.
out.
They have
These
been
guys
making the
play
historic
game,
run.
We talk a load of BS just to make you guys entertained.
Maybe we're all wrong.
Basically.
Who
I think
knows?
it's the best way. Of course, we have great understanding of this game. Please don't think.
But
we're
I
talking
will
BS.
again say that the
We've
lights both
put in
games
the
had like
hours, we put in
1
the
kill
work, for
apiece.
sure, but
So
nonetheless,
or,
these guys
last series.
definitely know
So
how to make those moves work. And yeah, it is a stalemate situation.
if they
You
win this
had
tournament
one
with the Matter
player
and switch to it,
stuck
valid.
with the
You might
vault,
start
and
seeing it
very
a lot
quickly
more
you have
in
the
your
whole of
raids games.
Make-A-Wish
I don't know.
on top of you, so it does become harder to negotiate. You know you're at a disadvantage, and theoretically, well, not even theoretically, mathematically, you're gonna lose every fight in that situation, and dreams have to come alive.
Yeah, it was a numbers game for sure, and this is another numbers game here as we have a completely even matchup, but HF clearly in the power position. However, Make-A-Wish gets the drop on him. Doesn't matter as the quick reaction from Brendy is going to take out Derp. Viper does find Grad though, so HF is without their light. That is tough to see. However, Brendy finds Viper, so he takes care of that, and that's also going to be the wipe. We got one more push for Make-A-Wish if they want to just end this right here, right now. But if you're Holto's Finest, you are feeling pretty good. You have about a minute left on this, and you're up 1-0, possibly heading into map number 3.
Definitely what they want. They want that rematch.
I feel like David.
against Bricked, who
I
I've
also
been
work
waiting
full time.
for.
I'd
They've
also
been
like to
waiting
make more
for a
content,
little
but
while here to
2
get
videos a week between the
game
podcast and the
going
videos we're
and
doing
get
currently, and then
grand
occasional
finals
third is
going. But they're watching this. They're seeing
capacity
how Hotel's
at the
Finest
moment.
readjust themselves
But
after a
priorities.
2-0 loss.
Yeah.
And another final push starts to go in. Drop down to the second floor, down to the first floor. Are they bringing it to ground? No, it's going to be a battle on the
my job's going good. I've been working it for a little over a year. But Cody might be who you're thinking of, who got the new job when we started the first podcast. Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, so Cody started a new job, like literally while we were recording the first podcast. He got the offer.
I love stuff.
He's
like
doing
that
good.
because
Yeah,
the
he likes it a
players
lot.
definitely hear
He's really excelling in
in-game,
it, and
so a little hello
learning a lot of
right
great
before you
things.
lose
So
the game, just
yeah, he's
a
doing good.
little
But my job's going good
insult
too.
to
I've
injury
only been working
as
in a
we
year, so it's still
head
new to me.
into map number
So
3.
appreciate
I
that.
believe it is Sis Horizon. That's what the graphic is telling me anyway.
All right,
So,
1-1.
One
Going
of
to Sis.
one of the most commonly seen maps today and all season. Looking at the scoreboard, Brendy absolutely popped off. You love to see it. He might be one of the most widely loved players in this finals community, so a fan favorite for sure. Love seeing those guys pop off. But hey, we are tied 1-1 going into our last map of the lower final. Winner of this is headed to the grand final.
Is it that Cinderella story that goes from the losers all the way to grands, or is it going to be the bitter rematch that people have been anticipating? As Hotel Finest, ranked 3rd, will go against
Where is
the
Cody?
ranked number
Great
1
question.
of Bricked,
No,
or is it
he
ranked
he's
10th?
got people like
They'll
staying with him.
advance through.
I
That
think
is
right
the
now
question mark
out
that
in
we
Cali.
are looking at.
So
I can hear in my
he's
ears we're getting loaded
a bit
in
busy. I'm
immediately.
trying to. I've actually, if you
It
keep seeing me
is-
look down, I'm kind of
honestly,
texting with
it's
him
neck and
updates
neck.
on like the
This
games
could
and stuff.
swing
But
either way.
you might try to
Both
jump
maps
in here
have
for
gone
grand
to
finals.
all
We'll see.
3 rounds. It's hard to tell. I genuinely cannot pick who's going to make it.
This is tough. My gut is telling me HF.
Sis has like a
I think they
21%
want
pick
their
rate or
revenge
something. That's
on
what they were
Bricked.
saying
I
earlier.
think at this
So
point,
yeah,
it's
I
not
guess.
even about the
I guess it's straightforward and people like it a lot.
because as far as that
I was
goes, I
surprised.
think we're playing a bunch of show matches at this point. I think this is really about the pride. This is about just walking out of here with something. And I think HF is trying to leave with something for sure. They seem very motivated. But who's to say? Because Make-A-Wish has been absolutely on point today. I mean, they've probably played the best today that they've played all season. So shout out to those guys as well. And I'm just happy that we've been able to see such high-level finals all day and all night.
And Ego Chow will start to go through. Nowhere near the vault. No tap has come through.
Oh.
We've said it once and we'll say it again. 9 times out of 10, these fights do result in another fight to come through. But right now, Hotel's Finest
that's a wipe.
take control and get the early wipe done. And
Probably easy on game servers. Yeah, there's not as much destruction.
Sites
I mean,
about
that like
equally
affects the
100
map
away
and servers
both
this game.
directions.
Yeah,
Versus
they
Horizon.
can go wherever they really want to. The shots from Grad were looking real good there. I mean, there was 0 recoil on that gun. That is always nice to see. It's like visual ASMR. However, they didn't get this tap off until that wipe. But we have the power of the gateway. I don't know if Lamp realizes what he's walking into. I don't think he does. However, he hits a monstrous RPG.
Yeah, that was a fat RPG.
No, Brendy gets hit with a monstrous RPG, and Varian is going to get the pick. Lamp now being hunted down. This is a tough spot to be in. Just a bit unfortunate pathing.
wow.
if you're
Lamp actually
We
fell
don't have
there.
a wipe yet, but we do see Grad just left in a not great spot here. They do toss that money way across the map, so they're going to buy themselves plenty of time, kind of making this the best case scenario out of a pretty poor one.
I was literally gonna point that out. That was smart from graduating. He knew instantly, get this Vault away. Let's play time. We can go for a third Vault control aggression, which is very interesting to see. So smart play, caught out in the open with their pants down. But tell you what, they're up. They're ready.
Is this a normal cash out location, or
very quickly.
did they break one of the blocks there and put it there?
No drop of the bridge. I thought that RPG or whatever explosive.
I don't think I've ever
had
seen that
dropped
there.
The cash out down, but no.
Yeah, it requires 2 drops sometimes unless
That's
you
a
hit it perfectly.
okay. He broke the block. I was like, that's a cash out.
Hit it twice, so
That's
they
crazy.
just have it in somewhat of a bunker right now. I will say, if you are forced to steal in that position, you are very, very vulnerable. So not the worst spot for Make-A-Wish. Brendy's essentially stuck in this hole here. He gets C4 down, takes some damage. No, he doesn't take damage. I guess he got shielded from Lamp.
Wow, that
right
goo
on cue
and shield
there.
was pretty
We
crazy.
do have him just hard sticking this though. He goes for the flip right in the face of Make-A-Wish, and it's
Yikes.
just looking like they are collapsing here
Yeah,
on Viper and
they're
Derp. Not
just-
much you can do, leaving Varian all
That was
alone,
not a
and
coordinated
you're not winning
retake
that
at
one,
all.
buddy. Sorry to say it.
This is something we've seen before, and I will say it again. Graduating, Putin
Please just
in
pull it
the
from the top and shoot it down.
damage.
Yeah.
Look at his combat score, 2,400, because he's putting pellets. They're not necessarily killing, they're not doing a major amount of damage, but he's putting in enough to wear down Make-A-Wish. So those shotguns take 1 or 2 shots rather than the 3 or 4 shots it takes to kill somebody. It is
Dude, I'm saying
smart
that heavy with
because it
the
was done
double shield and
from
also
the
that
other
goo wall
bridge.
was like
Hats off to
perfectly
them.
timed.
But one
Yeah,
final
that
push
was.
has to come in. The steal could come through, but they
Yeah.
got to be committed. They go for it. They're heavy, on point, still with most of his health. They've got to push in. Is the steal? It's converted over, and now you have to re-steal if you are Hotel's finest. But it's
How
not
are they
gonna happen,
getting
not
these
just yet.
steals?
There is still Viper and Doc left alive to defend, and they've done
Like,
this job well.
How does Make-A-Wish get that
Yeah,
steal?
I mean, I
How?
don't know if those were just convenient goo barrels that were found, but they perfectly blocked off Holto's finest plan there. Their approach. I guess you could say Make-A-Wish probably knew where HF was going to be set up, but HF just a hair
I
too
don't.
far off the
I
site
don't
and
understand
unable
how
to
that
get back in
happens. I don't.
position.
I don't
thought
know how you sell
even
that.
though
I'm gonna
they
be
got that
honest.
flip,
There's been
because
most
of
teams have
the
lost just because they're
big
selling
grad
the
got on the
defense.
person on bridge, they
I don't
might
know if
still
they're
have a
not
chance.
thinking they need to just
But
bunker
that
on point
fight
or not.
took
But
a
I mean,
turn for the
I would think
worse
with
very
3/4
quickly
of the
after
color
that
pie
initial
done,
pick.
you just
So,
bunker
really nice
on
play out
point,
of Make-A-Wish,
and you just waste as
getting
much
one
time
they
as possible
probably didn't
to make it to where
deserve
there's not enough
against
time to get a
HF,
steal
just,
off. And
unfortunate
then you go to
positioning
stall.
there.
Spread out, you play stall, you go from there. But it seems like people are spreading out way too early, and it's like Make-A-Wish is just capitalizing on it all the time. They're not afraid to
It is the
jump on
world's
and just
biggest
stick it.
Upset to force themselves into grand
That ain't happening against
finals.
Brick? No, I don't think so.
The cash out starts. It's under Hotel's finest control. We're going to the museum. And we're gonna see if history.
I think Make-A-Wish are
repeats.
just ego stealing it. People
I
don't think
see
they're
what you
serious.
did there.
It's
I
like
don't even know if you see what
it's
you
like
did there.
Valorant
That
when
was
people are like pros
pretty
never fake. Like they're just
impressive.
jumping on and holding the
I
stick.
like that one quite a bit. But we
And people
do
think it's
see
bait.
HF playing a bit off.
I don't know.
Here. I like it. They do have the time. They can get back over there, and Orange really isn't in too much of a position to make that Make-A-Wish. However, they just pop up out of nowhere like your sleep paralysis demon. They are now on the bridge themselves, just trying to find some damage. More goo coming into play. I swear goo is going to haunt the dreams of HF if they don't make it out of this series. A lot of damage coming into play. Lamp the lowest on the health,
Oof.
and he is going to
All right,
fall
they're down
right
there
on
heavy.
cue. Varian
Viper
and
with the
Viper
matter.
hunting down Brendy. Grad
2v1.
finds but he's left in a 1v2.
Hit the stick,
Seen
maybe?
him do this before, but he's got his work cut out for him. Picking up Viper,
Go.
he's gonna get taken
That's
out
the
to
wipe.
the FAMAS shots of Varian. Those shots are just looking steady. Make-A-Wish is gonna get this flip.
Much.
Yes.
I don't think you understand the severity of the situation. Look at the time. Look at how much time is left to respawn. They've just done it last 5 seconds now. We're
Yeah.
looking at the last 20.
You Make-A-Wish might have made the run, boys.
Make the upset of the series.
I'm saying,
HF
I'm
gets
saying,
one
get
chance
on
at this
point,
boost, so
hold E,
Make-A-Wish
and then
setting up their
profit,
goo.
bro.
They're gonna
Like
look to
that's
play around
crazy.
that. Grad throwing an aggressive gateway
They
in.
did get a
do
generous
travel
spawn.
through it before it gets shut down.
They got a
When you
generous
enter
spawn.
with the dematerializer, there is no time. Someone's gonna have to stick, and they're just gonna have to get lucky here. Nice
And they're
shots
scared to
out of
hold it.
Grad.
Like
However,
it's do
the
or die,
stall
and they're not
comes in.
holding
Grad
it.
is gonna
Yeah,
fall
that's
as
over.
well. And there is just no time here.
it.
Another stall comes into play.
They've done it.
GG's.
They have done it.
Wow. Make-A-Wish with the run of the century
This is crazy.
from lower bracket round 1 to the grand final.
This is insane. That they are able to pull this off.
Unbelievable. Seeded 10th. Seeded 10th. They
This is
were
insane.
Not meant,
This is
and
actually insane.
statistically not meant to make it, but they've gone all the way. They are in the grand final.
Okay,
Make-A-Wish
I gotta point
are
out something
about
though.
to
Okay,
fight
there's something important we need to point
ranked
out, and
number
I
one.
think it's fair because it's been 2 series now.
That is
They need.
so
I get that they don't want to switch
impressive.
up anything because like it's been working, but they need to have a conversation with
My
Viper.
God,
It's time.
I genuinely have no
the-
words
The
to
weakest link is
describe
kind
it.
of there. I hate to say it. I
6
think
kills from Varian
I
with only
I
3
don't
deaths,
know
carrying the team. Also,
it's gonna be
with
enough
great
against
support
Bricked.
on his back.
I'm just saying.
There is no way.
I don't
We've
think they
got
should
the
switch it
team
up. I
back.
think at this point you just commit to
Professor,
it. But the fact that they've
teach me a
qualified for
lesson on how
the
this is
global
done.
championship now,
Who doesn't love an
they need
underdog
to
story?
over the next week
Who?
work with Viper
Just
and
like
figure
Merc said,
out
who does
what they
not
can do
like
to
an
get him
underdog
more
story? We're
consistent because
witnessing that
he
right in
is
front of our eyes.
honestly
We're gonna see,
struggling
Make-A-Wish
most of
now
these
gonna go
games.
face Bricked, who's the
I would
top
argue
dog
they're
here
getting
and
a bit
has been
lucky
the
with a
top
lot of
dog
these
the
games
whole
with some of
time.
these
Are
steals.
they able to keep that
Maybe
as
they're
top
good
dog
plays.
spot?
I don't
Let's
know,
see what
but
happens. I'm excited. I'm
the
fired
light
up. I'm
department is
chomping at the bit
lacking.
to see this next round.
I haven't
So.
seen a lower bracket run like
Yeah,
this
he will
in
get cooked by
finals
Stu.
ever.
I have the
This
feeling
could
this
be
is going to
first
be the
for
light diff
title,
game.
and
I think we're
that
gonna
so many
we're
of
gonna
the
see
things
the
that
problem.
we've
It's
seen
already
over the
there in the
last,
numbers, and
over
I
the
know
last
numbers
2
don't mean
hours
everything, but
are just
I just in
kind of
full fairness and
hard to
transparency,
ignore as far
they may
as
need to have a conversation this
what
week.
is actually happening in any given
But we'll see.
moment where these teams are playing,
Anyways,
teams are
chat.
adapting.
I'm gonna look at my phone for a second
And
because I
I
gotta
love
appease
that
the
how
owl,
on
and
this
if
horizon,
you
we
know what the
had-
owl
my
is,
camera is way
that's what we're
lighter
talking
behind
about.
this
So
we
One
had
second.
this horizon where my I was just like, what's happening? We had, that's so funny. So on this horizon, we had a moment where both of these teams were at cash outs that they had played earlier in the day, right? And Holto's Finest, they finally made it at the very end of that first cash out in the moment where they had lost that cash out before, and they finally did it, but by the time they did it, it was too late. Second cash out, Museum Balcony. Flashbacks as Holto's Finest, they locked in to try to make it work like it did against Ape Squad at the start of the day, but they just
¿Dónde estás la biblioteca? I'm saying
I am trying to take you.
I'm doing
so
like a really easy lesson
seriously.
because I
Your
need to
camera
like
is
get the streak because it's 11:34 and I'm a little nervous that I'm gonna be
busted.
paying
It's so
attention to
delayed. It is
grand finals. So
horrible.
doing an easy lesson, I'll do a harder one once the stream's
I
over.
mean,
But I have to piece it. That's their streak, though. Hope y'all are proud of me. I know it's backwards, but it's 1,462 because I can't read backwards. So
It is
We're committed out here,
impressive how they
supporting.
make their way. But the big question, Professor, I have to ask you is, where was these big mistakes?
if we could
that
one day
we've
get
seen
sponsored by
from Hotel's
Duolingo,
Finest?
that's
What went
one.
wrong?
That might be my largest
I
claim to
actually
fame.
don't
I would
know.
cash out at that point.
I saw
I
graduate
that would be me
doing what
blowing up, and I'm
Graduate
like, I
does
don't know
and
nobody.
absolutely lighting things up, and I thought that the plays were being made. I think that they were just making them at the wrong time. I think that Make-A-Wish Foundation, it just seemed like they were more locked in, if that for a better use of that word. But I just think they were just a little bit more locked in when it comes down to things.
I actually
Adi,
boot up
got
my
anything
PC to get the
build
big
on
screen for
what-
this finals.
What went wrong? Anything you
Do it.
noted?
Are you gonna
Yeah,
spectate
so,
like
I
in
mean,
game?
if we're
What?
talking about the very first game on Skyway Stadium, I mean, Make-A-Wish.
I'll
was
start
in
doing some
control,
collabs. I
but,
agree.
at the
I mean, we got
moment
Destiny out here doing
that they were
doing Star Wars now.
starting to
so.
look stable. Holto's Finest got in, they got timing, right? If we looked at like cash
Duo's
out,
running up on you with
Holto's
the
Finest
Serb
looked so
with the
good
double
because
barrel.
very
Oh my
first
god.
fight, Holto's Finest, they had the upper deck control.
They
and
could
were
do it
able
with
to drop
hang
onto
on.
Make-A-Wish, where
Give me a second.
they
I'll see if
used
I
the
can
gateway
find
to just
what it
kind
is I'm
of come
talking
out
about.
from nowhere, even though they knew Make-A-Wish was going to sit up on top of them, and they swapped spaces with them. And in that very first fight, Make-A-Wish only did a
Hold
total
on,
of
hold on, hold on, hold on.
230 damage in the last team
Hold.
fight on Cash Out 1 on Skyway Stadium. But from that moment forward,
I'm probably not gonna
Make-A-Wish
find it.
just
I'm sitting here.
got inspired. Like they just had a Bard moment where Mr. Derp just rallies the team and says, "It's time to win, gamers," and just got everybody aligned. And no matter what happened, it was the right moments, it was the right timing. And Fortune Stadium, where Holto's Finest, they got the W. There were
I
still
would just watch the
a
Twitch
couple
stream. No,
moments
that's
there
fair.
where the control was taken away from them, right? And so Make-A-Wish played into the control that Holto's Finest had, but it was just like Lamp and Brenty just getting amazing picks, amazing moments of greatness. But then it all fell away because those moments of greatness didn't happen
God.
on Sis Horizon. I mean, granted, there were a lot of times where we did see some great stuff, but
This.
the one time when we needed Brenty the most, he vanished, right? And Graduating stepped in and got the kills needed where we didn't
This is
have
this is
Graduating
the
go
helmet they
times
need to
we
add to the
won.
game
But
right here.
for Holto's Finest, I think that it was just a lapse of consciousness when it mattered the most. Because again, when it mattered the most,
sure, sure,
Make-A-Wish
okay.
was just in control.
This is what they need. Could you imagine getting ran up on by that? I mean, we already have Doxolotl and
It
everything.
is
Why not
so-
just make
so
it
right
this?
in what you're saying, and we have to now look forward. We have to say goodbye.
Could you
to
imagine?
Holto's Finest again. They're going to be
That'd be
claiming
sick.
400 points to their name, which means if I look at
Anyways,
the
yeah, that'd be
bracket in
fire.
itself, they're already
I'd
sitting
pay
second, and
a
they're
lot
going
of
to
money
get
for
a
it.
first round bye going into the champs. So they're fine. They're done, dusted. Their bracket is over. But this is where it gets interesting because it is 700 points for second, 1,000 points for the winner. So realistically, like let's talk numbers here. Make-A-Wish, they're still going to say six. They're not going to jump any higher from that position. They're not going to go into overtake Dit at any point. Of course, there are a lot of maths that I would have to do and figure out on that side. But let's focus on Make-A-Wish Foundation and Bricked. Merch. We've seen both teams quite extensively.
If Make-A-Wish
now.
make this run, if they
From what
win
we're
grand
seeing, are
finals,
we
they
sticking
wind up
by this
in
idea
fourth
that
place,
Bricked is just
right? They knock
untouchable?
out blowers. It looks like all the point
Or
values are
is this
updated, so I think
underdog
they knock out
story
blowers
gonna become
or
the
knock them down at
greatest
least
story
and take
in
fourth, which is
esports
pretty
history?
good. 10th to fourth, crazy work.
Well, I hope that this final matchup doesn't get discredited at all because of the positions that both of these teams are in, where Bricked doesn't need to win. And at this point, neither does Make-A-Wish. So it's going to be more of a battle for your ego and pride at this point. If it's anything like the EU final we saw, there's going to be some silly shenanigans going down. So anything is definitely possible. I would love to see Make-A-Wish do it just for the one time, just to say that they made that full run. I don't know. I think this is going to be a fun grand final. That's really my only input. I think anything is possible here. In a normal circumstance, I think Bricked wins this one 9 out of 10 times.
There's a fire
But I
screen.
think today, right here, right now, anything is possible.
Of course, this is a best of 5. So, Merch, give me a number on that. Give me some numbers on that.
3-1 Bricked.
Outside top two because
Oh,
it's
you're giving a map.
forget
You're
it's like
giving
what
a
2
map
round
to
buy or
Make-A-Wish.
something, right, Waltz?
Yeah, I think they could take
Something like that.
Okay. Ardy, you've got a little surprise expression. Do you agree or disagree?
I think it's gonna go all the way to map 5. I think my camera is still extremely laggy, and it's because I'm still trying to process the possibilities of Make-A-Wish Foundation coming through here. So I think it's gonna go to map 5, and I think it's just gonna be a matter of time to see exactly who is the team that takes that map 5.
Oh, just a one
So
round
my
buy.
prediction
I mean,
is,
that's
I don't know
still
who's
good
gonna
though.
win. It's probably gonna be
I mean,
Bricked,
that's
but I
a
think it's
big
going to
up.
map 5 no matter what.
Oh, you're going all the way, Professor. You've been stirring up the numbers. You are the master of them all. Tell us.
I
we going with
honestly,
this?
I think we cannot count Make-A-Wish out of this. I think Viper is absolutely killing it, and to see Varian as a controller player doing the things that he's doing is pretty incredible. And to watch that Cinderella story unfold, and I don't know, the momentum that they have right now. They're coming out of a fresh win. Like, I think like maybe 100% it's going to be Bricked 3-0, no problem.
3-0 is your prediction. You know what? I can't sit out and not make a prediction. Give me a second. Give me a second. All the predictions I do. I
What do
don't
you
gamble,
think
guys.
about an
Don't
event?
gamble.
Oh, an
I do
event.
free predictions.
Okay.
It's just
What do
the
you think
way
about an
should do it.
event
It's just for fun,
that
fantasy,
increases
things
or
like that.
decreases
Do
game
not
times tick
gamble.
rate,
Um,
slows some
my eyes,
items or
I
makes them go
see
faster, but doesn't affect
300.
players?
I would love
Like
to
slow
see Rush
destruction
going to
and
come through, but the
throwables.
reality is that Bricked have just been
Interesting.
dominant all the way through. There's not been many situations where they've been caught off guard. Team Dare were the only team to put
I think
a
it'd be
map
cool. I
against
would
them, but that was
need
on
to
a
see like an example, I think.
situation where
But
Team
that sounds
Dare
like an
runs
interesting
such a
idea.
unique strategy.
They have to hope Brick is cold right now.
No one can really handle because
am
they've got
thinking
such
that's the
hammer.
one thing Make-A-Wish
But
has.
these other teams run conventional metas.
You know,
And
I think that's the thing that
I
Make-A-Wish
feel,
has
is how
going for them at the
Make-A-Wish is
moment. Is
also
they have
like they're
made this
running
run. They have
metas.
played
So,
pretty much nonstop
a meta v
for
meta,
the
Brick
last.
is gonna have it.
How long is the
Again, I
stream
do believe
alive?
that think there's gonna be
All in
one
those 4
that could
hours,
be
3
taken
hours,
away, but
45
I think
minutes.
it will be
So I
done
mean,
and
they've been
dusted.
playing nonstop.
We are
Brick has
still
been sitting
waiting
there,
on
either playing
map
pubs or just
bans,
been in
of
the
course. As
lobby
I said,
for,
it is a
I
best
mean,
of
probably an
5.
hour. So
We
yeah,
have one,
and we
two,
see this a
three,
lot in
four,
other
five,
esports too,
7
where they
maps.
basically get stone cold from doing nothing.
Which two are
So,
being dropped? We'll
I
start with you,
will go
Merch.
with
Which
Waltz though. I
kind of
do think
predictions there?
3-1 Bricked probably. I hope
think
Make-A-Wish
we
can make the
will
run
not
or
see
at least take a
Skyway.
map
That's
off.
gonna be my
I
guess,
hope they
and
don't
the
get
map
slammed
does not
for
get picked.
3 maps. That's it. Which is a very
Okay.
real possibility.
Adi?
So, we'll see.
I
Yeah, I'm
have
3-1.
No idea, but I feel like for both of these,
I'll be curious to see your
teams,
guys' thoughts,
I
though.
tend to agree.
Definitely let us know in the
We're
chat.
Probably not going to see Monaco or Skyway.
So Monaco Skyway out for you and Professor. What
Also,
are we
Monaco
predicting? We're
love
still
if they
waiting
make
for
it a
this
map
to be
4.
fair.
I think I was gonna go Burnout and then Skyway.
About to
Do you
make a
think
2-hour
Monaco's gonna
drive home, and I'm
stay?
gonna miss
Yeah,
the
I
whole
might.
finale.
I think like
That
Murph
sucks.
was talking about like this whole.
That sucks. You can listen
like,
audio
we
only.
can
I don't
see a
rec-
total
don't
mix
watch
of
and drive,
a
obviously,
whole
but
mix
you
of
could listen audio.
classes, like loadouts, everything. It could just be like a troll match that's a good one at that. Like just an absolute finals match.
It could be indeed. I think my love for Monaco, it's gotta stay in. We've gotta at least see it once. So I'm begging these guys, but realistically, Monaco is probably gonna get banned, and I think Brunel is probably gonna be banned. So we would be left with a mass bunch going into it. And of course, chat. I want to be seeing these predictions start
I think
to go, and I do try and
didn't
periodically check. I know that both the
Bricked or at
analysts are
least Brick
checking
series wasn't that the
constantly.
decider was Bernal?
Who are you thinking?
I don't
who's
know
gonna
if it
be
gets
coming
banned.
from the top? Who's going to be getting to the position?
Kyoto and
While we still
Monaco, I
wait
think, are
for
the two that get
things
banned.
to get sorted. We're going to take a very brief break. It'll be very, very short, but when we come back, we'll be getting into
Yeah.
the action. of
Waltz, you want to jump in?
finals.
Oh.
Oh, I just saw your DM.
Might come through for Burn Nuggets. This is everything, Mickey. They need to get there in time. They do. They stop the steal. If he reload, he's able to do it before you get that super.
Oh, the RPG on the scalper.
Beamo absolutely beaming right now.
Oh.
Finishing off the rest of the team.
Slightly over to the sideline here. The gateway has been placed. They come up from above.
Play commit doing so much, just controlling this team fight.
At this point, you have it. You've got it done.
There's no way.
He dashes around. Look at the movement.
Aim point taking down a lot of players there. Great use of the Goo Gun. Oh, unbelievable techers.
Gangala, they try to jump in. Oh, they do. The
Give me 1
teaser
second, chat.
hits.
Try and go for the steal, and the winch is huge. It doesn't work out though.
He can't do anything yet. No, he still takes it. One versus three.
Yo, what's going on? Give me 1 second. Let me I can't use my video. Give me 1 second. This should let you join. I don't know. Do you want to include your camera? Okay, no worries then. Cool.
world
I was-
of sports, every second counts.
You're good.
Move
Let
fast.
me. Hang on.
That's
I'll
where
include the
a
chat
Spoos
audio here in a
comes
second.
The sports beverage designed for champions.
Seconds.
With a Spoos, it's simple as pop, pour, perform. Packed with electrolytes and essential
Right, you
nutrients,
should be in, I
hydrated and
believe.
energized. Osmosis
Nice.
is your go-to
Testing,
drink for
testing.
performance.
Chat, can you guys hear him?
Can y'all hear me?
The vault or
Can you guys hear me?
winning cash out, Osmosis is there to fuel your victory. Its unique formula is scientifically designed to boost your stamina and focus. Osmosis, for those who dare to excel. Pop,
McDonald's
pour,
collab. That's
perform.
hilarious.
Did you do any observer today for the EU games? Or oh wait, you casted, right?
I was doing analysis work.
Oh, okay.
So like if you go back and rewatch the VOD, I was doing like telestration stuff. So I would clip big moments, and then I
Oh,
was doing
sweet.
like breakdowns of like what was going on, like kind of why the moment to moment was important, how they made decisions on where they went. I actually thought it went pretty well. It was worth to take a look at the VOD. I was pretty happy with it. I thought it looked pretty good.
Yeah. I was watching the first bit of it while like setting up the stream and everything for today. So I've enjoyed seeing everybody involved today, which has been
Yeah.
fun. So
Yeah, we tried to get everyone brought in for the end.
yeah, that's awesome.
So this one's kind of the guys who haven't been able to do as much. We wanted to get them in for the playoffs, and then next week will be just me, Artie, Jerry, and Rio.
Okay. For the what is like the official title of it? Not the World Cup, but the
The championship series.
championship series. Gotcha. Do you know what time those are specifically starting at?
So that should be starting. I believe we're looking at doing 1 p.m. EST.
Okay.
That strange thought.
Been kind of. I believe that's the timing we're shooting for, and since it'll be both regions, it'll be the same time.
Right. On Saturday and Sunday, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Saturday, Sunday should be starting both 1 o'clock both days.
With the Series 2000, your
About
mind
5
stays in
hours each
control.
day.
Sweet. That'll be
It'll be a
awesome.
long. Yeah, gonna be a longer one because the goal is to stream as many matches as possible. We can't obviously stream all of them because that would be prohibitively long, but
Yeah.
we'll do our best.
I didn't know because I didn't get a chance to watch any of the EU matches today, but I didn't know what to expect coming into playoffs if we were going to see all the lower bracket. I was like, man, this could be starting at 8 o'clock. It's going to be a long stream.
Yeah.
But at least like 1v1 or 3v3 format is like pretty quick, or has the opportunity to be pretty quick. So you're not a set
Yeah.
time limit, at least, unlike regular cash out. So
Yeah, it's definitely more variable than final cash out. The benefit of cash out is are like the 4 teams. Is you know exactly how long it is, right? So when we're doing our group stages, we know it's basically exactly 3 hours if we run 4 groups, 4 matches a group, or 3 groups, 4 matches a group. But it's a little bit like, especially when you get into the best of 5s, you know, because then it's like, okay, well, it takes on average about 10 minutes for a map, but it can take a little bit longer. And also if you get to 3 with downtime in the middle, you're looking at about, up to 45 minutes. If it goes to the 3rd game, if you get to a best of 5, it could be as short as 30 minutes. It could be as long as like over an hour. So
yeah,
it gets hard when we get to the best of 7s and stuff like that.
yeah. I mean, just grand finals for this is going to be a best of 5. Could be lengthy a little bit, but we'll see. Hopefully we get to see at least 4 or 5 maps. not a 3-0 sweep. I really want to see Make-A-Wish run this. But
Dude, that'd be crazy. That'd be insane, actually.
yeah.
I honestly didn't know if Make-A-Wish were going to be playing. I know their team was kind of having some difficulties, mostly because I think they weren't doing well in groups, and
Sure.
they kind of got thrown together. There was definitely some like early on, like I think they were trolling a little bit, and they didn't take it seriously as they could have. So there's probably just internal issues. But I'm hoping this is kind of them being like, okay, we can do this,
Yeah.
like turn it around, actually put up some things, because Derp, Mr. Derp was one of the invited players, so he put this team together. He was one of the invited guys.
Oh, sweet.
And so it was odd for him to be doing so poorly. People were kind of expecting him to be better. And I guess he kind of showed 3v3's his thing, He's not very good at cash out, I guess, but he's really good at 3v3.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, when we did the pod and everything, that was kind of what my curiosity was I was like, okay, well, Brick's been absolutely slamming everybody from every game that I've watched, but I'm curious when he goes to 3v3 if we start seeing people, you know, start to have a story made for themselves because they're just better at it.
Welcome back, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen. As we can see, Artie somewhat
That was been neat. I was hoping to see more stuff like that because EU is pretty, honestly, pretty consistent. Like the only team that kind of made a run was Crutches. They couldn't quite make it the whole way, so Crutches just couldn't quite convert. But other than that, honestly, like EU, cash out was pretty similar to the standings we got in 3v3.
Interesting, yeah.
But but NA has a lot more volatility.
Is there any hope
Who is,
that we could see?
because I haven't followed much EU, who is
Absolutely,
Aimers
this is
in
a
the
game
terms of
of
like I know they have
seconds.
two
Like,
teams,
that is the
so
greatest
are they
thing
like
about
an
the
in-game
finals,
club,
that
or
it
like where
is
does
never
Aimers come
over
from?
until it's over. Like, that
Aimers is actually a
to be able to get a
sponsorship.
cash out within the last
Okay,
8
cool.
seconds of a
So
match and
Aimers is like
take
a
the whole thing for the
French,
win. I mean, we never know what's going on.
French,
Volta's
like,
finances went
they do
from
mount,
10th
they do
all the way
like
down
mouse
up to the
pads and like
finals.
aim control stuff
I
like
mean,
that.
yeah, of course there's a chance.
Oh, okay, cool.
There's always a
Let me find
chance.
this.
But
Yeah,
I
so
think it's gonna
Aimers.
be related towards Brecht.
It's very
There's
much
this-
leaning there, and the map pool is out. It's
There's an announcement
Fortune,
link
Brunel,
that they had where, like-
Sisterized,
I don't think
Vegas,
India's
and
first
then we
job-focused
would
learning platform is
include
probably them, huh?
onto Skyway.
No, I don't think
If
so.
we go the distance.
Where is this? I had
Artie
them a while back. Let me dig this
on
up
the
because we
map
got some
pool we
time.
have
Actually, I'm curious
where-
now.
Aimers
who's
Plus,
taking
it looks
what,
like
who's gonna be the one more
Aimers.gg.
dominant in what
That was it.
area,
That
which
was it.
one's looking
I'm on Edge
who's taking who's taking
for a
what?
browser
Okay,
because
Fortune
I wanted to keep
Stadium
browsers separately
already
so I could route
looks
audio
better for
differently.
Volta's finest, given the
Yeah.
fact that that
It's so
was a
weird
map
using
they
it.
were even able to take.
Okay, yeah,
off
this, yeah, Aimers
of,
Plus. That's the one.
or,
That's it.
sorry, that Make-A-Wish was able
That's
to is going to be able to do.
And they,
because didn't take it off of Holto's finest.
So right after the
but I
major,
think that
right
given
after the
what
first
we saw
major,
from Brick earlier,
we talked
I
about this in
do
one of the
think
early Vault
that,
episodes, but
that if we're
this
gonna
team
support
used to
Stadium
be
first, I think it's Make-A-Wish.
223
Bernal could
was
be
their name.
anybody's. Sis
223,
definitely
and
could
it
be.
was
So this is why I think
Etelko,
it could be going 3-2.
Etelko, Noax, and Robinski. Actually, Robinski was
Alrighty,
a player, which
indeed.
is
I
funny
don't
because
know if
Robinski
everyone heard it
subbed
in the
in
background. The
for
countdown
Aimers
to
Red
begun. Artie,
in the
Professor
actually in
Park,
this last event.
thank you
It was
very
kind of
much.
funny,
We
so it
will
kind of came
talk
full
to
circle.
you
But
at the
Robinski was
Victus
playing with them,
weekend, but
and they
of
played for a
course,
very
we
long
still
time,
have
from
the
like season 1
Rochester
through like season
Glorious
4.
merge.
And then season 4, they
Still
kind of had
sitting
some
with us.
not great performances,
Off
and
to
they
the
decided
races,
to
these
they decided
fine
to split
gentlemen
up.
go.
So because Noax and Etelko are twin
Map
brothers.
one is
Um,
underway.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
so they
we
stopped
are
playing
jumping
together
on
and they
board
split
with
up.
map number
And
one.
basically the
The
Aimers
first three
team
maps
started.
we
They
are
were the
guaranteed
original
to
Aimers
see are gonna
team,
be
and then
Fortune,
they
Bernal,
split and created
Sis,
two Aimers
but we are
teams.
jumping on
Yeah.
board with
Gotcha,
Busy
that's cool.
here from Team Brick.
So that's
They're
cool
gonna be
that there's like
looking to take
a sponsored team, I
quick
guess, that's
control of this
broken
Yeah.
out
middle
like that. Because I
height.
mean, I've seen that with
However,
like
Make-A-Wish also has
I think
similar
Cloud9
plans.
used to
They
have
are
like black
sharing
and
the
blue or
Holto's
something in
finest
some
logo,
game,
a
and
bit of a
you've seen it a
rebrand
few
for
times.
Make-A-Wish up on that
Yeah.
corner there.
Which
But we
teams, so.
have Brick here.
Cool, there's actual
know.
like somewhat
RPG in
organization.
hand,
to that.
just
No, it's
looking
neat.
down,
I don't know what all
trying
that
to
like
get any
involves or
information
anything
they
like
can.
that,
Money
but
has
it's neat
been
to have
tapped
like
already.
some of them
Looks like
running
NCM
that.
is gonna take some monstrous
Pretty cool.
damage there, but makes it out with his life. Mr. Derp
Busy's
can't
on the
say
essay,
same,
so
and now it looks like
it's gonna be
Busy's
interesting.
Oh,
looking
yeah,
for another
okay.
one. Finds Viper as well.
Not overly
That is going
surprised to see him
be
swap out to the
Brick
SA.
here in a
I was wondering if
2v1.
he'd go with
Great to see
the
it,
minigun,
great to
but
see,
I
especially
think
since that money's
teams
already
seem to be
being
liking the
tapped.
SA in
NCM gonna find the
3v3
white
a little bit
there
more than
as
in
well.
Yeah.
And if
Cash
you're
out.
Brick, this is a wonderful
I don't know
start.
what
You're
happened,
bringing
but
this
it's just
money
like
over
the
to
SA actually got,
SLB, and
I think,
have your
nerfed
work just
technically in
cut out for you. Your
6.6,
defense is self-explanatory
and
from that point
I
on.
think people saw the word in the patch notes
The
SA 1216 and were like, I'm gonna start running that gun again. They didn't
So-
bother to read the rest.
Yeah, the changes are weird because I talked to some of the guys, and
it's a wet dream.
it's
If you are
it's
defending,
kind of a
but it
nerf,
is
but
the
it's because of
pain
like
in
kind of the rate of
backside.
fire
If
change
you
and
are
stuff like
attacking,
that.
'cause
Some
you
people
know
almost view it like a
you
buff.
gotta go through
Okay.
an RPG and a bunch load of shotguns
Because unless
to
like if
make
you hit
a
every
move.
single
So right now,
pellet,
make a wish.
it is a nerf to
Holding
from what it
points.
used to be before.
They said not Viper, this is a
But
normal
there
shot we
are
have seen in the
worlds
past.
where
These
some people
tags
think
so low,
it
but the
didn't
gateway has
change a
been successful.
ton. It
Now
kind
they're
of
on the
evened out the
same plane.
performance so that if you know like the people that don't hit
Can
as much
they
can
make
still
that
do
push?
well. But
Yeah.
Yeah, Viper doing
I
a
don't
really
think it
good job
changed
staying
as much
alive
as
there.
I think
Only
it
had
more
about
just evened
50
things out, which
HP
seems to be
left.
Sparks
but
kind of
manages
focuses.
to get
They want
some
things to be equally
evasive
usable for
dashes in
everybody.
there
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
gets the gateway
Yeah,
throw
Which I
as
have thoughts
well to
on, but,
safely get the
you know.
team across the map.
Well,
So
yeah, like I
half
saw the
battle
patch notes come
done,
out, and then
half the
I
cash
watched
out is
Izzy's
progressed.
stream, and he
Nobody
just
has
used
fallen
it
for
all
either
day
team here,
and
as we are
absolutely
just
melted
playing
every
a
single
bit
player he
of
was
a
up
game of
against.
chess. You
And
see Make-A-Wish
I was like,
trying to
okay, well,
find
this
any
is back to
damage
being the
they
most
can,
dominant
looking
gun. It
for
looks
those
like
angles.
I think he
Yeah.
played like
Nobody's really
one
taking
game
an
with the
off
minigun
angle
the
yet.
entire
Now we see
day. I was like,
Make-A-Wish
what
dropped, I
happened?
believe, at least an
I was like, minigun went from
additional
being
four down.
meta
They're
to
probably running around on the
not.
second floor
Right.
here. actually make it.
Yeah,
the
I think
first
it's just
one.
not
We
as good in
just see on the
3v3
POV
because
for
you have more
STN.
time to
But
set up your
again, no
approach, and you
engagements
can
are
take people by
happening. STN
surprise.
finally taking
There's so
shots
much
in the back,
speed and there's so
and they're
much
just gonna
tempo
kite out of there
required
the
in
latest as
the
long as they can.
cash out
Finally,
that
some picks come into
you
play
can
as
take
Stooge
advantage of
gets
that with
pick
the
on
minigun,
Viper.
but you
Not
can't
good
really
for
do that
Make-A-Wish.
here.
They're gonna want to
Yeah.
get an instant res or an instant.
At least that's my.
counter,
I have to talk to Busy
counter
about it.
pick
Actually,
here,
I'm kind
but
of curious
instead,
what he
Stooge
thinks
is just
about
gonna
that.
Get another
Yeah,
one.
definitely.
Still haven't seen a res come in play for Make-A-Wish, so that's just gonna be a wipe from front to back. A bit
that's-
delayed, but
that's
Brick gets
a
it done
slam.
there.
From
Done,
Brick's on the Make-A-Wish
dusted,
already.
and the cash out will
they all
go
sudden
through
over
onto their
here?
side. Brick taking
Huh?
a round advantage.
I'm just curious.
Remember,
So they're.
for those
Oh
who
yeah, they're
have
all
just joined
setting
us,
up. They're actually
welcome
just
to
going
the
to set
grand
up as
finals
3
of
across the
North
divide.
American region.
Yeah.
Normally a couple people.
This is
Oh
a
no,
game
I'm sorry. No,
mode
the
where
cash out just
is
finished. I'm a dumbass.
$25,000 are
You're good.
given if you complete the cash out, and then
Like,
it's
why
the
are they
first
moving?
50,
It's interesting to me that
aka
people have picked
2 cash outs and you win.
Orchard Stadium today, but then
Already,
continue to
Brick
say
one step
EU
closer to
gameplay or
taking
whatever
the
because they just
first
stand
map
at a
of this
standstill
game. They're
forever.
ranked number 1.
And I'm curious as to
Make-A-Wish
why people are
ranked
picking the map if they
10th
don't like
with a
doing that.
Cinderella
But
storyline to make it this
Sure.
far.
Yeah, I think
A split strategy. As
people feel
Stooge
comfortable on Fortune. I think that's a big part of it.
waiting
Like
patiently.
for a very, very long
He's
time,
looking to
the
stab
two most
these
picked
guys in the
maps were
back.
Horizon and Fortune.
yeah,
In large part because there were no variants, and I think that has kind of just persisted. People play on what feels comfortable to them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
In a better position.
Like, here's the thing, right?
Get him. That is
Emberk's not
very
gonna ban
taking out
Kyoto.
Stooge.
Nope.
And, like,
From
STN's
the
falling
major.
low, leaving Busy all by his lone.
And your choices are either like Emberk's never going to ban one of their own maps. They're going to allow it to be picked. Now the thing is that like most teams are not going to want to play in Kyoto, so it's just going to not get picked. But most teams are going to waste a ban on it anyways because they don't want the other team to pick it. Yeah, but it's going to eventually come through. Like some team is going to have to play on Kyoto, and then it'll happen once, and every other team is going to then ban it for the rest of the time because they don't want to get stuck on it.
Yeah.
You probably want to know how to play it, you know. So I wish we saw it more. We played it more. I understand why people dislike it. I think it would have been playable in 4-team because I know it's a really big map for 2-team, but I don't know.
no, I agree. I think like 2-team it would be pretty awful to play on, but I was surprised to not see at least somebody pull it out for the standard cash out.
A bit more information, a clearer sight line to play off. As
Yeah, we
finally
just ban it. Like
they make their way onto
in the pro
same
league, it's
building.
actually not even in the map pool at all
Few
for
is in the
us.
same
Oh,
building.
okay, gotcha.
Now, the rest of the squad
Yeah,
has
for
been
that same
proven.
reason, where it's like
Look
nobody
how far
wants to play it.
away
The teams really
Make-A-Wish
hate
have positioned
Kyoto,
themselves, they're not being too close,
and then it just becomes like
allowing the traps
it's
to
just
come
it's
through
useless to
and
have
draw
it
out a
because
few
peeps are
more
going to ban it
players.
just so they don't have to
The
play
damage
it
will come through.
as like a troll map, and then
Not enough
there's
to
no
finish it
reason
off
for even
just
having
yet.
it in there if it's just going to waste a ban, right?
Yeah,
So
we do
Right.
see finally some picks going to the hand of Make-A-Wish.
Quick
This is
suicide here from
beautiful
Stu,
for
just
Make-A-Wish. I
reset.
mean, absolute textbook there as Derp gets 2 and Viper gets 1. That's all you need. They are most likely not.
So they're gonna come back in, and that cash is
getting a little bit ahead
basically
of myself
going to be what
But
3/4 done
beautiful
by the time they
stuff
start their
out of
time.
Make-A-Wish
Yeah,
on that
they got
hole.
about 5
It
seconds
did spark
left,
the
so
question
they'll probably
for me,
spawn about
how
90
far
meters
is
away.
too
They
far when it
have
comes to
realistically about
playing off-site?
40
There's
seconds,
definitely just
50
been such a
seconds left to
fine
retake
line
this. They have time to
can't
take it.
get back
Yeah,
in
it's
time,
at a
which is
moderate
interesting
pace.
because I feel like that
Yeah,
timing
70 meters
always
away.
changes. But
Yeah,
I'm getting ahead of
actually
myself
kinda
here
generous
as Brick
spawn
is
a little
already
bit.
coming off spawn.
Yeah, Fortune spawns aren't too bad. It's not that big of a
I
map.
do agree. There is
Yeah.
that question mark you have to ride out.
Especially with those
but
launch pads. They close
Here's
the
the
gap way
moment.
faster than people
Yeah.
expect.
They know it's a trap. They know it's going to get dropped, so let's spring the trap. Get rid of all that utility. It's going to the
I've seen a
ground
lot of summer
floor.
grenades. That's been a recent thing as
Now a
well.
steal. Just a little
Yeah.
tap at first, but it's enough to draw one
I think their
through. It's
recon
already
roll coming out
docked
of
here. Take out Busy, a
lights
strong
is
contender.
really coming to
For the revive,
becoming prevalent.
brings it back to full force. Busy will be on half
Oh,
the
that's
health, but
bad.
quickly.
Oh, that's so bad.
STN getting through.
Oh my god.
They got it.
And this brings things
That's
back
insane.
alive once again.
No.
A pressure all around the point. It's been stolen. Brick
Oh,
taking it
no.
away.
Rick with the
Oh.
last second
Well
steal,
done.
pulling a Make-A-Wish.
Is in there.
The maw is going down.
Yeah,
Yup.
I knew the second they prioritized the res over that stop, that was it. I let out a preemptive OMG and then a second one when
That sucks. I thought they had that,
Who
honestly.
is lag switching? That's
there.
crazy work.
Crazy last second steal out of Bricked. Quite frankly, I think Make-A-Wish should have just.
I don't like to rag on
all they
people,
needed to
but
get versus
I'm
going for the
serious that
revive
this team's
there.
gonna
That
have to talk to
revive
Viper before
kinda was a net
next week.
0. If anything, he's gonna
I mean,
spawn
I don't know
with
what's
respawn
going
sickness,
on.
so no utility.
I also don't know much about
anyway.
him in
a bit of a
general,
mistake to
really,
make a wish
but
there, but Bricked walks out of there with the game 1 win.
I feel like they've
quicker than
struggled
expected.
most of these games that I've seen so far.
I don't think they
Yeah, I
realized
mean, that's-
like how.
I mean, honestly, that's
they've done
fair.
it. They're definitely here.
Like
to make a
overall, I
wish of
mean,
put
they're
up
just
a strong
the
performance.
problem is that
made
like
sure
I
to
talked about this a little
keep
bit
the pressure
in the episode, right? Where it's
onto
like
Bricked all the way through, and
you could be a
there's
really good
no way
light,
you
but if
can
you're playing against a
underestimate
god
this
tier
squad,
light, you're gonna
and
look like a really
clearly-
shitty player.
This is
Yeah.
also something to know clearly when it comes
Because
to
you die so
1v1,
fast and light
Make-A-Wish
damage is so
does
high.
hold their own, but when you have
So,
those factors, which
A
is
lot of these
light
guys, I
instead
think,
of
it's
the
like
rank
this is why
10,
teams sometimes switch
when
to
you
double
have three
medium.
other
I don't
teams
think they're gonna
fighting,
do it here. I think it
this
actually
is
a bad
maybe
idea.
crumbling, where
But
they
Viper just
haven't
needs to play a
been
lot
sort
further
and a
behind
lot of
his
teams
team
said
because
they
Stu's gonna
prefer
find
a
him every time
1v1
if he's in the open.
format, or sorry, a 3v3 format,
Yeah.
which is what this is.
I mean, Stu is also, I think, just
over
going to rip
the
him apart with
initial
XP versus what he's going to pull
cash
off at the
out
matter right
game
now.
mode. So
He's
No, so
going
yeah,
to
the matter is
now,
a
we're
choice,
not
you
playing
know.
vertically, we are
Yeah,
playing
I'm curious.
horizontally
I mean,
here.
maybe this is the
And as
moment
the
where we see
analyst
the
said,
nullifier
this is
actually
a
makes sense, and he
Make-A-Wish map that
hits
could
Stooge
come
with
out.
it to get away and revamp with his team and
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
have them help take him
we-
out,
we
I
are
guess.
in an
Nullifier-
interesting position
Nullifier makes a lot
here.
more
I wonder what
sense
variant
in
we're gonna
NA
get. I
where
would
lights play
love it
dash.
to be suspended
Mm.
structures, but I guess
Because
we're
you can
gonna
actually
find
get
it out
away
now. It does not
from
appear
with your
to be
mobility,
so.
whereas when you're running
Standard as
invis,
always.
what do you nullify the guy and then go
with that
invis? He knows
being
exactly where
said,
you
we
are,
got Breezy
right?
with the
Right.
red barrel in
Yeah.
hand. We are just getting
You know,
right
you can
into
still
game
like
number
chase people.
2.
So
Both
it
teams
makes a
gonna
lot more
head
sense
over
with
towards
dash,
the ball.
and it is
One
interesting that we
about
see pretty much every light in
And we
in
do have
EU
our first
use
long-range
invis, and then
engagement
every
going
light in
down
NA
as the
use dash.
Blueberry is being
Yeah.
used. They haven't really been getting used too much.
Somebody in
today,
chat
and
asked,
as I
does
touched on the
XP54
last
need
time I was
changes, and if
casting,
so,
I
what
think
kind
it's just
of?
gonna be something
I
that
will
as
say that
players
it
start
needs
to learn
range
the
changes.
mechanics,
I think
we'll
that's,
see more of.
it doesn't need
I
a damage
also
change, it
anticipate
just
a little
needs
bit of a buff
its
coming
range
in
tuned
for
down
him
some.
as well.
all.
Yeah,
I'd love
range
to see
could
that healing
range
kick
could
in a
be
bit
tuned
quicker.
down.
But we just have a bunch of shots
It's-
being traded here.
I don't know,
Make-A-Wish
like,
getting tired of it. They're gonna force this
XP is
fight
weird
here.
because
I love to see
it
but Busy's
wasn't.
gonna get the
It was a
better
good
of
weapon for a
one.
long time, but then
STN
LH1
finds one, and
outshone it for
Stooge
3
finds
seasons
one
in a
as
row,
well,
so everyone
so
forgot it
I
existed, and now it's
respect Make-A-Wish
back.
for making that push
Mhm.
happen, but unfortunately,
And I would like
it
to see the
goes
range
just as you
tuned down
expect
slightly
the
so that
force push to
ARN
go.
gets more time, you know, in the sun, because
Yep.
ARN gets a lot of time. Actually, it's gotten a lot of time in longer maps like Skyway. We see people like Uni pull it out,
Mhm.
so there's definitely a place for it. But you're right, it does kind of just get outshined, and I'd really love to see them tweak that. I don't want to tweak it too much though. Like I do feel like just in general, Light just needs some more love in its other weapons.
Yeah,
Not too much love.
No, I totally agree. I think Light is the one class currently that has a weapon that is arguable that it dominates, and you're kind of
Yeah,
like,
you
I don't
hit a
really
really
know
good
why you would
analogy
pick much else
before,
over it,
now I
besides
think
really
you
situational
might be
things.
stumbling on the
Whereas like
second
medium has
follow-up
like
of it, but
pretty much
we
3
do
viable
have
weapons is kind of what
Caution
you're
in
comfortable
some
on. You know, you have the
quick
FCAR, the
trades. Also
FAMAS,
got
and you have the
sonar
Zerg,
grenade in hand.
even post
We
nerf,
haven't
and
been
it just
seeing
kind of
this
boils down to
all
what works
day,
best with your
unless
team.
I'm just completely cooked at this
But-
point. We've been watching
agree.
a lot.
Yeah, the
of the
XP54 is just
finals today,
like,
Chad.
it's
But
kind of
Stooge
good at
playing a
everything at the
nice
moment.
off angle. He's
To an
gonna
extent, I was
beautiful
crazy beaming.
tracking there.
Those
Oh my
dudes.
Stu is
goodness, leaving
insane.
the light
Oh,
on
no,
1
that's
HP.
oh my god, dude.
Still
that-
trying
That's
to
gross.
finally does
Oh my
there. Another
God.
one is also left on 1
Yeah,
HP.
that tracking is
Busy
insane.
has fallen. They're gonna look to get their heavy back
Oh
up
my god.
Oh
immediately.
my-
Viper. Okay,
Nice
the
dash
Okay.
matter
out of
worked.
Stooge,
Okay,
but
wait, it's
Viper's gonna get
actually
the better of him with that
Nah, it's
matter
not
in
enough, though.
hand. Varian's gonna fall.
No, wait,
to the
actually it
as a
is. Hold
result.
up,
Viper
no.
getting another
Oh,
one with
STN
the matter
dropped.
We're
of
1-1 right now,
STN.
right? Yeah.
Now
It's
in
a 1v1, yeah.
1v1,
STN
I
dropped.
believe it is
I did
Viper
not
Viper's gonna get
expect
the
STN
health
to go
regen
down.
faster than he's probably taking the
Viper going
res.
for the heal. He has the
Yeah, he
advantage.
is.
So
There's
he's
one
gonna
more player
he's
in
gonna
now
stick a
with
res on the
a hand
backside.
heal as well.
The team is
More
gonna coin in
health on the
15
side
seconds.
of
I think.
the dock.
Does he
And
even
now
push in
they can
here?
go for the steal, knowing there's only one left alive, and as
Like
soon
he's
as the
gonna
heavy
try to
Apparently he
comes,
does.
stall it
That's
out
a
and hope for
bad
the
choice
point.
now, though. No, that was a
It's gonna
bad
be
choice.
contested, but
Okay, no,
very
actually,
quickly
never mind.
has
I'm
to
sorry,
rush
Busy.
and drop
I-
away, but while all this is happening, the point has started.
I am
got the
familiar with
pick.
your game, but
Unsuccessful to come out.
Yeah, Yeah, they're gonna come in.
Oh,
Hopefully,
yeah, they're gonna block him. They're gonna block him.
Can't do anything just
They got the
yet, and he
steal.
has to run. Stooge wins the fight, but he's taken down. Back down to STN.
Just running in one at a time. What else are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Off the face of the earth. Advantage.
Nice take by Make-A-Wish there. Actually, that
was
kill
really good.
I
Yeah.
mean, Busy
that all started
almost
actually.
played that
Viper
perfectly.
kind
I
of
think
carried
if
that
he
fight.
could've just
Yeah,
done
he
a little
did.
bit more pole dancing on that.
He got those
zip
2
line
picks,
for
and then
another
it seemed like
second or two.
I mean, I saw the vision out of Busy trying to stall that out to let his team coin and get there, but
even then, I think the team arrived
I don't
on
know.
site and just
That's a tough
weren't
position.
able to fully
Like, stay
identify the
alive, create
target.
presence, so they can't just have a free steal,
That's
but
tough
also
for Brick. Just you
For sure.
needed another
not
second
die.
there,
Yeah.
and if you're Make-A-Wish, you are very.
I didn't
grateful
realize
to
actually if
walk out
people
of there
do
with
have
that
questions
one
about the
and take a
competitive scene
quick
at all, you can
1-0
ask in the
lead.
chat. I'm down to answer anything.
Oh yeah, let me take a look.
Very close to each other.
I didn't see anything else, but
Bricks
I was
are
just like,
about
yeah,
to
it's a
walk
perfect time for it.
straight
So.
into
No,
Make-A-Wish, and Make-A-Wish
it's a lot
have
of
to
just
feel
like weapon
prepped
balancing.
already for the
AR and
close
quick reload
spawns
should be
that
every
come in
other reload,
through the
regardless if it's empty or
farm
not, and it needs
that
just
we
one
are
recoil
fighting
pattern.
at, but
I
already
agree, especially with the
the
first
jump
part.
forward Brick on top of the
That
building that Make-A-Wish
quick reload
find
makes no
themselves in, and
sense. That
they
it matters
quickly
if you have
to
emptied the
go
bag or not.
through
And
the ISO that
second
they
reload, if
created,
they're worried about
put some
balancing, they
more
can make the second
damage
one
in, but
longer.
no one able to get
That's
that
fine.
first blood.
I actually kind of, I've actually kind of gotten to like the way that runs,
Yeah,
like
that
with
is
the
down
ARN.
3, as
It
that is
just,
gonna
I
be
feel like
your
it
right.
requires a complete change in how you
we have-
approach
Seems to have regrouped
ammo
after
counts.
that initial fight.
Like, I've
love
just found when I
those
treat it
jump pad
like
DMAP plays. I
one
just love
really
jump
big
pad
magazine,
plays
I started
in
doing a lot
general.
better
One of
with
the
the,
most slept on
I started doing a lot better with the
gadgets that
ARN
medium has.
than,
Not that it doesn't get used,
than I
it's
was
pretty much
before. Like, it's not so
100%
much,
hit
it's
rate.
instead of two
It's just
mags
that
with a quick
nobody really
reload, it's
talks
just one
about it.
really big
Everyone talks
mag,
about
and that sort of
your
adjustment
two
mentally helped me
materializers.
use it
But
better,
so
but I agree
much
it's
can
kind of
happen with that
clunky to
jump
use
pad
right
when you
now. I
pair
think
it
it just
with a
required a lot
DMAP
of
through
difference, and
roof, or
people
when you
aren't
pair it with an
considering how to use it
RPG
really.
on heavy.
Yeah, that's fair.
Definitely one of my
Yeah, I
favorite
think of it
gadgets
as
in the
one
game.
big mag actually.
But we
Does make
are
sense.
watching.
I haven't really
oh,
thought about it
sorry.
that way.
I was gonna say, yeah, I 100% agree. The jump pad
We
is so
I'm sure you've
powerful,
seen
and
like
it's
Discord and
been a
stuff too. People have talked about like the
staple piece of
repeater
equipment,
should get the same kind
even
of
in
treatment
closed
as what
beta,
people want with
when
the
we
ARN,
first
in the
had
sense
I
of
think
like
even
if there's
in
space for
alpha,
5,
before
let it speed
I
reload.
even had my footing in
Um,
this
That's a
game,
good point,
it
actually.
was
That would
a
actually be
pinnacle
huge.
piece of
What I think is
equipment,
well,
and
the
to this
repeater,
day,
honestly,
it
for me,
is
is kind of the
so
same thing. Like with the
powerful. So
repeater,
yeah,
if you
I
have two
agree.
bullets in
It
your
is hard
magazine,
slept on
it
because
is
we talk about all
faster
these
for
fancy
you to
new
just
equipment,
fire twice and
which
speed
are being
reload
used
than it
right
is to
now. As the
reload.
DMAT drops
Yeah.
in, it is
And,
1v1 fight,
you know,
but it's going to be traded out equally amongst Varian and SDN.
Nah,
Viper
Brooklyn's-
drops as well and Make-A-Wish down. To that last Viper, Doc has
My
to remain
god,
alive.
just the dash
And the
movement's
heavy
crazy.
to
As somebody
keep
who
this
doesn't play
going.
light.
Yeah, I
Right?
believe we are
No,
in
it's
a
insane.
1v1
The
heavy
tracking.
on heavy
Just
action.
hovering
Busy
in the
knows
air.
He has the health advantage here. He's just trying to find the target. He does know where
Oh
he's
wait, no,
at.
he's actually choking. Oh,
Unfortunately,
busy, you're
this is
choking.
gonna
No, busy, you're
benefit,
choking. Oh my god, okay.
The other heavy
gotta clean up.
being derpy. However, it doesn't matter as he's gonna finally find that kill being busy and get these hand reses here, leaving us with about
Oh
45
yeah,
seconds.
no, that's fair. That's fair.
Maybe
Just kind of jumping into
less
the call.
once Make-A-Wish
So
comes off spawn.
to David especially there, but
This a site.
I am a
Close
caster
to being
and
done.
tournament
There will be
host
one
for the
last
finals.
rush.
I've been doing tournaments since season
And it will be
3.
a
I've been
rush,
involved in
thankfully.
pretty much
Make-A-Wish
every
spawning in
event
close.
in the game since
A
that
quick
time.
jump pad,
And
a
I've been helping
quick
with the Pro League as
gateway
well, so
will
I've been
come
casting
through.
and helping
It
organize
lands,
it.
And here comes the aggression, and already
Yeah,
Bricks know
Waltz
it's
is
gonna be
extremely
rush
involved.
plays
He's been
straight
a
off the back.
great
Viper's
person
been
to help
taken
us
down. A
get
quick
up to
steal
speed
tries
on
to go
what's kind of
through, but it's
happening within the
bouncing
pro
horribly
scene
'cause
of
there's a jump pad at
finals.
the very bottom.
You've probably
It's
seen
done
Nightbots
and
in some
dusted.
chats as
We're
well
all
about a
tied
podcast
here
episode we
for
did
now.
together,
Just
where we
going
kind of
back
dug
to the
into like
point
the
of
history
how
of
good
Pro
jump
Hubs and
pads are.
how it
We
got
see
started
Box
and
just
how
getting
people
an
can get involved in
exercise
not
in on the
only
trampoline
becoming a pro player, but
non-stop.
maybe like
Busy
casting, things like
finding
that. So
no picks, but
that's a
he
good
is
thing
gonna
to check
stay
out, I'd
alive,
recommend.
and
You
he
should
is
also
gonna
check
find his
out Waltz and
trophy
Rio's
there
podcast, The
to
Vault,
get the
if
hand
you're
res,
curious about
as
specifically
Varian
pro
does the
finals
same
content.
on Derp.
That is like,
However,
in my
we
opinion,
do
the best
see some
resource
more
outside of
shots.
just
Busy
watching Pro Hubs.
trying to do whatever
So.
he can, not really finding the damage though.
Yeah.
He
Yeah, we
gets
gotta do
shot down
another
both Derp
collab sometime
and
soon.
Varian
I
here.
appreciate
No
that,
one has
David. That's
yet
very
to
kind
fall.
of you.
However, Derp
Yeah,
does go
I
down.
would
Busy's
like
still
to.
by
I know
himself,
Cody and I
by the
both
way,
talked
something
about
to
it, but
note,
we're
as
obviously waiting for
Make-A-Wish
your
is now
Pro Hubs to be
3-up.
wrapped up
Tough spot to be
because there's
in.
obviously a lot going on. But we would love to do
Doesn't
like
really
almost a
matter in the grand scheme of
debrief, which
things.
I'm sure you guys probably are going to want to do on the vault as well. But doing like
Perfect in
a
that
debrief and just
situation.
your
Just
thoughts
quickly,
post championship,
busy. Last
things
up,
like that.
I think that'd be a great
gone.
idea. Let's make it
I feel
happen.
that's the
Yeah, we can
common
do it. No
case
problem.
in all forms of commentary, but this is another reason why, and just while we're getting that.
Yeah, it's been a really neat overall. The entire
Another
league has been
reason
really
why a lot of
cool.
pros do not like Brunel is,
There's
of
so many
course, the
things
size of
like
this
I
map, and
genuinely don't
it
think
is- by
minigun
the
would have
time
ever
you
been
get the
considered
cash
meta.
done,
If
once you completed the fight,
not ever, I think that
rotation
Ever's.
to 3
Oh my god,
already
dude!
Brick
I
has
think
Ever's a lot
sorted,
to-
And already we're seeing Doc getting
Dude,
it done and
That's just
dusted
insane. The
in
man
the
flew in and got
menace
swatted
that
like a
is the
mosquito.
Pellets
He didn't even make it to the ground.
He never made it. He never made it to the ground.
down, STN
Alright, yeah, no, they
down,
just get
down
cleaned
to
up.
Busy, left alive.
Viper
Horrible
dueling.
situation
Nope,
for
Yeah.
Busy gets that.
Yeah, the lone
Busy
busy that
is
could, if
pretty
you're
much won.
Stooge,
Yeah.
you wish you could have
Getting
that
up
one
here
back.
before
That
he gets the
man
res
just
off would be
W keyed
big.
and dashed straight into
RPG
the
whiff?
death.
No,
Deleted as if
he's
he
not.
got
Yeah.
sniped. But
Okay,
that
they're
was just
gonna get all three
beautiful
up,
team
actually.
shots
Busy's
from
getting
Make-A-Wish.
tangling up with
Nothing
Varian
much
right
else
now.
has
Yeah,
really
they're
come
kinda
of
trickling.
this
He's
as
getting-
box 3
Oh.
has been tapped. It's been completed.
Oh,
and
okay,
now
that
Oh,
was-
he
Busy
kinda gave the
in
business
place,
to him.
Busy finding
Okay.
one-on-one
His team wasn't
going to be
coining yet. He
traded
was
out by
basically
Viper.
just
We are
just
now in
wiping. It's not.
another. Oh,
it's
no,
just
I'm
a vault
sorry.
fight.
That is going to be
Yeah.
the
But yeah, no,
wipe
like
on
the
Brick. So
consistency
Make-A-Wish
of games is something we
finally
haven't had in
getting
the
out
game
of
so
there.
far. Like
Let's see if we could do anything.
there has been no
with
like.
box 3 as we have
So
the
because when
gateway
breakout
in play,
happened, for
we're gonna get
instance,
some fast travel
it's hard to dig
over
into this. Like when breakout happened,
Brick
breakout
was
happened
so
over like
close to coining it.
2.5 seasons. Like
Matter of
breakout
seconds
went
away,
on
I
for a
think.
very long time.
And now,
But it was very
we
disconnected.
don't
Like it wasn't
usually
it wasn't
see
very
this. Like,
consistent.
C
It would happen
is,
like every
well, a
couple
bit
weeks.
unusual,
Yeah.
unorthodox,
Which was great. I mean, it was nice to have something. But the
and
problem was that
positioned
teams
right into a
then would
corner
like
next to
finish
a
like their first
building.
split and they qualify to Worlds,
Imagine
and
this.
then
It is
2
the
months
worst
later
site to
they
play
haven't played
something,
anything,
but
and they
even if
basically
you wanted to put
just
this
aren't a
in
team
D, which
anymore
is a
because
much more
nobody's sticking
favorable
around together
position,
that long,
it
especially
would
back
be-
then
it
in
would
season
take a
2 and 3.
lifetime as Varian
So
is the first to drop
Yeah.
immediately,
now we actually
and
get to
then
see teams stick
for
around and
a
actually develop. Like
chaos
Make a
to
Wish,
come
this
through.
run
Viper
would not have
rolls it down,
happened back then.
and just like
No,
it
definitely
was
not.
last time round, when it
Gotta
comes to
clean
a
up.
cash out, Bricked know how to make a steal.
Yeah, that was pretty easy from Bricked. I was going to
They
say
were-
that
No, they're not. Okay.
spectating Make-A-Wish's setup there
Almost looked like mines,
did
but it is not
feel
mines.
safe
No, it's
whatsoever.
satchels, right?
Yeah,
That
just
is not
satchels.
how I personally would have.
You know a lot
thought
more
to
satchel play,
that one. That's also probably not
only
the
as well.
box I would have taken the money
Yeah.
to in the first place.
Yeah,
But
that's
we
the
see
new.
Brick
Okay.
getting everything in the kitchen
Gotta check
sink
what
set
Busy's
up
running. I
over
don't
on
think
C,
Busy.
which has
Busy
about
did
60 seconds
popularize
left on.
the
They now
the no
also
RPG
find
build.
themselves
Obviously, he's not
set
running
up
that now, but he
off-site.
ran
They're
C4
just gonna
lock
wait for
bolt,
some sort
dome
of
shield,
audio or
and the big
visual
change is you just
cue
drop lock
for
bolt
STN
for
to team
RPG
through
because
either the
C4 is
wall
pretty
or into
consistent.
a jump pad
Yeah.
onto the roof.
I've been seeing
However,
him do that in
Make-A-Wish
ranked
finds
play.
himself on site here. This
Still,
is the
but
last
I guess in
box.
like these
They
lobbies,
do
he's
DMAT jump pad through the roof.
RPGs.
No
Enough too
pick
hard to
yet,
pass
but
up,
a lot
probably,
of good
for that
damage.
direct damage.
Huge finally gets
Yeah.
the pick there on Derpy. The health
Especially
pool
if you
for
don't have
Make-A-Wish is not looking
I
good.
think it makes more sense
They're
because the
white
minigun
and
needs the
that
lock bolt
game.
to enable it. That was crazy as well. They just
Game,
crushed them.
set,
That's
and
insane.
match. Bricked will take
Going up
this
2-0. Very quick 2-0.
2-0.
Big Wish was looking good there
One.
on that one, but
Dude, they're so
One
they're
map
so
away.
close still. Like they actually
Yeah.
have
Done and
again. Like
dusted.
they're coming close.
we
Like
allow
this
the
is
final
not.
seconds to crawl through.
This is not. I also think
Make-A-Wish was won, but it
if
won't
Make-A-Wish had gone up against Bricked round one,
One map.
I think this
Six
would have been the
Horizon being that
fastest like
next one.
2-0 in history.
oh yeah, absolutely.
But Make-A-Wish
Yeah, I mean,
have
how
so
are
much
you
momentum
feeling
behind them
if
right
you're
now. It's
Make-A-Wish?
crazy.
Because for me,
Yeah, I mean they've been playing for 4 straight hours, and
that's
then
it's a bit
you know,
demoralizing. You've been on such a
Bricks
high
has probably
all
been sitting in the
day
lobby for what, an
almost
hour,
5
hour and a half,
hours of playing
waiting
this
for
game.
this series.
Just
Yeah,
proving
I'd say.
everybody wrong.
So,
time
Probably
and time
running
again,
some. Probably
and
running some
you're
quick
just gonna
cash.
come in here and
Yeah.
Bricked,
Honestly,
it's
on the
not even a
backside.
disrespect to make a wish.
You know what's kind of
but
funny?
Bricked is
If you
just so
leave
good. I
a
say this,
world
I feel
tour or
like
ranked
every
match, you
week
cannot
I
join a
watch
private
these
match.
guys,
Are you serious?
dominant.
Yeah.
They don't really lose
That's
their
so
one,
awful.
and
One of my first
that's when
tournaments,
even
I had,
guys like
I had a
Varian
guy. I was like,
shooting
"So
with
hey, you're
negative
playing?" And he was like,
recoil,
"I'm in a rank. I'm in a
Viper
world tour
absolutely
game,
killing
dude."
it
And I was like,
himself.
"What do you mean you're in a
there's
world
just-
tour? You're up."
what
And he
can
was
you
like,
do
"I'm sorry, I'll
going
like
against
leave the
Brick?
world
Are
tour
these
game." And then he
guys
couldn't join,
beatable
and he had to just
if you are
I just
if you
DQ
are,
They had to
because they left the
DQ.
world tour, and then they
any of
couldn't
these
join the
teams,
match. And I was
really.
like, "Dude, I can't wait 10 minutes for you."
I think it
That's
is beatable
crazy.
because this is the second time.
That's
the
so awful.
First map, it was a 2-0.
I don't know why
The
they're like separate
second time,
instances.
it was a
that.
2-1.
I don't
They're
know,
not
man.
separate
There
instances.
was a steal of
There's a
of
lot
a
of
cash out.
Interesting things about how
And-
the finals runs,
Yeah, it definitely
how the
showed
finals
presence.
run
Look at some of the
their
numbers that I have in front of me.
custom matches.
Varian,
Mhm.
Dog,
And some of that I
both
think
was
is that they just didn't
7
really.
kills.
It's not something they
Respectfully,
really
they
were
are in the
worried about
negatives
to
in terms of KD.
begin with. Did Battlefield have
4,000,
custom
nearly
matches at all? Like
5,000
was
for
Battle
drop
was that
worth
ever a
of
thing with
damage,
Battlefield? I'm
from
not
their
sure.
side.
No,
Yes,
I don't
okay,
think so
we
because
start
most of it
looking
was
at
like
this
player
side,
owned
11
quote
and
unquote
6,
servers.
9 and
Yeah.
7.
I mean,
So
they
that
didn't have
5 and
dedicated
6 for
servers
STM,
until
but,
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't even know, like Battlefield 5 or something,
But
maybe
naturally,
something like that. So
that kind
there is
of
hope,
tracks
and I do truly
for
believe
me
that
that like
there is a
maybe they just didn't
possibility
think
that
about
there
it in
can
that
be an
sense.
upset. Unfortunately,
but
we're
like
going to a
I would not be
map
surprised like the way they built their engine
that is
makes
so well known
custom
amongst
matches
all these
really
teams
hard
and
for some
played so
reason, and that's
often
why
in these teams.
it's like set up in such an odd way.
It could be
I
the end here.
would guess
It could
that
be
they probably
upset.
use dedicated servers for private matches,
Yeah,
but I'd be
I mean,
curious if they
we
use
definitely know
peer-to-peer.
what both of these
I
teams
mean,
are
peer-to-peer is
trying
kind of
to do
obsolete
here.
technology these days, and with
Make-A-Wish
this game in
Yeah.
specific, with the
Alliance,
load that it takes
not
to,
only now
yeah.
being
I mean, with
a
destruction stuff, I
loser
would
bracket
imagine
run,
it's their
but
data
going
centers
for
that
a
host them.
reverse
But
sweep
Oh, definitely. Yeah,
on
it's definitely
bracket
not
run
peer to
in the
peer
grand
because we have a
final, as
lot
I
of
believe
issues with
our score is actually
servers
2-0,
server
unless
ping
I'm
being
just
god awful
absolutely
across
lost
regions.
my
It's one of the
mind.
things
I
that's
don't
going to
think
make the
the scoreboard
championship
has
really
been
hard.
updated
So
yet.
you might
But
see us
Briggs
remake
won
every now and
this
then
one.
in the
Yeah.
championship
Briggs
series.
is
The
on
reason that
match
happens
point
is
here,
because we
and
cannot control
they've
what
got
server we're
all the
on.
momentum,
As best as we
yeah.
can tell,
all
this is
the
not
aim,
official
all the
information that we
aura
were
in
ever
their
given.
favor right now, as
But there
STN's gonna
appears to
get that
be
pick
a
on Viper to start
EU West
things
server
off
and
here
an
on
East.
Shift Horizon.
Sorry, not an US West
A
and
great
US
way
East.
to kick it off. A great
okay.
way to get it
Sometimes it doesn't matter who hosts. I can
Just like
host
that,
on the
now
East
Doc
Coast, and I'll
moves to the
still get a
ground,
West
Varian
Coast
left
server
alive.
sometimes.
Yep.
And the EU guys cannot play on
It's
West
an
Coast
eco
servers.
fight at
Like
the
it's
moment.
just brutal.
Finally, we
You
get
know,
an
you just can't
opening,
do
so
it.
is now a full vault
So
fight.
sometimes we'll have to just remake a match a couple times to try and get on
Slither
a.
of health to stay alive. One
crush 'em.
shot.
And then we'll just have to remake a match a couple
he's
times
gone.
to try and get onto a US East server so that both
STN
teams
got
can
him
play.
out of there real
Yeah.
quick, just as fast
That's
as
crazy.
you saw him. That's as fast as he went.
It makes, I mean, a lot of
They were proactive about.
I don't know
dropping
if they
this
use like
money,
on-premises
getting the
data centers
show
or
on
things
the
like that, but a
road.
lot of data centers there's
STN looks ready to go.
like if you're
here,
doing
3-0,
cloud-based,
only
which a lot of
person
games
in
run
the
on like
lobby with
AWS
a
or
kill.
Google Cloud.
Quick math lesson for you.
The
You can
primary
multiply the kills
region
of every
is typically
other
US
player
East
in this
1, which
lobby,
is actually
and
here in
STN would
Virginia.
still have more than them.
And then US West 2 is actually out in
Damn,
Oregon,
that
and it's like
is-
your
That
normal
is a
like
fat
replication
3.5
or
as we put
secondary
this
region.
into this
That sounds
A-side.
right.
I
And that
do
kind of
not
tracks
see
because
a
like if you
winch,
play with
nor
like
a lot
people in LA, for
gun.
example, and you're on a West
So
Coast
no
server,
way
they're
of
still on
moving
like
this
30
site
ping.
out into the alley, but that is a
Versus like
potential that they
if you play
could
with
do
me,
later on
who's
as the
literally in
engagements
Virginia, I know like the
start to
AWS
come
data
through,
centers
a
actually
little
not
bit of
far
damage
from where I
here
live
and
right
there
now.
as the shotgun from Doc doing huge amount of damage
Like
onto
Albion,
SCN, but Stooge will
sub
find
20
Viper.
probably,
There's
not
another
even
gone.
near.
As Doc will pull Varian left alive through
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I'm actually quite close to that then.
Yeah.
That was really funny, by the way. The Varian jumped into the air and passed by STN. They just kind of looked at each other.
This
We
is
were
about
in the air.
time where it gets
That
scary.
is so
If
funny.
you haven't been scared yet, if you're Make-A-Wish or a Make-A-Wish fan, I think that wipe right there might have been what starts steamrolling this effect.
Okay. Come on,
their work
Make-A-Wish.
is
Let's make
clearly
this
cut
let's
out
make
for
this a
them.
game.
Anything is
Game
possible on
the
stage.
EU
Still have
Grand
a
Finals
minute
went
left on A
3-1.
as well. But these wipes have seemed easy. It looks like Brick smells the blood in the water, and they are sharks.
This is the part
on
where
the
things get
hunt
hard though, right?
now.
Because you're just slamming your face into a wall over and over again, and you
Already
start to
low
wonder, like
on health,
their momentum's
already
gone at this
taking
point. Like
some damage
Make-A-Wish have no momentum.
before getting
No.
to sight.
They have to
But
figure
they're
out how
gonna
they have to figure out how
to
to
the
pull this
floor.
back together.
Bring it to ground, bring it to basement, whichever level it is. You want that security.
You can see they've also
There
kind of
is no
abandoned
more
this
traps,
aggressive,
but
just
one
let's
trap has
stick
been sprung,
the
and that is the
deal
players
and
of
see what
Brick.
happens kind of thing.
STN and
It feels like that actually
Doc
got him a lot
already
of
fallen in
success.
this engagement, but that shotgun from
Wait,
wait,
Viper has
okay,
been
it's all on Stu.
dangerous
Can
from
Stu win this?
Time and time again, and just when you rule them out, just when you
mean,
say
he bailed.
it's done and dusted, this deal
Oh
is
my gosh,
able to
okay, they got
come
all three. You
through.
have to go for this right now. You have so many glitches.
And a
But look at this
full
gateway. The
team
gateway, he's
for
prepping the gateway
Make-A-Wish as
above.
well. Dude,
No,
left
it's over.
alive.
Okay.
Tries to do any disturbance, but can't make it happen.
Oh my gosh,
Really unfortunate. Stooge
wire
played
bricked so
that
good.
almost
You wanna answer that?
perfectly. We never saw that. the points
Yeah, that's a really good
were
question.
rigged. I don't know if they didn't have the time or if they just kind of mathematically.
Two reasons. I mean,
calculated
they're just
not being
mechanically
possible.
insanely
I don't know
gifted.
exactly what happened there, but Stooge really did play
Mechanically
that
and also
textbook
creatively gifted. Like
perfectly. Unfortunately, that drop. That
Stu,
he
I
did
mean, we watched Stu's
successfully
tracking
get
earlier, right?
did
Like
not
Stu's tracking is
successfully
insane,
stop this
busy,
steal. So I mean, that's just a
is
bit of
coming up with new
RNG.
builds all the time. Like they're
Nothing
really
you can
thought
really
process there.
critique
But the big
about
thing
that
for me,
one.
I think, is their
We have
communication.
a
Like
quick
you can actually go
engagement
watch
back in.
Busy
As
post
Make-A-Wish
videos
have
of them
both
playing
teams
Pro League,
tapped,
Pro League,
both bubbles in
and
play
you can
from
hear the
both
comms that they
heavies.
have.
Everyone's
STN is
still
doing their
alive for
shot
Brick
calling,
and Make-A-Wish,
and
it looks like Brick is now
they
gonna
are
be looking
so
for
good
a
at
different
communicating.
look
Like they
here.
will turn on a
Repositioning,
dime. He says,
using
"Turn, go
D-Max
here,"
for
and
a
everyone turns turns at the same moment. There's no hesitation. These guys trust each other to do what they say they're going to do, and I think that's the biggest like thing that separates them from these other teams is that they actually have like this communication down.
But Varian doesn't allow that to happen, getting the pick on Stooge. Viper gets gooed off, but he doesn't really care. He's holding forward. They now smell the blood in the water.
They also play with each other in ranked.
And they're going to be going
pretty much all day, every day.
Like 10 hours a day. It's insane.
Yeah. And a nice
full-time streamers. I know STN. I don't know if he considers himself like a full-time streamer.
able to
yet.
move this over to
I was in his
so
chat
they
like a while
want to
ago,
see
like towards the
if
end of
they
season 5,
can
I think.
play in the alley at this
And
point.
he had been talking about he wants to
Positioned on the
become a
very
full-time
top
content
floor,
creator, so I had the feeling he
offset to where
isn't
it
one
usually sits. We normally
yet.
see this site in the
But
open
he streams,
lobby, but
I mean,
no,
almost
we're
every day,
playing
it seems
inside
like.
the office this
pretty much
time.
Yeah,
all
they
day,
started
so.
streaming more
In the
recently.
meeting
It's
room,
actually been really encouraging because I think that's part
in
of
the
that's part of what we
office room,
wanted with the
gets dropped down
league as well.
on
Is
the
like
floor.
nobody knows who
This
these
is still
players
a
are. We
great
would like for
position
people to know who
set
these
up
players are.
their victory
And now,
bring
you
in a
know,
map
Busy and
back
Stu
onto
are getting
their
like
side.
500 viewers when they're streaming for 10 hours straight. Like that's awesome,
was
dude.
using
You
it as
know,
temporary
like
cover, but I am glad
it's awesome.
he
I mean, it
realized
also
that
helps,
not
like,
all the cover that
on an unrelated,
he's
sort
gonna
of
need more
related
cover
note,
than
like
that, let
seeing
me give you
today
praise.
Embark
Busy
actually
uses an
post in their
RPG. I
Discord
don't
shouting
see
out
the
ProHubs
impact
was
that it
pretty
made aside
insane.
from on the
it was
wall
awesome.
there.
That was
Um,
really
yeah,
good.
That
that was
no
cool.
health.
It was funny.
STN answers on very
No, it's been so
that
good.
counter,
We
and STN is
you know,
also gonna
the
get
communication
this man back up
is
with
it can
the
be hard sometimes,
defibrillator.
but overall, like it's
STN
still been,
again
you
in
know,
our
they're
sights,
paying
Cerberus
attention
and
and
hunting down what
Yeah.
seems to be the last player for Make-A-Wish. It
eventually,
is,
like, I
it's
mean, the thing
Derpy,
is,
and he's out of there. We're gonna see a nice flip with about 45
Embark is a
seconds
small
left
studio,
once
right?
Make-A-Wish comes back off this spawn.
And I can tell you that there's not many
It's
people
gonna
working
be a mad dash, but look
on
at the
the
destruction
major,
is caused
like, and
amongst
the
our
like in terms of like
the site
Embark
is
does not have an
unstable, it's
esports
falling, it's
division.
falling.
There is nobody like
Goodbye,
they don't
it's
have
on the
dedicated
ground,
esports
and-
people. Like that's not a thing. They are not
As the building
Valorant.
goes through the
So
hard barrier, but thankfully,
if like the major
if
does
you're
well,
correct,
and
this
if
is a
like they kind of look
blessing in
forward, if that
disguise
sort
as
of
the
marketing
second
push
half
works for
of the
them, we
building
might see
is
more.
now
You know, like we
deciding,
might
you
see
know
more
what,
of like them
we're good
focusing
here.
on that
What's
sort
it
of
gonna
thing. But
pull
that's
off
why
the
some of
map
this feels like it
as
takes a
well
while
as
to
it lands
do.
on
Is
top of
that's why
it.
like
It
they
lands on
put
top
put
of
out the
the
major,
point,
and then
and
like
allows
not a
Rex
lot
and
happens.
Comet to
It's
come
because
through.
there's just
Not
not.
enough, but
There's
it's
not a lot
a
of people
free
working on it,
opportunity
you know?
to allow an
Right,
opening to
yeah.
come through. Down to Doc,
Good
left
God,
alive.
just-
He's all alone, and he
Yeah,
Because
like,
he's
look at
just
his
like
deaths.
everywhere he looks, he's
Round
just
two
doing ridiculous
to
amounts of
Bricks.
damage.
It's all even once
Yeah,
again.
like he's just
Yeah,
the
I mean,
movement there,
Bricks is
and then
gonna
also
even
he
it up,
ducks
going
out
to
and
match
STN. They're
point,
both
and
down to like a single
possibly
bar, but they just kind of bounce
championship
and
point
they're
here as
jumping
well.
in and out for each
I do
other.
want to point out
Yeah.
a really nice heads-up play
Just
Busy made.
absolutely,
Not
honestly
only dropping
perfect.
the gas
Perfect.
on the point, but there was a very
There.
close fire barrel right next to point. If you
All right,
don't
this could
know,
possibly
chat,
be the last
that will
cash
just
out in
essentially
the entire
cancel out
in the
gas,
entire
create a
playoffs.
nice big explosion that does do some damage, but you're not going to get that gas stall. Fortunately for Bricks, they didn't even need to use the gas stall, but that play from Busy kept that option still alive, as we now have an engagement coming in.
Reverse sweep
on
incoming?
the final vault of the
Possible.
map, vault
I
number
mean,
3.
Here in the museum,
Problem is, Bricks is pretty
the
hype right now, I'm
bones
sure.
lay around.
And comms at the moment.
You can poke them, but trust me, chewing them will be a bit charcoal.
Because he's already writing out the title.
But
I
nonetheless,
don't like this play.
a
What is
quick
he doing? Why is he
steal, a
running
quick
away with it?
run. Viper's running away, but Varian left alone. So a
Oh,
sacrifice
Viper, that was a
in
mistake.
play,
No,
and
the team was not on the same page there.
different, but
Nope.
now you wait 20 seconds. You
Okay,
try
that's actually funny.
and just hold out. Allow
This
your
right
team to
here,
spawn
the
in,
ability
and
having
then
public
you go for
chat
that second
is
attack.
straight up.
Yeah, a bit of
Straight
an
up.
interesting decision.
I am
there.
so
That's
happy they
definitely a
added
play
this.
I
Like,
would have personally
I know.
made, and then got yelled at by my team for
Like,
making it.
and it's like
Taking that
obviously like
money
there's
when
going to be
everybody is
people who
still
step over the
alive,
line, right? And obviously we'll
and
never
leaving my
take
team in
profanity
a
filters off.
2v3. I do understand the theory, and
But like
nice to have that kind of faith.
giving the
in your
giving if
teammate,
people step over the line, you can fine them. You know, you can
but
do
it
whatever you
just
want.
didn't
But like
work
giving
out,
them a chance
and
to
Brick ends up
actually
taking that
show off
money.
their personality is
Make-A-Wish
so
has to
important
slow
and have
down
like
for an
rivalries.
arguably
Oh, yeah.
slower
I
restart
love,
using
I
those
mean,
coins
I
than
love me
wiping
some trash
here.
talk. I came
But
from watching a
regardless,
bunch of
we
Call
have
of
our
Duty and
final
playing Call of
box
Duty.
underway.
Trash talk is half the
Huge
game.
glitch is gonna come in, take out the utility
Break their mental.
of Make-A-Wish for the time being. Varian is gonna
Oh, they have to
find his
survive here.
defib
Oh, that's
on
so
Viper. I
aggressive,
did not
actually.
even
Wait.
realize he fell.
They got the
For
revive, I
STN,
guess.
he's gotta be
Oh,
careful
Derp
with his
is
health.
down.
Busy
Not
as
quite
well,
yet.
But Stewed absolutely
Trades.
beaming
Okay.
right now. STN
Stu has to win
finds
this.
one as Varian does as well.
Oh.
Stewed taken out from Viper, now leaving STN all by
Nice.
himself.
Oh my
He can
God.
do it. He has the
Okay,
health.
no.
He's got the defib
STN
as
just
well.
won
That
them
was a
the the entire game.
Defib out of STN and almost a money dematerializer. Crazy read.
That's
Cerberus
crazy.
is just powerful.
And
though,
now he takes him
as
out. That's not
slowly we
that's a
can
team
see
wipe.
Brick
Oh my
bringing
god,
their
dude.
team to full health.
Yeah.
A team wipe
2 versus 1. STN gets the
ensues
pick.
as
Cerberus
Stu
is still a
does find
goated
Doc in
gun.
the
Gets a
background.
revive.
One last
We need to find Sam's
push.
NW2 chat logs. No,
The
you don't.
make
Please
or
don't.
break from make
Don't
a
witch
wish,
hunt me.
and they are making the wishes to the stars. They are making the wishes to whatever god they believe in.
because it is one.
Pray to whatever God you
push
believe in, because they
that
need to
will
come in
say
clutch
if
from
they
big
Yeah,
clutch right
it's
now.
that's
this
not
game
looking good.
here and
I'll be
now as
honest.
a 3-0 sweep, or if we are going one.
Right, they haven't
more
set up
map.
as well as they could. That jump pad's in the wrong spot.
Yeah, we have our final play of the night.
There's a chance.
Potentially
There's a chance here.
taking play here. STN.
Not a big one, but there's a
really
chance. They have to play
well,
this
playing
perfectly.
off
They
They're
need
gonna have to
drop it
pull
all the way to
off
the
that
ground right now.
miracle.
Not gonna get
Let's
checked,
just
especially
hold
with
E.
that
They're doing it. I mean,
position.
they're going for
We
it.
do see the
He
bubble
didn't write it
show
down.
they
He has to
don't
be on it
show
now.
in
It
play.
no, it did hit the
However,
jump pad.
STN
Okay.
handled that quickly. And we have a nice stall in play as well.
That's it.
Nobody
No
dying.
time.
Busy finally does.
Now it's
stall.
over.
I don't
Oh,
think
my
there's
God.
enough time.
No.
I think that's gonna be it as the
Dude, that was
time
actually kind of close, though.
expires.
Not gonna
They're
lie.
gonna
That
wipe
was,
them as
I mean,
well,
what,
so
two, was it
Brick
two
with the
maps where it
wipe
was
and the
50 to
money.
25? Something like that.
GG's
2 to 1?
in the chat. Brick, your grand champions of the
Saying
playoffs.
12:30 finals is so coach is
North
crazy.
American champions Bricked. They will come out.
They're
on
just like
top,
us for real.
Not only on the leaderboard, but they will come out of top on the playoffs. They have made a sterling run.
Couldn't quite pull it
Only
out, but they were
two,
close.
one
I
team able
mean,
to take a
to
map
make that
away,
run
that
and
was
go
what
second
did
place,
in
and
the
that's gonna put
second
them, I mean,
round.
what?
But from there onwards,
The
That puts them
they
in
put their
fifth,
foot
no,
down
fifth, I
and
think.
they said to
Sixth?
the
Does it put them
world,
sixth? So they get, I think they
"We
get
are
700
going
points.
flawless." A 12-3 for
They get 700
STN,
points. That puts
a
them.
huge kills from
Yeah,
their
they're up in
side.
sixth.
It was
They just added the points in.
definitely a more
Yep.
dominant position.
That's awesome.
Make a wish.
Which is insane. I mean,
Wasn't
honestly,
really
I got to be
much
honest.
to
As a Dark Horse fan, I'm kind of
Yeah,
crushed.
no,
I
not
was
at
really
all,
looking forward to seeing them
especially
in the
dropping
in
12
the championship.
like
But
that.
make a
Yeah.
wish.
I
That's a
think there was
storyline
a
right there.
brief
Like that's
period
the
where
sort
I
of
thought
stuff
we were
we
gonna see
love to see.
some fun,
Yeah.
some
I mean, they-
interesting stuff happen.
They
but it
know,
just
I
turned out
think,
to be
what to work on
domination
over
for
the
Brick.
next
I think
couple
those
days.
guys
I
are
mean, they have
sleepy,
basically a
and I
full
think
week,
they wanna
right?
go to
Like next
bed.
Saturday's
I know I
start,
feel
so
very similar.
I got
Yeah,
time.
you get a full day, lots of time
I
to figure
feel
out
that
what you need to
indeed, but of
do,
course
and
we
then
have back
next
for
week
the
is
final
when the
moments
money
Professor
starts.
Parks and
Money starts
Artie
happening.
to break
Yeah,
it
absolutely.
down. Artie, it was a 3-0 sweep. You said there was 2 maps in there. What was missing from them?
Dude,
Are
could
you-
have
to
been.
get those 2 maps?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Fortune Stadium.
I was just gonna
cash out
say, it
one.
could have been
Brick
could have been a
in
better
control the whole time.
could have been a
All
better
team
finals,
went to their
but it's still a
favor.
good
No
playoff overall.
kills
Oh,
from
absolutely. I mean,
the other side of
I
the
made,
field.
I was seeing these
Cash out
lower
too, but we
bracket,
started off in
games
control. They
kind of
retained
popping up,
control
like the
through 2
results of
team
them, and I was
wipes,
like, man,
but
some
then
of these
Brick
were.
stole at the last
I mean,
minute, that was
watching.
needing to get the
We
team
obviously
wipe
were
there,
kind
and
of
that was
pulling
when I
fourth
knew
party
things
cash
were
box
rough.
because
We go to Bernal,
Brutal
cash out
Logic is
one,
actually in the
Students,
Discord.
last man standing
He's the
after
only
a
pro that's in
bloodbath
there,
from the first
so
ball.
we were
Goes to the
like pulling for
Cathedral.
him. He was
Now
in
it's a
chat
late
last
plug,
week and
doesn't
everything,
happen until
and
after
I
Make-A-Wish
saw that they got
respawn.
eliminated.
A messy team fight
And
leaves Busy as the last
yeah,
survivor
lower
into
bracket actually had some
Make-A-Wish.
pretty good
Who
games.
gets
It
the
looked like
reses?
going on.
Make-A-Wish goes
Oh,
for
yeah.
steals while Busy drops, comes back for the coin, and allows
Wish we could have streamed
Make-A-Wish
every
to
one of them.
get
Would have been
the
nice.
cash
The best
out.
of ones.
The very first cash
Best
out.
of ones are so
Then
volatile, man. Like that's
Brick
crazy
very
how
locked in because
you can get a lot of
after that,
upsets.
cash out
But it's the
is
only way to
just
do it
locked
so that the day
in
isn't
for
20
Brick,
hours long.
And Busy and Dirt
Yeah.
ended up in a 1v1 where Busy
They
took
know
the
what to
W,
work on. Okay, don't be
and
rude, bro. That
it was
wasn't a
so weird
dig.
because
Okay, I
Make-A-Wish
promise.
was so fast to come back.
I mean, they did also
but
lose
they
3-0,
just had
so
the
I mean,
stall,
like,
and Brick
you
You know
know.
what to work on. It's called not
already
getting too good.
making
I
sure
mean,
that
that's
no
a
matter what
start.
happened, the cash
I
out
mean,
wasn't
come
even
on.
an
Figure out why
option
you got
for
3-0'd
Make-A-Wish.
and how
And
you
so, yeah, the
beat
team might end
Bricked.
up going
But
to
I
Make-A-Wish,
mean,
but
I
Brick
think every
already
team
won
has to.
cash out a
I'm
minute
curious to
before
see how
that,
it's going to
right?
look.
Cash out 3,
EU versus
Yeah.
NA
Control
with Bricked,
first,
just
but
because
then
of.
Bricked, once again,
I guess they're that
when
big of a
team
skill
has
diff if
opposite
we're on
player gets the
EU
steal.
or not.
Go to Sis Horizon.
right?
Cash
No,
out
that's
one,
that's
STN gets
that's
a
the
3K on
question.
vault. That
Yeah,
set
well, I
the
mean, with how
tone
dominant
for
Bricked has been in
everything,
NA, I mean, it's
right? Where
easy to say they're the best
absolutely
team, but
nothing
I don't.
Make-A-Wish
I'm
could-
personally not
could,
familiar with the
do
EU scene as much,
would
so
work out until
it'll be interesting to
they
see.
come
But I'm excited
back
for next week.
quietly
Finally
and
get
the
to catch
steal
up on
and
it all.
track through the drop, which,
Yeah,
as
no, it's
Professor
gonna be
Parks
really,
was
really
talking
exciting, especially
about,
because
cash
yeah,
out,
a lot of people
that
just
never
watch the one
happens.
side or
Say,
the
hey,
other,
maybe
so
you're
people
watching
are like
starting out,
following Bricked, and then Bricked
but
is about to
unfortunately,
face face up against the Aimers crew. They're about to face up against Gangala. You know, some of these crazy teams. You know, After Hours finally get to go up against these other teams, and we might see some different weapons as well, because the ping means people aren't maybe going to pick some things that require as much precision. We'll see.
I'm curious to see if anybody plays a turret on medium.
Whether it's Viper, Sniper,
I'll be honest.
or,
I mean,
or Swiper,
I played
it's gonna
medium
be
with some
Brick
people in our
I knew it was
Discord,
gonna be Brick
and
from the start, that's why I said
was
it.
like,
There's
played one game on DMAT, and I said this is the worst experience I've ever had. And then I pulled out turret and AKM, and I was like, all right, we're just gonna spam at everything and hope for the best, and it actually
that was
worked out
exactly
pretty
what I thought
well.
it was
So
gonna be.
May see that, yeah.
It will go better.
You know, honestly,
It's
maybe
definitely an upset
we may
for
see
Make
that.
a Wish. They've gone all this way, and just to lose at
That's
the
funny.
final hurdle is the thing that's gonna break their
All right.
hearts.
Well,
but,
thanks so much
it
for
is
hopping
still
in.
a
I'm gonna hop off. I gotta go to
phenomenal
bed.
run. I do believe
No, that was
I do
a
have
fun
the
time, man. I
list
appreciate you running this. It's
for
always
who has
fun getting to
qualified
show
as
more
the
people
updates have
the
come
the
through.
game.
course.
So I
Just wanna
appreciate the watch
confirm, my
parties.
producer,
Yeah, absolutely.
the
Thanks for
list
hanging
I'm
on,
looking
chat,
at
and answering
is
questions
correct.
as
Yes,
well.
he's put
and
it on screen.
keeping me
Rick
accurate because I'm still
takes
learning it all as we go along as well.
dominance.
Dude, no, you're great. I
1,000
appreciate it. It was fun hanging out, man. Take
Cool.
care.
Yeah.
Point
Have a good night.
advantage over Hotel's finest. After hours will take
All right, chat.
the blowers in fourth.
That is
and
it
Jin
for
in
me.
fifth.
Thank you guys
Make a
so much
Wish
for watching.
Foundation
Thanks for
after
watching the
their
watch party.
Cinderella run will
Thank you to
take
Waltz as well for
victorious
jumping in
sixth.
and
Of course, the
talking
top
and
two
covering
get
the
a
last games.
bye into the championship bracket.
Yeah,
while
wow.
the
It's been a
other
great
four
stream,
will
long one.
have
I'm gonna go to
fight
bed.
out
Anyways, we
into
will be live
the
next week with the watch party
original
as well for both
first
Saturday
round.
and Sunday.
And I
If
tell
you're not on
you
the
what, that
Discord,
is
there's the
absolutely
link. It's actually
amazing. And
Nightbot
just
just
for
put it for us,
reminder
so
as all
excellent.
onto the
Join up in there.
European
Events
side
will
as
be
well.
set. I'll
For
put them
those who are
together probably
here,
tomorrow.
Amir's red and
So you'll know when they go
blue
live
are
and when
to
we
the
go live.
bye. Saints won in
Also,
third, Gamble
like I
is in
said, keep
fourth,
peeled in that
Burns
Discord. We're
Nuggets
hoping to
in
host some
fifth,
community
and
tournaments here coming
Gundala
up soon.
in
Maybe
sixth.
some multi-bucks on the
Those
line for you if you win with your team.
12 teams, ladies and gentlemen, that I have
Members
just
also,
read
not
out
to plug because
will
we don't want
be
people feeling like they have to spend money
advancing
on this channel,
forward
but
into 17th
members will
of
also will
May,
probably get a profit
where
boost if you
they
win. So
will
if you're
do
feeling really
one
confident, that's a way that
last
gets more. But
battle.
anyways,
Now,
thank you guys
we've got a
always.
very,
Safe
mixed
travels,
cast of
David. I know
team.
you're driving,
Ali, I know you
so
are